Welcome back, legends. And if you're new here, welcome to Harryfix. This channel is dedicated to powerful Harry Potter what if stories, where we explore alternate destinies, hidden power awakenings, and the darker, untold secrets of the Wizarding World. Quick note before we begin. This video is self-recorded and fully created in line with YouTube's latest policies. Every story on this channel is originally written, creatively edited, and made purely for storytelling and entertainment. What if Harry Potter refused the Triwizard Tournament and swore a binding oath to destroy Crouch's magic? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, make sure to subscribe to Harryfix. Now, let the story begin.
The flames in the Goblet of Fire burned a violent, electric blue. They cast shifting, phantom shadows across the stunned faces of the Great Hall, painting the ancient stone walls in waves of cold cerulean. The air, thick with the scent of pumpkin pie and wood smoke just moments before, had turned sharp and static, like the moment before a lightning strike. Harry Potter sat rooted to his stool at the Gryffindor table, the roar of celebration for Hogwarts, champion, Cedric Diggory, still ringing in his ears, now curdling into a buzzing, distant hum. His own heart was a frantic drum against his ribs. Not me, he thought, the words a desperate chant behind his teeth. Anyone but me. Dumbledore had plucked the parchment from the dying flames. The old wizard's face, usually a landscape of twinkles and gentle lines, was granite. He read the name. A name that shouldn't exist. A fourth name. Harry Potter. The silence that followed was absolute. It was a physical weight, pressing down on Harry's shoulders, filling his mouth with the taste of cold ash. Then, like a dam breaking, the hall erupted. Not in cheers, but in a torrent of gasps, mutters, and the sharp scrape of benches as hundreds of heads turned. The stare of the entire school, the incredulous, jealous, suspicious stare, landed on him like a spotlight. Harry Potter. Dumbledore called again, his voice carrying over the din. Harry. Up here, if you please. Ron was staring at him, his mouth slightly open, his expression caught between awe and a dawning, hurt betrayal. You put your name in. He whispered, the words barely audible but cutting deeper than a shout. No. The denial was flat, empty. It sounded feeble even to his own ears. Hermione's hand found his wrist under the table. Her fingers were ice cold. Harry, you have to go up, she breathed, her eyes wide with a fear that wasn't for herself. You have to. The walk to the top of the hall was the longest of his life. The whispers were vipers, coiling around his ankles. Cheat. Attention seeker. Liar. He felt the heat of their judgment on the back of his neck. He saw the cold disappointment in McGonagall's eyes, the shrewd calculation in Karkaroff's glare, the outright hostility in Madame Maxime's lifted chin. Cedric looked confused, then resigned, offering a weak, bewildered nod. And then there was Barty Crouch. The man stood stiffly beside Dumbledore, his face a mask of bureaucratic impatience. He adjusted his pinstriped robes, his movements precise, his eyes devoid of any warmth. He looked at Harry not as a boy, but as a problem. A procedural hiccup. Well, through the door, Harry, said Dumbledore. He wasn't smiling. The small chamber off the hall was worse. The heat from the fireplace was oppressive. The portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses snoozed in their frames, oblivious. Cedric, Fleur Delacour, and Victor Crumb stood in a tense semicircle. They all looked at him as he entered. What is it? Fleur asked, her silvery voice sharp. Do they want us back in the hall? Cedric shook his head. He was looking at Harry with dawning comprehension. No, he said quietly. Then, to Harry, you. Before Harry could choke out another denial, the door burst open. Dumbledore, Crouch, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, McGonagall, and Snape filed in, their collective presence sucking the air from the room. Karkaroff began immediately, his voice a soft snarl about fairness, about his champion's rights. But Harry's focus narrowed to Crouch. The man listened to the arguments with the air of a man reviewing a tedious report. When he spoke, it was clipped, final. The rules are absolute, Crouch stated, his voice like dry parchment. The goblet constitutes a binding magical contract. Mr. Potter has been selected. He must compete. Binding magical contract. The phrase echoed in the hollow space inside Harry's chest. A contract he never signed. A choice stolen, again. His life, a pawn moved by invisible hands. First Voldemort, now this cup. This ministry man with his empty eyes. I didn't enter. Harry's voice surprised him. It was low, but it didn't shake. Crouch's gaze slid to him, dismissive. The evidence suggests otherwise. I didn't enter. Each word was a stone dropped into the tense quiet. Be that as it may, Crouch said, a flicker of irritation crossing his features, the magic is clear. You are a Triwizard champion. You will compete in the tasks. To refuse is to break the contract. The consequences are severe. What consequences? The question came from Hermione, who had slipped into the room unnoticed, Professor McGonagall making a feint, abortive motion to stop her. Crouch didn't even look at her. His eyes remained locked on Harry. A loss of magic. Permanent. Irreversible. The contract ensures participation. It is not a trifle to be dismissed by a schoolboy's whims. A loss of magic. To be made a squib. To be stripped of everything that made his world, for all its pain, his world. The Dursleys' greatest wish, granted by a magical artifact. The injustice of it was a fire, erupting in his gut, burning away the shock, the fear. It was the same fire that had fought the Dementors, that had faced Tom Riddle in the chamber. It was pure, undiluted rage. He saw it then, in the flat certainty of Crouch's expression. This man didn't care. He didn't care that it was a trap, that it was impossible, that it was a death sentence. He cared about the rules. The procedure. The neat, orderly boxes. And in that moment, something in Harry Potter broke. Not into pieces, but into something harder. Sharper. He looked past Crouch, to Dumbledore. The headmaster's eyes were deep with concern, with a weary sadness, but also with a helpless acceptance of this ministerial decree. He would protect Harry, but he would not, could not, break the contract. I'm always protected, Harry thought, the bitterness a tang on his tongue. Never believed. His eyes swept the room. The confused champions. The furious teachers. Snape's sneer. McGonagall's pinched worry. Hermione's terrified, tear-bright eyes. He looked back at Barty Crouch. The man represented it all. The ministry that had slandered him. The rules that caged him. The cold, unfeeling magic that sought to dictate his life, his death. This wasn't just about the tournament. This was about every time he'd been handed a fate he didn't choose. The fire inside him found a shape. A purpose. He took a step forward, away from the protective shadow of his teachers, into the center of the room. The atmosphere crackled, shifted. He wasn't a boy pleading his case anymore. A binding magical contract, Harry repeated, his voice now clear, carrying a resonance that made the flames in the great gutter. Crouch gave a curt nod. Precisely. So you see, there is no. Then I'll make one of my own. The interruption hung in the air. Dumbledore straightened. Harry, my boy, do not speak in haste. But Harry's wand was already in his hand. He hadn't even consciously drawn it. The polished holly felt alive, a conduit for the storm inside him. He pointed it not at the ceiling, not for a light spell, but straight ahead, at the space between himself and Barty Crouch. He knew the words. He didn't know how. They rose from that new, hard, sharp place inside him. They were not taught at Hogwarts. They were older. They were blood and intent and a will that refused to bend. I, Harry James Potter, he said, and the words were not loud, but they etched themselves into the very silence, swear upon my magic, upon my life, upon my soul. Golden light began to coil from the tip of his wand, not the bright spark of a charm, but a deep, molten, ancient gold. Harry, stop. McGonagall cried. Do something, Albus. Snape hissed, his hand flying to his own wand. But Dumbledore was frozen, watching, his blue eyes wide with something more than shock, with recognition. The magic filled the room, heavy and sweet as ozone. It wrapped around Harry, a shimmering mantle. It reached for Crouch, not to touch him, but to link them. To seal the promise. I swear this oath, Harry continued, the magic thrumming in his veins, singing a song of finality. I will not dance to your twisted game. I will not compete in your tournament. He locked eyes with Crouch, who for the first time looked uncertain, taking a half step back. And I will break the one who forged my name. The golden light flared, blinding. I will find you. I will unmask you. And I will destroy the magic that binds me. This, I vow. The light collapsed inward with a sound like a thunderclap contained in glass, then shot in a single, searing lance from Harry's wand. It struck not Crouch, but the floor between them, etching a complex, burning sigil into the stone. A circle, a lightning bolt, a goblet shattered, before fading, leaving only a smoking scar on the flagstones. The silence returned, deeper than before. The portraits were awake now, staring. Harry lowered his wand. His hand was steady. The internal storm was gone, replaced by a cold, terrifying calm. He had just sworn an unbreakable vow on his own life, with no bond-bearer, fueled by sheer will. He had declared war on a shadow. And the magic had answered. Barty Crouch's face was parchment white. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He looked down at the scorched mark on the floor, then back at Harry, and in his eyes was no longer bureaucratic dismissal, but a flicker of raw, primal fear. Harry Potter had refused to be a champion. He had chosen, instead, to become a hunter. And the first task was only a month away. Dot, dot, dot. The silence in the antechamber was no longer mere quiet. It was a vacuum, dense and choking, as if the oath had sucked all sound from the world. The scorched sigil on the flagstone floor smoked, a bitter, ozone tank piercing the smell of old books and fire. Harry's wand arm fell to his side, the Hollywood warm, almost humming against his palm. The golden light was gone, but it painted ghosts on everyone's retinas. Barty Crouch was the first to move. He took another step back, his heel clicking sharply on stone, the sound absurdly loud. His official's mask had shattered. His eyes, white and unblinking, darted from the smoking mark to Harry's face, not with anger, but with a kind of horrified recognition. He looked like a man who had been meticulously building a house of cards only to see a wolf walk through the door. What? Crouch's voice was a dry rasp. He cleared his throat, tried to muster authority. What is the meaning of this theatrics? An unsubstantiated impertinence. That was no theatric, Barty. Dumbledore's voice cut through the tension, calm but utterly without its usual warmth. He moved forward, his blue eyes not on Crouch, but on the sigil on the floor. He did not approach Harry, but his gaze was a physical weight, assessing, probing. That was an oath of intent. Self-sworn, self-anchored. He looked up, finally meeting Harry's eyes. A remarkably powerful piece of wandless, word-bound magic for a 14-year-old to manifest. The how is a question for later. The what is undeniable. The magic has been sworn. It is binding. Binding nonsense. Karkaroff spat, though he too eyed the scorch mark warily. The boy is clearly unhinged. He breaks the goblet's contract and now spouts vigilante threats. He should be disqualified, stripped of his wand. The goblet's contract is not yet broken, Crouch said, seizing on the technicality, his color returning as he found familiar ground. Rules. He has sworn not to compete. The breach, and the consequent penalty, will only occur at the moment he refuses the first task. The oath he just spouted changes nothing about his obligation. It changes everything. All heads turned to Hermione. She was pale, trembling, but she stepped forward, her hands clenched at her sides. Don't you see? He's just made a bigger contract. A magical paradox. If he competes, he breaks his own oath. If he doesn't compete, he breaks the goblet's contract. You've trapped him. Her voice broke, accusation flaming in her eyes as she stared at Crouch. I have done nothing but uphold the law. Crouch snapped. A law that ensnares underage wizards into mortal danger based on a signature they never gave. McGonagall's voice was like shards of ice. Albus, this cannot stand. It must stand, Minerva. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged, a fraction. It was the weariest Harry had ever seen him. The goblet's magic is ancient, ministerial. I cannot unbind it. Nor, he looked at Harry again, deeply. Nor can I unbind what Harry has just wrought. He has woven his own will into his magical core. To pluck it out now could tear him apart. The finality in Dumbledore's words landed in Harry's stomach like a lead weight. He had acted on pure, fiery instinct. He hadn't thought of consequences, of paradoxes. He had only known he could not walk the path they laid for him. Now, he stood at the fork of two impossibilities, each leading to a loss of magic. But the oath didn't feel like a trap. It felt like a compass. A direction. The cold calm inside him held. So what happens now? Fleur Delacour asked, her bewilderment giving way to a sharp curiosity. She was studying Harry as if he were a new, volatile creature. Now, Dumbledore said, straightening, his authority returning like a cloak, we adjourn. The champions have had enough excitement for one evening. Professors, if you could escort our guests back to their accommodations. Barty, we must talk. Severus, a moment. Harry, he paused. You will come with me to my office. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, you will return to Gryffindor Tower. There will be no discussion of tonight's events with anyone. Is that understood? It was not a request. Hermione nodded mutely. Ron just stared, his face a conflict of confusion and hurt. The other champions were shepherded out, Crumb throwing a last, lingering look over his shoulder, Cedric frowning with concern. As Harry moved to follow Dumbledore, Crouch spoke again, his voice low, meant only for the few remaining. This changes nothing, Dumbledore. The first task approaches. He will compete, or he will lose his magic. His little oath only guarantees he will be a squib and a liar. Harry stopped. He didn't turn around. The words rose, not as a shout, but as a flat, cold statement to the room. I'll find another way. The walk to the headmaster's office was silent. The stone gargoyle leapt aside at Dumbledore's command. The spiral staircase moved upward. Harry's mind was a whirlpool, but at its center was that strange, solid calm. He could feel the oath inside him, not as a foreign thing, but as a new layer of his own magic, a cord plucked that was still vibrating. The office was its usual cacophony of gentle noise, the whirring of silver instruments, the soft snoring of past headmasters. Fawkes preened on his perch, letting out a low, melodic chirp as they entered. Dumbledore did not go to his desk. He went to a small table by the window where a simple pewter tea set sat. Sit, Harry. Please. Harry sat. Dumbledore busied himself with the tea, his long fingers steady as he poured. He handed Harry a cup. The warmth seeped through the china, a small, mundane anchor. What did you feel? Dumbledore asked softly, not looking at him, when you spoke those words. Harry took a breath. Anger. Then, cold. Like all the noise just stopped. The words, they just came. I didn't think them. They came from intent. From will. A wizard's magic is shaped by his deepest desires, his most profound rejections. You desired freedom from this trap. You rejected the authority that placed you in it. Your magic responded. Dumbledore stirred his own tea, the spoon tinkling. What you have done is both extraordinary and profoundly dangerous. Unbreakable vows require 3 parties, the swearer, the recipient, and the binder. You had no binder. You forged the chain yourself, from your magic to your intent. The recipient is ambiguous. Not Crouch personally, I think. But the one who forged your name. The magic will seek its target. It will compel you to seek its target. I want to find them, Harry said, and it was true. The hunt already felt inevitable. I know you do. But understand this, the magic of the oath will now intertwine with your own. It will grow as you grow. It will pull you. It may cloud other things. Your studies. Your friendships. The path of an oath-sworn wizard is a narrow, all-consuming one. He finally looked at Harry, his eyes grave. You have also placed a timer on your own magic. The goblet's contract demands participation. Your oath forbids it. The moment the first task begins, one magic will seek to punish you for defiance. I do not know which is stronger. I fear the conflict could be catastrophic. So what do I do? Harry asked, his voice barely a whisper. You must do what you have sworn to do. You must solve the mystery. Who put your name in the goblet? Why? If you can expose them, prove the contract was entered under false pretenses, there may be a chance to dissolve it without penalty. Your oath, however, will remain. You have sworn to destroy their magic. That, I cannot help you with. That is between you and them. The reality of it settled deeper. He wasn't just trying to get out of the tournament. He was embarking on a quest with a specific, violent end, the destruction of another wizard's power. Sir, the magic I used. The gold light. It didn't feel like normal magic. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. No, it was not. It was old magic. The magic of vows, of promises etched into the soul. It is the magic of ancestors, of life debts, of prophecies. It is rarely so blatant. He sighed. You have your mother's capacity for profound, sacrificial love, Harry. That is a wellspring of ancient power. But you also have a righteous anger, a refusal to accept injustice, that comes from another place. Tonight, they fused. It was a potent, and perilous, combination. He set his cup down. You cannot speak of the details of your oath to anyone. Not to Ron, not to Hermione. To do so would be to invite others into its web, with unknowable effects. You will return to Gryffindor Tower now. You will try to sleep. Tomorrow, you will attend your classes. And you will begin to watch, and listen, for the one who did this. Harry stood, the tea untouched and now cold in his hand. Professor, do you believe me? That I didn't put my name in? Dumbledore's gaze was unwavering. I do. And because I believe you, I also believe someone else did. And that they wish you either dead, or humiliated, or their puppet on a stage. Your oath has changed the script. They expected a panicked boy, a reluctant champion. They did not expect a sworn enemy. Be vigilant, Harry. You have declared yourself. An unseen foe will now know it. The fat lady was dozing, but swung open with a grumble at Harry's password. The Gryffindor common room, usually a haven of crimson warmth, felt like a foreign country. A hush fell as he stepped through the portrait hole. Dozens of eyes turned to him. Some were admiring. Dean Thomas gave a hesitant thumbs up. Seamus looked awestruck. Others were suspicious, whispering behind hands. The article by Rita Skeeter calling him an attention-seeking liar had already done its work. He saw them sitting by the dying fire, Hermione, curled tightly in an armchair, and Ron, staring into the flames. The space between them on the sofa was vast. He walked over. The whispers followed him like a tide. All right, he said, the words sounding hollow. Hermione uncoiled, her eyes searching his face. Harry, are you? What in Merlin's name was that, Harry? Ron burst out, not looking up. His voice was strained. An oath. To destroy Crouch's magic. Have you gone completely mental? Ron. Hermione hissed. No, it's a fair question. Ron snapped, finally turning. His face was flushed. 1 minute you're a champion, which, bloody hell, why didn't you tell me you figured out how to get past the age line? And the next you're doing some dark ritual and making mad threats. The hurt in Ron's voice was a physical thing. But the accusation, the belief that Harry had entered, was a wall. I didn't put my name in, Ron, Harry said, forcing his voice level. Someone else did. It's a setup, right? And the oath, was that part of the setup too? Or is that just you being, you? Having to be the hero, having to do something no one else would do. They were going to make me a squib. The cold calm threatened to crack. You heard Crouch. I had to do something. So you made it worse. Now you've got 2 magical death sentences instead of 1. Brilliant strategy. Stop it, both of you. Hermione stood up, her small frame trembling with intensity. Can't you see this is exactly what whoever did this wants? For you to be divided. For Harry to be isolated. Ron, he needs us. He needs to tell the truth. Ron shouted, leaping to his feet. I am. Harry roared. The common room went utterly silent. The last embers in the fireplace crackled. Ron stared at him, his jaw working. The hurt in his eyes had hardened into something else, betrayal, and a deep, stubborn pride. He shook his head slowly. I don't know what's true anymore, he said, his voice low and thick. I just know you're my best mate, and you didn't trust me enough to tell me you were entering. And now you're doing things that scare me, Harry. He turned and walked away, up the stairs to the boys' dormitory. The sound of his footsteps was final. The fight drained out of Harry, leaving him empty. Hermione's hand touched his arm. He'll come around. He's just shocked, and jealous, and scared. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. The isolation Dumbledore warned of was no longer a future possibility. It was here, a chasm opening at his feet. Hermione, he said quietly. I can't talk about the oath. Not the details. It's part of the magic. But I need your help. I need to find out who did this. Her eyes gleamed, not with tears now, but with fierce determination. The switch from friend to researcher was instantaneous. Then we start tomorrow. We research everything about the Goblet of Fire. Historical cases of tampering. Powerful Confundus charms. We watch everyone. Crouch, Karkaroff, Maxime, Snape, everyone. He nodded, grateful beyond words. But as he climbed the stairs to his dormitory, the weight of Ron's absence was heavier than any oath. The 4-poster bed hung with its curtains. He could hear Ron's stiff, artificial breathing from the next bed. Harry lay in the dark, staring at the canopy. The oath stirred inside him, a low, constant hum, a reminder of his new path. It was a lonely feeling. But it was also a spine. He had chosen this. He had chosen not to be a piece in someone else's game. Somewhere in the castle, or beyond it, someone had made a move against him. Now, they had made an enemy. And as Harry finally drifted into a fitful sleep, his last conscious thought was not of fear, but of focus. The hunt had begun. In the distant, haunted halls of the Riddle House, a worm-like man named Peter Pettigrew flinched as a sudden, sharp pain lanced through the dark mark on his arm. In a high-backed chair by a feeble fire, a skeletal, serpentine figure stirred in its wrappings. A voice, high and cold, slithered through the gloom. Something has changed, the connection, it burns. The figure's red eyes narrowed to slits in the darkness, fixed on a distant point only it could see. What have you done, Harry Potter? The dawn light through the dormitory window was pale and unforgiving. It painted the room in shades of gray, revealing the familiar mess of textbooks, robes, and abandoned chocolate frog cards. For Harry, waking was not a gentle return, but a sudden, full-body awareness of the weight that had settled on him while he slept. The oath was not a dream. It was a heartbeat under his own, a second pulse of intent that thrummed low and steady in his veins. He lay still, listening. The rhythmic snores from Dean and Seamus. Neville's quiet, restless muttering. And from Ron's bed, a stiff, deliberate silence that spoke louder than any shout. Getting dressed was a mechanical act. He avoided his own reflection in the window glass. The boy looking back felt both familiar and alien, the same messy hair, the same lightning scar, but the eyes held a new, watchful stillness. He descended the stairs to the common room, which was mostly empty save for a few diligent seventh years already hunched over textbooks. Hermione was there, waiting in a corner, a stack of books already levitating beside her like a scholarly guard. "I couldn't sleep," she said by way of greeting, her voice hushed. Dark circles smudged beneath her eyes, but her gaze was sharp, focused. "I started a list. Potential methods for subverting the Goblet's age line. Historical precedents for magical impersonation. And a cross-reference of everyone who was in the vicinity of the goblet before your name came out." The sheer, relentless efficiency of her was a lifeline. "Thanks, Hermione. Don't thank me yet. It's mostly theories. The goblet's specific enchantments are ministry classified. But," she leaned closer, her voice dropping further, "I did think of something. The Confundus charm. A powerful one could confuse an inanimate object, even a powerful one, for a short time. Make it see a fourth school, or accept a parchment from a wizard who wasn't truly entering." Harry felt a jolt, a click of a puzzle piece. Snape could do that. Or Dumbledore. Or, well, probably any of the teachers. Or Crouch. Exactly. Which gets us nowhere without proof. She bit her lip. "How are you feeling? Magically, I mean." He hesitated. How to describe the constant, quiet hum? Different. Like I'm listening to a tune no one else can hear. It's not loud. It's just there. Before she could probe further, the portrait hole swung open and the rest of Gryffindor trickled in for breakfast. Ron entered with Seamus and Dean, laughing at something, the laughter cutting off abruptly as he saw Harry. He walked past without a glance, following the crowd out towards the Great Hall. The walk downstairs was a gauntlet. Whispers trailed in their wake. Potter, oath, saw the light from the corridor, mad, if you ask me. The Great Hall was its usual cacophony, but a pocket of silence seemed to move with Harry. As he sat down, the surrounding conversations dipped, then resumed in hissed tones. He felt hundreds of eyes on the back of his neck, curious, hostile, awestruck. Cedric Diggory, at the Hufflepuff table, offered a small, complicated nod, part sympathy, part confusion. Fleur Delacour watched him over the top of her goblet, her expression unreadable. Victor Crumb's heavy-lidded gaze was more direct, assessing him like a difficult play on a Quidditch pitch. The Post-Owls streamed in, and the Daily Prophet headlines screamed the story to the world. Potter's Defiance, A Champion's Oath or a Dangerous Breakdown. By Rita Skeeter. Below the blaring text was a moving photograph. It showed him from last night, wand raised, face etched in that fierce, cold light. The image looped, the golden flash erupting, over and over. It made him look majestic and unhinged all at once. "Oh, brilliant," Hermione muttered, snatching the paper from the air before it could reach him. She wasn't even in the room. "How does she do this?" "Magic," Harry said flatly, pushing his eggs around his plate. His appetite was gone. The article would be feeding the whispers, shaping the narrative. Dangerous breakdown. He could feel the label trying to stick. Professor McGonagall arrived at his shoulder, her posture rigid. "Potter." A word before transfiguration. Her tone brooked no argument. He followed her out into the entrance hall. She turned, her lips pressed into a thin line. "I will not ask you to explain last night. The headmaster has informed me of the complexities. What I will say is this: you have made your situation exponentially more difficult. You are a student of this school. You will attend your classes. You will apply yourself. You will not engage in any further unsupervised, ritualistic magic. Is that clear?" "Yes, Professor. The staff are aware of the unique pressures you are under. But we cannot show favoritism. You will be treated like any other student who publicly challenges a ministry official, with extreme scrutiny. Do not give anyone a reason to doubt your stability, Potter. The ministry would like nothing more than to have you declared unfit and removed from Hogwarts." Her eyes softened, just a fraction. "That being said, if you are in genuine need, if you feel the magic acting unpredictably, you come to me, or to the headmaster, immediately." It was as close to an offer of help as she could make. He nodded. "Thank you, Professor." Transfiguration was a study in tension. Every time he raised his wand to practice vanishing spells on snails, he was hyper-aware of the other magic within him, the oath magic, lying dormant but present. His spellwork was jagged, inconsistent. One snail vanished with a clean pop. The next merely turned translucent and sickly, emitting a faint, distressed squeak. "Focus, Potter," McGonagall said, her voice crisp. "The spell is in the wrist, not the will." But that was the problem. His will was now divided. Potions was worse. The dungeon's chill seeped into his bones. Snape swept in, his black eyes scanning the room before landing on Harry with a kind of grim satisfaction. "The celebrity among us," he began, his voice oily. So eager to make oaths, to play with forces beyond his comprehension. Let us see if that inflated sense of destiny translates to the meticulous art of potion making. Today, we brew the truth serum, veritaserum. A potion that compels honesty. How apt. As they set up their cauldrons, Malfoy's drawl carried from the next table. "Here you've sworn to destroy someone, Potter. Got a list? Might want to start with your own hairstylist." Crabbe and Goyle guffawed. Harry kept his eyes on his ingredients, measuring powdered moonstone with deliberate care. The urge to whirl around, to shout, was a hot spike in his throat. But the oath magic stirred in response, not with anger, but with a cold, patient clarity. Later, it seemed to whisper. "Focus." He focused. His movements became precise, controlled. He followed the instructions to the letter, his mind partitioning itself, one part on the stewing horned slugs, another part listening, always listening, to the room. Snape glided past, pausing to sneer at Ron's murky potion, then stopping behind Harry. He watched, silent, for a full minute as Harry added the clockwise stirs. "Adequate," Snape muttered, the word sounding like an insult. He lingered, his voice dropping so only Harry could hear. "Binding oaths are not toys for children to swear in tantrums, Potter. They are shackles. And shackles have a way of dragging one into dark places. I would watch your step. The dungeon floor is slippery." The threat was veiled, but clear. Harry didn't look up. He completed the final stir, and his potion turned the clear, pale blue of a perfect winter sky, textbook perfect. Snape's lips thinned, and he swept away. The breakthrough came not in class, but in the library later that afternoon. Hermione had buried them in a fortress of books in a secluded corner. Ron was conspicuously absent, having gone to the Quidditch pitch with Dean. "Listen to this," Hermione whispered, her finger tracing a line of dense, archaic text in magical contract law, precepts and paradoxes. "In cases of magically binding agreements entered under false identity or profound coercion, the spirit of the contract is considered void, even if the letter remains magically active until formally dissolved by mutual consent or by a higher magical authority." "Higher magical authority?" Harry asked, a flicker of hope igniting. "Like the Wizengamot, or the Department of Mysteries. But to get them to intervene, you'd need irrefutable proof of coercion. Which we don't have." She sighed, slumping back. "It's a legal loophole, not a magical one. The Goblet's Fire doesn't care about legal technicalities." Harry's eyes scanned the shelves, not really seeing them. The hum of his oath was a constant companion. And then, a thought, cold and clear, surfaced. What if the proof isn't legal? What if it's magical? What do you mean? The oath. It's tied to the person who did this, right? Not just their name, but their magical signature. What if I can feel for it? Hermione stared at him. Harry, that's advanced magical sensitivity. That's occlumency level perception, or even legilimency. You can't just feel for a specific magical signature in a castle full of hundreds of witches and wizards. Why not? He asked, the idea taking root. The oath is part of me now. It's looking for them. Maybe I just need to listen closer. He closed his eyes, ignoring Hermione's worried protest. He tuned out the rustle of pages, the distant chatter from the main library. He pushed past the everyday buzz of Hogwarts, the gentle hum of the castle's ancient protections, the flickering candle flames, the latent magic in the books. He sought that deeper, singular thread, the one that connected his name on that parchment to a hand, a will, a mind. For a long moment, there was nothing but the dark behind his eyelids and the steady thrum of his own power. Then, faintly, a dissonance. Like a single, sour note in a symphony. It was directionless, murky, but it was there. A magical taste of bitterness, of concealed rot. It made the oath inside him tighten, like a pulled wire. His eyes snapped open. I felt something. Hermione looked skeptical. What? Where? I don't know where. It's just a flavor. Bitter. Hidden. He took a deep breath. But it's in the castle. Before Hermione could dissect this further, a small, school owl fluttered down, dropping a note in front of Harry. The parchment was expensive, the writing a neat, sloping script. Mr. Potter, your presence is required for champion briefing and wand weighing ceremony, this evening at 7 o'clock in the trophy room. Your attendance is mandatory per Triwizard Tournament rules. B. Crouch, Ministry of Magic. The official stamp was at the bottom. A command, not an invitation. Hermione read it over his shoulder. You can't go. It's a briefing for champions. You swore not to compete. He says it's mandatory. If I don't go, it's another mark against me. Harry crumpled the note. The sour, bitter note in his magical senses seemed to pulse in time with his anger. But I won't play their game. I'll go. But not as a champion. At 10 to 7, Harry stood outside the trophy room. He could hear voices inside, the mellifluous tone of Rita Skeeter, Dumbledore's calm murmur, Karkaroff's bluster. He took a steadying breath, pushed the door open. The room was brightly lit. Photographic equipment floated in the air, operated by a fussy-looking wizard in plum robes. Rita Skeeter, her acid green quill poised over a hovering notebook, brightened like a shark sensing blood. Dumbledore, Crouch, and Bagman stood with the three champions. A wizened old wizard Harry didn't recognize, Ollivander, stood beside a velvet-draped table. All conversation died as he entered. Ah, the elusive fourth champion. Bagman boomed, trying to force joviality. Come in, my boy, come in. We're just about to start the weighing. I am not a champion, Harry said, his voice flat. He remained by the door. Crouch's face tightened. You are here, are you not? That is a start. Now, come forward for the ceremony. I am here because you ordered me to be. I will not have my wand weighed for a tournament I reject. Rita Skeeter's quill was a frantic blur. Potter's defiance continues, rejects tradition. Now see here, Crouch began, but the old wizard, Ollivander, stepped forward, his moon-like eyes fixed on Harry with sudden, keen interest. How curious, Ollivander whispered, gliding closer. He seemed to look right through Harry's eyes and into the magic behind them. Holly and Phoenix Feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. It has done great things for you, has it not? And yet, there is a new song in the wood. A duet, where there was once a solo. His head tilted. You have bound yourself to a purpose, young man. The wand feels it. The core resonates with it. Harry's grip on his wand tightened. He felt exposed, x-rayed by that silvery gaze. The weighing is a formality, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said gently. It ensures no champion is disadvantaged. It is not an acceptance of the role. It was a loophole, a tiny one. A chance to observe, to gather information without technically participating. The oath inside him was silent, watchful. He gave a single, curt nod and stepped forward, but he did not offer his wand. Ollivander took it from him as if accepting a sacred relic. He held it, feeling its weight, then gave it a gentle flick. A stream of silver smoke erupted, coiling into the forms of a stag and a lion that circled each other before merging into a single, blazing bolt of light that shot to the ceiling and vanished. The room gasped. Most unusual, Ollivander breathed, his wide eyes gleaming. The Patronus form, and a symbol of personal power, intertwined. This wand is now as much an instrument of your oath as it is of your will. He handed it back. Harry's fingers closed around the warm wood, and he felt a surge of connection, stronger than ever. The wand approved. The rest of the ceremony was a blur of photographs and inane questions from Rita Skeeter, which Harry ignored. He watched Crouch. The man was a pillar of irritable efficiency, but as the evening wore on, Harry saw it, a slight twitch under his left eye. A moment, where he stared into space, his lips moving silently, as if arguing with someone unseen. And once, when Bagman clapped him on the back, Crouch flinched as if burned, his hand flying to his left forearm before he caught himself, smoothing his robes with a jerky motion. The bitter note. It was stronger here, in this room. It seemed to cling to Crouch, but not from within him. Around him, like a smell on his clothes. As they were finally dismissed, Harry hung back. Dumbledore and Crouch were speaking in low tones by the fireplace. The first task approaches, Albus. He must be made to see reason. Reason is a path he cannot currently walk, Barty. He has taken another. Then he will fall, Crouch said, and there was a hollow, almost prophetic certainty in his voice. He turned, and his eyes met Harry's across the room. For a split second, Harry didn't see the bureaucrat. He saw a man haunted, trapped in a cage of his own making. Then the mask slammed back down. Crouch turned and walked out, his footsteps echoing sharply. Harry left the trophy room, the mysteries multiplying. The bitterness wasn't Crouch himself. It was on him, a passenger, a parasite. He was halfway back to Gryffindor Tower when a tall figure detached itself from the shadows near a suit of armor. Potter. It was Victor Krum. His heavy brows were drawn together, his expression serious. Krum. This oath you swear, Krum said, his voice low and accented. It is, for real. Not for show. It's real. Krum studied him, then gave a slow nod. As dangerous. But, I understand not wanting to be puppet. He glanced down the empty corridor, then back. The man, Crouch. At the World Cup. I saw him. He was, arguing with a tree. Shouting at it. My father, he laughed. Said British ministry was full of eccentrics. Harry's blood went cold. Arguing with a tree. Duh. Like it was a person. Then he stopped. Went stiff. Like a toy with a broken spring. Then he walked away, normal. Krum shrugged, a powerful motion of his shoulders. Maybe nothing. Maybe stress. But you swear to find enemy. Keep eyes open, yes. He clapped Harry on the shoulder, a solid, heavy thump, then lumbered away into the darkness. Harry stood alone in the corridor, the castle sleeping around him. The pieces were jagged, senseless. Crouch, arguing with a tree. A bitter, foreign magic clinging to him like a shroud. An oath that hummed in his core, guiding him towards a predator hiding in plain sight. He had sworn to destroy the magic of the one who forged his name. Now, he was beginning to suspect that the forger might not be the one wearing the face. And the first task was only 26 days away. In the dungeons, Severus Snape unlocked a private storeroom, his mind churning. The boy's potion had been perfect. Unnervingly so. That control, that focus, under pressure, it spoke of a will hardening into something formidable. And the magic Ollivander had sensed. He selected a vial of a rare, mind-clarifying elixir. Not for himself. For the headmaster. They needed to understand what was growing in their midst. As he turned to leave, the dark mark on his forearm gave a sudden, livid throb, not of summons, but of alarm. A ripple of distress from the other side of the bond he so despised. Snape froze, his black eyes widening in the dim light. Something had just shaken the Dark Lord to his core. And Snape, with a cold, sinking certainty, knew it was connected to the boy and his wretched, golden oath. The echo of Krum's footsteps faded, swallowed by the sleeping castle's stone throat. Harry remained in the corridor, the chill of the night air seeping through his robes. Arguing with a tree. The image was absurd, a cartoonish picture of bureaucratic madness. But Krum hadn't been laughing. He'd been reporting a fact, a strange, observed detail. And it fit, horribly, with the bitter, dissonant note Harry had sensed clinging to Barty Crouch. A magic that felt forced, unnatural, like a scream smothered in wool. The oath inside him gave a slow, deliberate pulse, a compass needle quivering towards true north. It wasn't satisfied with vague unease. It wanted direction. It wanted a target. He couldn't return to the common room, to Ron's pointed silence and the suffocating weight of everyone's theories. He needed to move, to think. His feet carried him not upwards to Gryffindor Tower, but downwards, through familiar, shadowed turns, towards the one place that offered both solitude and a strange, painful comfort. The door to the empty Charms classroom was unlocked. Moonlight poured through the tall windows, painting silver rectangles on the floor. This was where, years ago, Professor Flitwick had taught him the summoning charm for the first task of a different tournament. A lifetime ago. He sat on a desk by the window, looking out at the black expanse of the forbidden forest, its treetops a seething, dark sea under the stars. "What are you?" he asked the magic inside him, not with words, but with a focused push of thought towards that steady, alien hum. "Show me what you can do." For a long moment, nothing. Just the hum. Then, a subtle shift. The world through his eyes didn't change, but his perception of it deepened. The moonlight wasn't just light, it carried a faint, silvery magic of its own, a cold, clean energy. The castle stones around him thrummed with ancient, dormant spells of protection and memory. His own holly wand in his pocket was a warm, bright knot of familiar power. And if he concentrated, pushing past the general buzz of Hogwarts at night, he could still taste it, that thread of bitterness, thin and sour, like poison in wine. He focused on it. The oath magic rose to the task, not as a separate force, but as a lens sliding over his own awareness. The thread became clearer, not in location, but in quality. It wasn't old magic, like the castles. It wasn't clean or wild or learned. It was frantic, contained. It was magic straining against itself, a bird with clipped wings beating against a cage. And the cage felt like Crouch. The dry, orderly, bureaucratic magic of the man was the bars. But the thing inside, the bitter thing, that was something else. His breath fogged in the cold air. This was what Dumbledore meant. The oath was guiding him, teaching him to perceive in a way he never had. It was also consuming him. His worry about Ron, his fear of the first task, his anxiety about the whispers, all of it was pushed to the edges, muted under the singular, pressing need to follow the thread. A soft click at the door made him start, his hand flying to his wand. The oath magic retreated, the deepened perception snapping back to normal so abruptly it left him dizzy. Harry. It was Hermione. She slipped inside, wrapped in a thick dressing gown, her bushy hair a dark cloud around her worried face. "I saw you leave the trophy room. You didn't come back." I was checking the map." She held up the folded parchment of the Marauder's map, a guilty look on her face. "You've been in here for an hour." "Couldn't sleep," he said, his voice rough. She walked over, hopping up to sit on the desk beside him, following his gaze out to the forest. "Ron's asleep. Or pretending to be. He's being a git, but he's confused." "I know. What did Crumb want?" Harry told her. "The tree. The bitter magic." His own attempt to focus on it. Hermione listened, her brow furrowed, not in skepticism but in intense calculation. "Arguing with a tree," she repeated slowly. "That could be a symptom of magical exhaustion. Or severe stress. But combined with what you're sensing," she bit her lip. "Harry, there's a branch of magic called magical resonance theory. The idea that strong emotions or magical events leave an imprint, a sort of echo, on people and places. What if the magic you're sensing on Crouch isn't his? What if it's a residue from someone else? Someone who's been controlling him. Or impersonating him." The idea hit Harry with the force of a bludger. Impersonating him. It made a terrible, perfect sense. The twitches. The hollow certainty in his voice. The bitter, foreign magic clinging to him like a smell. What if the real Barty Crouch was gone, or trapped, and someone else was walking around in his skin, using his authority to orchestrate the tournament? "A polyjuice potion," he whispered. "Too unstable for long-term use. You'd need a constant supply and you'd revert every hour. Unless," her eyes went very wide, "unless you had a willing prisoner. A constant source of ingredients." She looked sick. "But that's monstrous. And to fool Dumbledore. The Ministry. For months. They fooled everyone for over a year with Moody," Harry said darkly. "Or what we thought was Moody. The fake Mad-Eye Moody, an imposter none of them had detected. The precedent was there, chillingly close. We need proof, Hermione said, her voice firming with resolve. Not just a feeling. Not just a story from Crumb. Actual, tangible proof. Something that would convince Dumbledore, or the Ministry. How? I can't exactly ask Crouch for a hair to check if it's really his. Hermione was silent for a long moment, thinking. Then she said, the magic. Your oath magic. It's tuned to the person who did this. If we could get you close enough to Crouch, without all the other people around, could you tell? Definitely. I think so. The closer I am, the stronger it is. And it's not coming from him. It's stuck to him, like a leech. Then we need to get you alone with him. Or as alone as possible. She chewed her thumbnail, a habit she'd had since first year. He's a Ministry official. He'll have a schedule. Appointments. He's staying in the castle, probably in the guest quarters off the second-floor corridor. If we could watch his movements. A plan, fragile and dangerous, began to form in the cold moonlight. It felt real. It felt like action. For the first time since his name had erupted from the goblet, Harry didn't feel like a victim waiting for the next blow. He felt like a hunter laying a trap. The next week passed in a tense, dual existence. By day, Harry was a student under a microscope. His every spell in charms, every potion in Snape's dungeon, was watched for signs of unstable power. The whispers in the corridors had crystallized into two camps. Those who thought he was a rebellious hero, and those, fueled by the prophet, who believed he was a dangerously powerful liar cracking under pressure. Ron maintained a frosty, formal distance. He spoke when necessary for group work, answered direct questions, but the easy camaraderie was gone, replaced by a wall of hurt pride. It was a constant, low-grade ache in Harry's side, but the drive of the oath and the urgency of their investigation helped compartmentalize the pain. Hermione was a whirlwind. While Harry practiced honing his new magical sensitivity, learning to dial it up and down, to focus on the flavor of different magics around him, she embarked on a campaign of quiet observation. She charmed a self-inking quill to note the comings and goings from the second-floor guest corridor. She cross-referenced Crouch's appearances at meals with the staff schedule. She even managed to engage a very bored-looking Ministry witch, who was part of Crouch's small administrative staff, in a conversation about the logistical challenges of running a tournament from a remote castle location. He keeps to himself, Hermione reported one evening in their now customary corner of the library, the one hidden behind a rack of dusty scrolls on medieval grain enchantments. He takes meals in his room. He only leaves for official tournament business or to send owls. Lots of owls. And according to Bertha, the Ministry witch, he has these episodes. He'll be giving an instruction, then just stop mid-sentence. Stare into space. Sometimes he mutters. She thought it was stress. She said he once told her he hasn't been sleeping. That he hears voices in the walls. Voices in the walls, Harry repeated. Or a voice in his own head, fighting for control. The bitter thread was always there, a faint pull in his consciousness. He learned to ignore its general direction, but when he focused, it grew stronger, a sourceless signal growing clearer. He practiced on other people first. Dumbledore's magic felt like a deep, calm ocean, with currents of tremendous power moving far below. McGonagall's was sharp, precise, like the click of a well-made lock. Snape's was a roiling, dark pool, guarded and cold. But Crouch's was two things. The outer layer, dry, parchmenty, official. And beneath it, the squirming, bitter, trapped thing. Their chance came on a blustery Thursday afternoon. Hermione's quill noted that Crouch had received a large, official-looking parcel via Eagle Owl and had immediately cancelled his once scheduled meeting with Professor Vector. He was likely to be in his rooms, alone. Now, Hermione said, her face pale but determined. We use the map to make sure the corridor is clear. You go. You knock on some pretense, a question about tournament rules, something. Get close. See what you feel. I'll keep watch here. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. This was it, moving from theory to action. He pulled the map from his bag, tapped it with his wand, and whispered, I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Lines spider-webbed across the parchment, revealing the castle. Tiny labeled dots moved in classrooms, hallways. In the second-floor guest corridor, one dot pulsed, Barty Crouch. No one else was nearby. It's clear, Harry said, his mouth dry. Remember, Hermione said, gripping his arm. Just a feeling isn't enough. But if you're sure, be careful. If he really is someone else, he's dangerous. Harry nodded, folded the map, and left the library. The walk felt interminable. Every suit of armor seemed to watch him. Every portrait's eyes felt like they followed him. He reached the second-floor corridor, a plush, infrequently used hallway with thick carpets and doors of dark oak. He stopped outside the one labeled, Ministry Liaison. He could feel it already, even through the door. The bitterness. It was stronger here, much stronger. It had a frantic, pulsing quality. He raised his hand and knocked, 3 sharp raps. A long pause. Then, enter. Harry pushed the door open. The room was neat, impersonal, like a hotel. A desk was piled with parchment. The large official parcel lay open, revealing bundles of what looked like legal scrolls. Barty Crouch stood by the fireplace, not warming himself, but staring into the flames. He turned. His face was haggard, gray with exhaustion. The twitch under his eye was constant. Potter. The word was flat. You have a question. I wanted to clarify the rules on outside assistance, Harry said, the rehearsed lie feeling clumsy on his tongue. For the first task. Crouch's gaze was unnervingly direct. The rules are clear. Champions may use only their wands and their wits. No assistance from teachers, friends, or enchanted objects. As you are not participating, the question is moot. He took a step closer, and the bitter magic washed over Harry like a wave of menthol and rot. It was all Harry could do not to gag. It wasn't just on Crouch now. It was in the room, thick in the air, pouring from him. But since you are here, Crouch continued, his voice taking on a strange, pedantic cadence, let me clarify something for you. Oaths are binding, but so is the law. The first task occurs in 20 days. At the moment the task is officially deemed to have commenced, your contract with the goblet will be in breach. There is no ambiguity. The magic will take its course. Your little vow will not save you. It will only make your fall more spectacular. As he spoke, his left hand crept up to his opposite forearm, pressing against it through his robes, a spasm of pain or control flickering across his face. His eyes glazed over for a second, looking not at Harry, but through him. And in that unguarded moment, Harry pushed. He lowered the walls he'd been building around his new sense, and let the oath magic rise, seeking its target. The effect was instantaneous and violent. The bitter thread wasn't a thread anymore. It was a shrieking cord, a vile, electric connection that lashed out from Crouch and hissed at the magic within Harry. He saw, in his mind's eye, not Crouch's face, but a phantom overlay, a younger face, pale, with a feverish glow in the eyes and a slackness to the mouth. It was there for a fraction of a second, superimposed over Crouch's weary features, screaming in silent rage. Harry stumbled back a step, the vision vanishing. Crouch blinked, his eyes refocusing, sharp with suspicion and something like fear. What was that? Crouch demanded, his voice tight. Nothing, Harry choked out. I understand the rules. He turned and left, closing the door behind him before his legs could give way. He leaned against the cold wall of the corridor, breathing heavily. His magical sense was reeling, overloaded. But he had seen it. He had felt it. There were two. The cage and the prisoner. The man and the monster wearing his skin. And the monster knew Harry had sensed it. He reported everything to Hermione in a rushed, hushed torrent behind their library scrolls. The vision. The screaming cord of magic. The superimposed face. A face. Hermione whispered, horrified. Did you recognize it? Harry shook his head. Young. Pale. Looked mad. Or desperate. He shuddered. It hated me, Hermione. The magic itself, it hated me. The oath, it wanted to fight it. Right there. This is beyond polyjuice, Hermione said, her mind racing. This is possession. Or a long-term imperious curse so powerful it's warping his very magical signature. But to hold it for months, that's Voldemort, Harry said quietly. The name hung in the dusty air. It was the only force they knew with that kind of malice, that kind of patience, that kind of power. But why? Hermione asked, her voice barely audible. Why go to all this trouble to get you into the tournament? To kill you. He could try that anyway. To humiliate you. This is elaborate. Harry thought of the connection between them. The scar. The visions. The shared mind. To get me somewhere specific. To make me do something specific. Or, to use me. My participation. My blood. The old memory of the graveyard and the potion bubbled up, but it felt disconnected, a puzzle piece from a different box. Their theory was terrifying, but it was still just a theory. They had no proof anyone would believe. A magical feeling and a momentary vision wouldn't convince the Ministry. It might not even convince Dumbledore. They needed to expose the imposter. To break the control. And Harry's oath demanded more, to destroy the magic of the one who forged his name. The forger wasn't Crouch. It was the thing inside him. The next morning, a new decree appeared on the House notice boards, signed by Barty Crouch. By order of the Triwizard Tournament Committee, all champions are required to attend a practical magic assessment this Saturday in the Quidditch Stadium, to evaluate readiness for the rigors of the tasks. Attendance is mandatory for all selected champions. Failure to attend will be considered a breach of the magical contract. Signed, B. Crouch, Head of Department of International Magical Cooperation. It was a trap. A beautifully official, publicly announced trap. If Harry didn't go, he was in breach. If he did go, he was participating in a champion assessment. The lines were being deliberately blurred, boxing him in. "He's forcing your hand," Hermione said, her face ashen as they read the notice after breakfast. Ron, standing nearby to read it, glanced at Harry, a flicker of his old concern breaking through the frost before he masked it again. "I know," Harry said. The bitter thread in his senses throbbed with a smug, sinister satisfaction. The thing wearing Crouch was tightening the noose. That afternoon, in defense against the dark arts, the lesson was on resisting the imperious curse. Professor Moody, the real one, his magical eye whirring, his growl authentic, was putting each student under the curse, teaching them to throw it off. "The key," Moody growled, as a dazed-looking Neville stumbled away from his desk, "is to know your own mind. To hold on to yourself. The curse wraps you in cotton wool, makes everything seem reasonable. You gotta find the core of what's you and cling to it like a lifeline." When Harry's turn came, he stepped forward. Moody raised his wand. Imperio. A wonderful, blanketing calm descended. Why was he so worried? Everything was fine. He should just go to the assessment on Saturday. It would be easier. Just go. Fly a bit. Show them some spells. It was the reasonable thing to do. No. The word came not from his conscious mind, but from the oath. It didn't speak. It flared. A burst of that cold, golden clarity burned through the cotton wool. This was not his will. This was an invasion. The foreign magic of the curse met the sworn magic of his purpose, and it recoiled. Harry blinked, the warm haze gone, replaced by his own sharp, angry awareness. He hadn't even twitched. Moody's normal eye widened, his magical eye fixed on Harry intently. "Well," he grunted, a note of surprised respect in his voice. "That was quick, Potter. Very quick. Like you've had practice." The class murmured. Harry returned to his seat, his heart pounding for a different reason. The oath had protected him. It had defined his self with such ferocity that the Imperius couldn't find purchase. It was a weapon as much as a compass. After class, Moody called him back. "A word, Potter." When the others had filed out, Moody limped around his desk, his eye rolling to watch the door close. He turned his grim face to Harry. "Heard about your little vow. Seen the prophet. Now felt you throw off the Imperius like it was a mild tickle. What's going on in your head, lad? Someone put my name in that goblet, Professor. I'm going to find out who." Moody studied him for a long moment. "And this oath. It's how I'm going to do it." A grim smile split Moody's scarred face. "Single-minded purpose. It's a powerful shield. And a dangerous blade. Cuts both ways." He leaned closer, the smell of leather and spell dust on him. "Crouch is a stickler for rules. But lately, he's off. Even for him. Twitchy. If you're hunting something, Potter, look for what doesn't fit. And watch your back. Your assessment this Saturday, be careful. Stadium's a big place. Lots of places for things to go sideways." It was as close to an endorsement as he'd get. Harry left, Moody's warning ringing in his ears. Sideways. Saturday. Loomed. A public stage. A forced performance. The imposter's next move. As Harry walked to the Great Hall for dinner, the pull of the bitter thread was stronger than ever, a taut line connecting him to the monster in the second-floor room. It wasn't just guiding him anymore. It was baiting him, and he had no choice but to walk towards it. In the high tower headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore stood before the pensieve, his face drawn. He had just reviewed a memory, the scene in the trophy room, Harry's oath, the golden light. He stirred the silvery substance with his wand, watching the patterns form and dissolve. On the perch nearby, Fawkes let out a low, mournful note. "I know, old friend," Dumbledore murmured. "The magic he has touched, it is the magic of destiny. Of prophecy. He has not merely refused a path, Fawkes. He has carved a new one, with his own will as the chisel. And the stone he is cutting, is himself." He looked out over the darkening grounds, towards the Quidditch stadium, its tall stands silhouetted against the twilight. "The first move has been made. The second approaches. I fear Saturday will not be an assessment, but a declaration of war." He sighed, the weight of centuries in the sound. "And I must watch, and wait, and hope the boy I have raised to be a symbol has the strength to become something far more perilous, and far more necessary. A hunter." The Quidditch stadium on Saturday morning was a bowl of noise and nervous energy. The stands, usually filled with roaring house colors, now held a more select but no less intense crowd. Tournament officials, ministry personnel, the staff of all three schools, and a smattering of students who had managed to secure special passes or, in the case of certain Slytherins, leverage family connections. The sky was a flat, damp gray, promising rain and casting a pallid light over the green pitch. Harry stood at the entrance to the players' tunnel, Hermione at his side like an anxious shadow. He could feel the stares from the stands, a physical pressure. Up in the officials' box, he could make out Dumbledore's white beard, McGonagall's severe bun, and next to them, the rigid figure of Barty Crouch. The bitter thread was a taut, vibrating line connecting him to that box, a sourceless hum of malice that set his teeth on edge. "You don't have to do this," Hermione whispered for the 10th time. "It's a trap. They're calling it an assessment, to force you into the open." "If I don't, it's a breach," Harry replied, his eyes scanning the stadium. The pitch had been transformed. A series of large, strange obstacles were scattered across it, towering, shifting hedges that formed a maze, a wide, murky-looking pool of water that steamed slightly in the cold air, and several large, dark cages covered in thick tarpaulins, from which came deep, rumbling sounds that vibrated in Harry's chest. "He's making the rules. I have to play on his field before I can burn it down." Ludo Bagman's magically magnified voice boomed across the grounds, jovial and false. "Welcome, welcome. Today's assessment is designed to evaluate our champions' reflexes, magical versatility, and coolness under pressure. Each champion will face a series of challenges, mirroring the type of obstacles they might encounter in the tournament proper. Let's have a big hand for our brave souls." Polite, confused applause rippled through the stands. Cedric, Fleur, and Victor were already on the pitch, clad in practical robes, their wands out. Cedric looked focused, Fleur serene, Crumb grimly determined. They were playing their parts. Bagman continued. "And, of course, our fourth champion, Harry Potter, who has, graciously agreed to participate in today's assessment." The applause this time was mixed with a swell of whispers. Harry ignored it. He gave Hermione's hand a quick squeeze, then walked out onto the pitch. The grass was spongy under his feet. The air smelled of damp earth, magic, and something else, a hot, reptilian, smoky odor emanating from the covered cages. Crouch's voice, sharp and clear, cut through the murmurs. "The assessment will proceed in sequence. Delacour, you're first. The objective is to retrieve a golden egg from the center of the hedge maze. You may use any magic you deem fit, but you may not harm the flora. Begin." Fleur took a breath, raised her wand, and entered the mouth of the labyrinth. The hedges, which had been still, immediately began to shift, walls sliding shut behind her, new paths opening with a rustling whisper. From within, they heard the sudden spray of water, a cry of surprise, and then the zip of a well-aimed freezing charm. One by one, the others went. Cedric faced the steaming pool, which erupted with grindylows that he repelled with well-placed revulsion jinxes before diving in to retrieve his egg. Crumb was sent into a cage, the tarp was lifted to reveal a snarling, confused Chimera, heavily sedated, but still dangerous, which he confounded with a complex series of dancing lights and a hastily conjured goat to distract it. Each task was difficult, showy, and utterly irrelevant to Harry's purpose. He watched, not the champions, but the officials' box. Crouch observed it all with that same detached, bureaucratic air, making notes on a clipboard. But Harry saw the way his free hand kept clenching and unclenching. Saw the sheen of sweat on his forehead despite the chill. Then it was his turn. Potter, Crouch's voice rang out. You will face the final test. A test of nerve. The largest of the covered cages was at the far end of the pitch. Two wizards in dragon handler gear stepped forward, wands raised, faces tense. With a simultaneous flick, the tarpaulin was whisked away. A collective gasp swept the stands. Inside the cage, coiling its great spiked tail and letting out a puff of smoke from flared nostrils, was a Welsh green dragon. It wasn't fully grown, but it was still the size of a large cart, its scales gleaming like emeralds in the dull light. Its orange eyes were fixed on Harry with sharp, predatory intelligence. A clutch of faux golden eggs, large and glittering, lay between its front legs. Your objective is the same, Crouch announced. Retrieve an egg. You have 10 minutes. This wasn't an assessment. This was an execution, dressed up as sport. Dragons were one of the things they'd mentioned for the first task. They'd moved up the timeline. They were throwing him into the deep end now, hoping he'd drown in public. The dragon handlers unlocked the cage door and scrambled back. The dragon, seeing an opening, didn't charge. It was smarter than that. It shifted, circling the eggs, its low growl making the cage bars rattle. Harry's mouth was dry. His heart hammered a frantic rhythm against his ribs. The oath magic, which had been a steady hum, flared into a sudden, white-hot spike of anger. This was the trap. Not paperwork, not rules. Tooth and claw and fire. They wanted him to run, to fail, to be seen as weak and cowardly. Or to be cooked alive. He could refuse, walk away, and lose his magic. Or he could play their game. A cold clarity, sharper than any he'd known, descended. It wasn't the blanketing calm of the imperious. It was a hyper-awareness, a focusing of every sense through the lens of his sworn purpose. The fear was still there, a live wire in his gut, but it was fuel now, not a shackle. He didn't raise his wand. He took a step forward, then another, walking towards the open cage door. The murmurs in the stands rose to a roar. What's he doing? He's walking right in. Is he mad? He crossed the threshold into the cage. The smell was overwhelming, hot metal, rock, and a primal, musky scent of reptile. The dragon's head swiveled to follow him, a low, warning rumble building in its chest. It wasn't hostile yet. It was assessing him, this strange, two-legged creature who dared enter its space. Harry stopped, about 20 feet from the nest of eggs. He held very still. He wasn't looking at the eggs. He was looking into the dragon's left orange eye. You're a tool, he thought, pouring the intent not into words, but into that focused, oath-sharpened awareness. Just like I am. They put you here to scare me. To make me dance. He let his magic seep out, not in a spell, but in a feeling. A projection of the oath's essence, defiance against being used. A shared sense of captivity. The dragon's rumble stuttered. It blinked, a slow, deliberate shudder of its nictitating membrane. It cocked its head, just a fraction. It could smell his magic, and his magic carried the scent of rebellion. Come on, Potter. The clock is ticking. Bagman's voice was strained. Harry took another slow step. Then another. The dragon watched him, its tail tip twitching. He was within striking distance of its claws, of its fire. One wrong move. He was beside the nest now. The golden eggs glittered, garish and fake. He kept his movements smooth, unthreatening. He didn't reach for an egg. He knelt, slowly, his eyes never leaving the dragon's. He placed his hand, palm down, on the hard-packed earth of the cage floor, right between two of the fake eggs. The connection was instant. The ground here was soaked in the dragon's magic, a deep, ancient, territorial power. And his oath magic, seeking a kindred spirit of resistance, touched it. The world dissolved into sensation. He wasn't in a cage. He was in a vast, sun-baked canyon, soaring on leathery wings, the sky his domain. He felt the fierce, burning joy of flight, the simplicity of hunger and heat and the safety of a high, rocky perch. Then the wrenching capture. The cold bars. The strange, shouting creatures. The indignity. The dragon's memories, its emotions, flooded him, not as thoughts, but as pure, primal experience. And beneath it, a deep, resonant anger at its stolen freedom. Yes, Harry thought, pouring his own anger into the link. I know. He opened his eyes. He was back in the cage, on his knees, his hand still on the earth. The Welsh green was staring at him, its great head lowered now, its breath puffing warm and smoky around him. There was no malice in its gaze. Only a profound, animal confusion, and a flicker of recognition. Very slowly, Harry reached out with his other hand. He didn't grab an egg. He picked one up, cradling it against his chest. It was warm from the dragon's body heat. He stood. The dragon made a soft, chuffing sound, but didn't move to stop him. Harry turned and walked, step by deliberate step, back to the cage door. He didn't run. He didn't look back. He walked out into the open air, the golden egg held loosely in his hand. The stadium was utterly silent. No one clapped. No one cheered. They had just watched a boy walk into a dragon's cage and walk out again, unharmed, unchallenged. It made no sense. It defied every law of magical creatures, of common sense. He reached the center of the pitch and stopped, facing the official's box. He could see Crouch clearly now. The man was on his feet, his clipboard forgotten on the railing. His face was a mask of stunned, furious disbelief. The bitter thread connecting them wasn't just sour now, it was scalding, vibrating with a rage so intense Harry could almost taste burnt copper on his tongue. Harry held up the golden egg, not in triumph but in evidence. Then he dropped it. It hit the grass with a dull, hollow thud and rolled away. The sound seemed to break the spell. The stadium erupted, not in cheers, but in a cacophony of shouts, questions, exclamations. Bagman was sputtering into his magical microphone, trying to narrate the unaudible. Harry ignored it all. His eyes were locked with Crouch's. He had done what was demanded. He had retrieved the egg. He had not, in the strictest sense, refused. But he had also not competed. He had communed. He had turned their spectacle into something else entirely, a quiet, unnerving act of solidarity with the beast they'd thought would be his executioner. The message was clear: your traps are clumsy. Your weapons can be turned. I am not playing your game. He saw the moment the thing inside Crouch understood. The bureaucrat's face contorted, not in anger, but in a spasm of pure, unadulterated hatred. For a second, the superimposed face, the younger, paler, frantic face, flickered over Crouch's features so vividly Harry thought everyone must see it. The mouth was open in a silent scream. Then it was gone. Crouch smoothed his robes, picked up his clipboard, and sat down, his movements stiff and mechanical. But the connection, the bitter thread, had changed. It wasn't just a trail to follow anymore. It was a line drawn in the sand. A challenge issued and accepted. Harry turned and walked off the pitch, towards where Hermione was running to meet him, her face a mixture of terror and awe. The noise of the crowd was a distant ocean. All he could hear was the echo of the dragon, understanding chuff, and the silent, screaming rage of the thing wearing Barty Crouch's skin. He had survived the assessment. But the real task had just begun. In the stands, Severus Snape watched Potter walk away, the boy's back straight, the set of his shoulders speaking of a quiet, terrifying confidence that had not been there a week ago. He had not performed a single spell. He had simply convinced the dragon. It was impossible. It was unnatural. It was, Snape realized with a cold jolt, exactly the kind of intuitive, powerful magic that defied textbooks and rules. The kind of magic Lily had been capable of. The kind the Dark Lord possessed. He caught Dumbledore's eye across the box. The headmaster's expression was inscrutable, but his eyes held a deep, troubled light. He had seen it too. The game had changed, and their piece was no longer moving as predicted. He was making his own rules. And in the shadows of the highest stand, a figure cloaked in illusion watched with singular intensity. Alistair Moody's magical eye-word, following Potter, then snapping to Crouch, then scanning the crowd. His gnarled hand gripped his wand so tightly the knuckles were white. Clever boy, the real Mad-Eye Moody growled under his breath, a sound only he could hear in the confines of his own trunk, deep within his own office, where he was currently bound and silenced. Too clever by half. He's poked the nest. Now the serpents will strike. But the man standing in the stands, wearing Moody's face and eye, merely smiled a thin, cruel smile. The plan had required adjustment. The boy was more interesting, more dangerous, than anticipated. That made the final prize all the sweeter. The first task was still coming. And Harry Potter would be there, one way or another. The roar of the stadium didn't follow Harry into the castle. It ended at the oak doors, cut off as if by a knife. Inside, the silence was a thick, waiting thing. The portraits lining the entrance hall didn't pretend to sleep. They stared, their painted eyes wide with curiosity and fear. He had done something that broke their understanding of the world, and the magical canvas of their existence trembled with the implication. Hermione matched his stride, her questions a pent-up torrent held behind her teeth by sheer force of will. She didn't speak until they reached the first empty alcove off the marble staircase. Then she grabbed his arm, pulling him into the shadows. How? The word burst out of her, a hushed explosion. Harry, how did you do that? You didn't cast a single spell. I was reviewing every dragon calming charm in the book, and you just walked. Harry leaned against the cold stone, the adrenaline leaching away, leaving his limbs heavy. The memory of the dragon's consciousness, the vast, sun-soaked freedom and the subsequent cage rage, was imprinted behind his eyes. I didn't do anything to it. I just showed it I wasn't a threat. That we were both in cages. You communicated with it. That's advanced magical empathy. That's Newt Scamander level talent. Since when can you do that? Since the oath. He looked at his hands. They were clean, unmarked. He should have been scorched, or clawed. It's like it sharpened me. Not just my magic. My perception. I could feel what it felt. And it could feel what I felt. The anger. The refusal. Hermione's analytical mind wrestled with the concept. So it's not just a compulsion to find your enemy. It's enhancing your innate magical abilities. Deepening your connection to magic itself. Her eyes widened. Harry, that's incredibly powerful. And incredibly unstable. You're rewiring your own magical core to serve a singular purpose. What happens when the purpose is fulfilled? One problem at a time, Hermione. He pushed off the wall. The heavy fatigue was being replaced by a restless energy. The bitter thread still pulsed, a reminder that his enemy had watched, had seethed. Did you see Crouch's face? I saw. He looked like he'd been poisoned. Everyone was stunned, but he looked personally insulted. Betrayed, almost. She lowered her voice further. It confirmed it, didn't it? What you felt in his room. More than confirmed. It's not just that he's being controlled. The thing inside him hates me. Personally. It's not a ministry bureaucrat following rules. It's someone with a vendetta. He started walking again, heading not for the common room, but aimlessly, needing to move. We need to know who that is. Before the first task. Before they try something less theatrical. They turned a corner and nearly collided with Ron. He stood frozen in the middle of the corridor, having clearly been on his way down to the pitch. His face was a turmoil of conflicting emotions, awe, residual anger, confusion, and a dawning, uncomfortable understanding. Ron, Hermione began, stepping slightly in front of Harry, as if to shield him. Ron ignored her. His blue eyes were fixed on Harry. Everyone's talking, he said, his voice hoarse. Saying you hypnotized it. Or that you're a parcelmouth for dragons. Or that you made a deal with it. I didn't do any of that, Harry said, weary. I know. The two words hung in the air. Ron swallowed. I saw you. From the top of the stands. I came late. I saw you go in. He shook his head, a slow, bewildered motion. You weren't showing off. You weren't being a hero. You looked like you were at a funeral. And the dragon, it looked like it understood. Harry said nothing. This was a Ron he hadn't seen in weeks, not the jealous friend, not the angry roommate, but the chess player, the strategist who could see the board from a different angle. You really didn't put your name in, did you? Ron asked, the question finally stripped of accusation, leaving only a raw need for truth. No. Ron nodded, once. The simple acceptance was more profound than any apology. Then someone's trying to kill you. Again. And this oath, it's your way of fighting back. He rubbed the back of his neck, a familiar, frustrated gesture. I've been a right prat. You have been, Hermione said, but the sting was gone. Ron struggled for words. It was like the air of Slytherin stuff all over again. Everyone looking at you. And you had this secret, this power, and I was just, me. He looked at Harry, finally meeting his eyes. I'm not jealous of the dragon thing, just so you know. That looked bloody terrifying. A faint, unexpected smile touched Harry's lips. It was. The fragile peace was shattered by the swift, silent approach of Professor McGonagall. Her face was even more pinched than usual. Potter. The headmaster wishes to see you. Immediately. Her gaze flickered to Ron and Hermione. Alone. Dumbledore's office was quieter than the castle. The usual whirring silver instruments were still, as if holding their breath. Fawkes was absent from his perch. The headmaster stood by the window, his back to the room, looking out at the grounds where the stadium now stood empty. "You sent for me, Professor." Dumbledore turned. His face was grave, the usual twinkle extinguished. "I have just spent the last hour with Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman. Mr. Bagman is of the opinion that we should award you top marks for today's assessment and be done with it. Mr. Crouch is of the opinion that you should be disqualified for use of unspecified and potentially dark magics to influence a classified beast." He sighed. "They are, as ever, two sides of a very shallow coin." He gestured for Harry to sit, taking his own seat behind the desk. "What you did today, Harry, I have only read of such things. True magical empathy, the meeting of wills not through domination, but through recognition. It is a rare gift. And one that, I fear, has been awakened in you under the most dire of pressures." "It was the oath," Harry said. "It showed me how." "The oath is a focusing lens," Dumbledore agreed, steepling his fingers. "But the light it focuses comes from you. From your capacity for understanding, for shared suffering. You saw yourself in the dragon's captivity." His blue eyes pierced Harry. "That is a noble sentiment. A powerful one, but it is also a vulnerability. To open yourself so completely to another being, what if the next creature you encounter has no capacity for understanding? Only hunger. Or what if the next person you try to understand is a master of deception?" The warning was clear. "You think I'm being reckless. I think you are learning to wield a sword without a guard, and you are gripping it by the blade. The oath gives you power, but it does not give you wisdom. That, you must cultivate on your own." He leaned forward. "What did you feel from Barty Crouch today?" The direct question surprised Harry. "Hatred. A personal, vicious hatred. It's not coming from him, Professor. It's coming from something inside him. Something wearing him like a suit. And it's bitter. Like spoiled magic." Dumbledore's expression grew even more somber. "I have known Barty Crouch for many years. He is a hard man. A rigid man. But the man in my castle these past months, he is a portrait painted by a shaky hand. The lines are similar, but the soul is absent." He paused, choosing his words with immense care. "There is a branch of dark magic so profane, so total in its violation, that it is considered among the darkest of arts. It is not possession. It is consumption. The gradual overriding of one magical being by another. It requires constant, painful vigilance from the usurper, and leaves a specific, corrosive residue on the magic of the victim. A bitterness, if you will." Harry's blood ran cold. "What's it called?" "Its true name is lost, mercifully. In the few forbidden texts that mention it, it is referred to as the symbiotic subjugation curse. But, symbiotic, is a lie. It is parasitic. The host's magic and mind are slowly eaten away, used as fuel in disguise, until nothing remains but a hollow shell, puppeted by the will of the parasite." Dumbledore's gaze was distant. "It is magic of the highest order. And of the deepest evil." "Who could do that?" Harry whispered. "A wizard of immense power and even greater obsession. One who could not possibly be here." But Dumbledore's eyes said he was considering every impossible possibility. "Your oath, Harry, is tuned to the one who forged your name. If it is such a parasite, then your enemy is not Barty Crouch. It is the thing that has consumed him. And your vow to destroy its magic, may be the only mercy left for the man he once was." The weight of the mission multiplied, became a moral chasm. To destroy the magic might mean killing the host. Could he do that? The oath inside him pulsed, unwavering. It had no room for moral ambiguity. Its purpose was clear. "The first task is in 16 days, Dumbledore said quietly. Crouch, or the thing wearing him, will force the issue. You must be ready, not just to defy, but to expose. Exposure is your only path to breaking the goblet's contract without losing your magic. You must find irrefutable proof." How? The question was a plea. The parasite's control cannot be absolute at all times. There must be moments of weakness, of slippage. When the host's true self fights back, you must watch for them. And you must be prepared to act in that instant. He stood, signaling the end of the audience. "And Harry, consult with your friends. Miss Granger's mind is a formidable tool. And Mr. Weasley, I believe, has just remembered where his loyalties lie. You will need them. The path of the oath sworn is lonely, but you do not have to walk it alone." Ron and Hermione were waiting for him in the common room, having evidently argued the fat lady into a state of flustered acquiescence. They pounced the moment he came through the portrait hole. "Well," Hermione demanded. "What did Dumbledore say?" Ron asked. They retreated to their usual corner. Harry told them everything, omitting only the specific name of the curse. The concept was dark enough. Hermione looked ill. A magical parasite. That explains the long-term control. But the power to do that, Harry, that's Voldemort, Ron finished, his face pale. Got to be. Or one of his followers who's really advanced, Hermione said, but she didn't sound convinced. But why? Why go to such extreme lengths just to get Harry into the tournament? It's not just about the tournament, Harry said, the pieces clicking into a dreadful picture. It's about me. My blood. My magic. The connection we share. He's tried to kill me before. Now he wants to use me. The tournament is the stage. The tasks are the script. And he's directing it all from inside Crouch. So we expose him, Ron said, with a fierce, determined logic. We catch the blighter in the act. How do parasites slip up? Dumbledore said the host might fight back. Moments of weakness. Hermione's eyes lit up. The tree. Krum said Crouch was arguing with a tree. That could have been a moment of confusion, the host's mind breaking through, seeing something that isn't there. And the muttering Bertha heard. We need to document every single odd thing he does. Every twitch, every strange order. We need a pattern. It was a start. A plan. The trio was reunited, not in comfortable friendship, but in the grim solidarity of a war council. Over the next week, they became shadows. Hermione's enchanted quill now recorded not just Crouch's movements, but his mannerisms. Ron, leveraging his twin brother's talent for mischief and invisibility, managed to borrow a pair of extendable ears, which they deployed with strategic cunning near the staff table and in the second-floor corridor. Harry honed his magical sensitivity, learning to stretch his awareness like a net, feeling for the unique, bitter signature of the parasite. It was always there, a dark star in his sensory sky. They gathered fragments, Crouch refusing a drink of pumpkin juice, claiming it tasted of ashes. Crouch correcting Professor Flitwick on the precise pronunciation of a charm in a language Flitwick himself had invented. Crouch staring at his own reflection in a window for a full 5 minutes, his expression blank. Then, 4 days before the first task, they got their first real break. It was Ron, stationed with an extendable ear near the entrance to the kitchens, who heard it. Crouch was passing by, muttering to himself, a low, frantic stream of consciousness the ear barely caught. Must not forget, the lesson of the sun, constant vigilance, but the darkness whispers, so sweet, master's plan, the boy must touch the cup will bring him home to die, no, to be reborn, the blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. The ear went silent as Crouch moved out of range. Ron raced to find Harry and Hermione, his face ghostly. He said, the cup, Ron gasped, once they were locked in an unused classroom. The Triwizard Cup. He said it will bring Harry home to die. But then he said, reborn. And, the blood of the enemy forcibly taken. Hermione clutched a book to her chest. The Triwizard Cup, it's going to be a portkey. That's the end of the tournament. The winner touches it, it brings them back to the start. But he's going to turn it into a portkey to take Harry to Voldemort. For my blood, Harry said, the memory of his dream, the cauldron, the bone, the blood, crystallizing with horrifying clarity. He needs my blood for a ritual. To come back, fully. The scale of it unfolded before him. The entire tournament, an elaborate trap not just to kill him, but to use him as a key ingredient in the Dark Lord's resurrection. We have to tell Dumbledore. Hermione cried. With what? Harry asked, the cold logic of the hunter settling over him. A muttering we heard with a band eavesdropping device. He already suspects. We need proof everyone can see. We need to make the parasite show itself. How? Ron asked. Harry looked at the window, towards the forbidden forest. The oath within him hummed, a low, ready note. We force a moment of weakness. We make Crouch, the real Crouch, fight back. And to do that, we need to remind him of something so painful, so personal, it cracks the parasite's control. Hermione's eyes widened in understanding and horror. His son, Barty Crouch Jr., a convicted Death Eater, sent to Azkaban by his own father. A story of brutal justice and private shame. We can't, Ron said. That's evil. It's war, Harry said, and the words tasted like ash. And he's using his son's face to do it. Maybe the real Crouch is trapped in there, screaming. Maybe mentioning his son, the one he condemned, is the key to waking him up. Just for a second. Long enough for someone to see. It was a cruel plan. A dangerous one. It felt like stepping over a line. But the oath approved. It sang with the rightness of a decisive strike. They argued long into the night. But as the hour grew late, they knew there was no other way. The first task was a veil, hiding the true dagger. They had to act before it was plunged. Harry would have to confront Barty Crouch. And he would have to use the man's greatest pain as a weapon. The opportunity came sooner than expected. The next morning, a notice announced that Mr. Crouch would be holding office hours for champion concerns in the trophy room. It was a transparent lure. Harry decided to walk into the snare. He went alone. Ron and Hermione were stationed outside under the invisibility cloak, a backup, a witness. The trophy room was quiet, the morning sun glinting off the polished cups and shields. Barty Crouch stood by the case that held the old house cup, his back to the door. "You asked to see me, sir," Harry said, closing the door. Crouch turned. The bitterness in the air was palpable, a metallic sting. "Potter, I understand you have reservations about the first task. I am here to offer clarity." "I have clarity," Harry said, taking a step forward. The oath magic rose, a shield and a censer. "I know what the cup is for." A flicker in Crouch's eyes. A micro-expression of surprise, instantly suppressed. "The cup is a symbol of triumph. Nothing more. Is it?" Harry took another step. He was now halfway across the room. "I heard you talking about the cup bringing me home. To die. Or to be reborn." He watched the face, the hands. "Your master's plan is clever. Using the tournament. Using you. Again." Crouch's face went very still. "I do not know what you are implying." "I think you do, Barty." The use of the first name was a calculated risk. The man flinched, as if struck. Harry pressed on, his voice dropping, laced with the focused intent of the oath. "All this. For him. After everything he did to your family. After what he made your son become." Crouch's left eye began to twitch violently. His breath hitched. "Do not speak of my son." "Why not? He's the reason you're here, isn't he? The reason you understand about serving a master even when it destroys you. He learned it from you." Silence. The roar was unlike Crouch's usual clipped tone. It was ragged, full of a pain so deep it shook the glass in the cases. The parasite's control slipped for an instant, and in that instant, the face changed. The eyes swam with a different agony, not hatred, but a father's bottomless grief and guilt. The mouth trembled. "He was my boy." The voice was a broken whisper, the voice of Barty Crouch, buried alive. "I had to, the law." And then, like a shutter slamming down, the face hardened again. The eyes glazed over, the bitterness flooding back, sharper, angrier. The parasite had reasserted control. But it was shaken. And Harry had seen it. Ron and Hermione, under the cloak, had seen it. "You will compete, Potter," the thing said, its voice cold and flat once more. "You will touch that cup. And you will die. That is the only law that matters now." Harry didn't retreat. He held its gaze. "I'll see you first." He turned and left, the door closing on a room filled with a silent, furious scream that only he could feel vibrating down the bitter thread. He had his proof. A moment of true weakness. A face of genuine pain. Now he just had to convince the world. And survive the next 72 hours until the first task. In the depths of the castle, in a trunk hidden beneath a floorboard, the real Alistair Moody felt a shift in the magical wards binding him. A surge of distress from his captor. Something had just gone wrong. He strained against his bonds, a grim, toothless smile spreading across his face. "That's it, lad," he rasped into the suffocating darkness. "Keep biting. Make him bleed." Above, in the office, the imposter clutched his head, a migraine of stolen identity pounding behind his eyes. The boy had touched the raw nerve. The father had stirred. It was a complication. But complications, he thought, steadying himself with a deep breath, could be turned into opportunities. A public break, a moment of madness, from Harry Potter, accusing a respected ministry official, it could discredit the boy utterly. He had only to hold on a little longer. The first task would separate the players from the pieces. And he knew which one Harry Potter was destined to be. The stone corridor outside the trophy room was cold. But Harry felt feverish. The echo of that broken whisper, "He was my boy," lingered in his ears, a ghost of the man buried within the monster. He didn't need to see under the invisibility cloak to know Ron and Hermione were there. He felt their presence in the quick, shared breaths and the rustle of fabric. A hand grasped his arm, pulling him into a shallow alcove. The cloak was thrown over him, and Hermione's face, pale and wide-eyed, materialized inches from his own. Ron's freckles stood out starkly against his skin. "You were right," Ron breathed. "It's like there's two people in there. We have to tell Dumbledore," Hermione said, her voice tight. Now, he saw the memory in the pensieve before. "He'll believe us if we show him this." "And say what?" Harry countered, though his own instinct screamed the same. "That we stalked a ministry official, used illegal eavesdropping charms, and then I emotionally tortured him until his dead son's memory made him cry. Dumbledore might believe us, but Crouch, the thing inside him, will just deny it. And without proof that anyone else can see, it's our word against the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. So we get proof everyone can see," Ron said, with a stubborn set to his jaw. "We make it happen in public. Like you said." Hermione shook her head, but it was a gesture of frustration, not disagreement. "The first task is in 3 days. The entire school, the ministry, hundreds of people will be watching. If the parasite slips then, it's the perfect moment," Harry finished for her. The oath magic hummed in agreement, a cold, logical pulse. "Maximum pressure. Maximum audience. If we can force a crack then, everyone sees it. And if you're busy being eaten by a dragon?" Ron asked bluntly. Harry fell silent. The first task. The unavoidable, ticking clock. His defiance at the assessment had been a stopgap, a symbolic refusal. But the actual task would be a definitive test. The goblet's magic would deem his participation void the moment he refused to engage. And then, the loss of his magic. Or worse, the catastrophic conflict Dumbledore warned of between two binding magics. "I have to find a way to not compete, without technically refusing," Harry said, thinking aloud. "Like with the dragon. I didn't compete. I just existed in the same space." "That was a controlled assessment with one beast," Hermione argued. "The first task will be an official event, with specific rules and a clear objective. Just existing won't be an option. They'll have a way to measure success or failure. And if you fail by default, then I need to succeed on my own terms," Harry said, a dangerous idea beginning to form. The oath's clarity was a blade, cutting through the fog of conventional options. "The objective is to get the golden egg, right? From the dragon. What if I get the egg, but not from the dragon they provide?" Hermione and Ron stared at him. "What are you on about?" Ron asked. "The dragons are imported. They're brought here for the task. The one in the assessment was a Welsh green. There'll be others. What if, before the task, I find where they're being kept? And I convince one of them to give me an egg. Then, when the task starts, I already have it. I've fulfilled the objective without playing their game." The audacity of it hung in the air. It was borderline insane. It also felt, to Harry, like the only move left on a board that was rigged against him. Hermione's mind was already racing through the logistics. They'll have them heavily guarded. Dragon handlers. Ministry security. Which is why we need a distraction, Ron said, catching on, a familiar, mischievous glint in his eyes for the first time in weeks. A big, noisy, chaotic distraction that pulls everyone's attention away from the dragon enclosure. "And we need to know exactly where they are," Hermione added. "And which dragon has the real golden egg. They won't just have one dragon each, they'll have a reserve, or different types for each champion." "The map," Harry said. "It shows people, not dragons. But if we find where all the handlers are clustered." It was a plan born of desperation and sheer Gryffindor nerve. It relied on everything going right. It also felt, to Harry's oath-sharpened instincts, correct. It was a direct subversion, an act of theft that turned their own trap against them. The next 48 hours were a whirlwind of clandestine preparation. Hermione, with a dedication that bordered on frightening, compiled every known fact about dragon behavior, dragon security protocols, and the layout of the temporary paddocks that had been erected on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Ron, leveraging his brother's expertise and his own natural talent for causing strategic havoc, began stockpiling dung bombs from Zonkos, along with a few prototype skiving snack boxes the twins had been field testing. Harry's role was twofold. First, he practiced, not spells, but that deep, empathic connection he'd forged with the Welsh Green. He sought out magical creatures around the castle, the thestrals at the edge of the forest, the giant squid in the lake, and tried to extend his awareness towards them. It was uneven. The thestrals, creatures of death and air, responded with a cool, distant curiosity. The squid offered only a vague, watery sense of contentment. It was clear the dragon connection had been a unique confluence of circumstance, two caged beings recognizing each other. He couldn't count on it happening again. His second task was to watch Crouch. The bitter thread was a constant presence, but now it felt different. After the confrontation in the trophy room, it was no longer just a signal. It was a wound, irritated and throbbing. Harry could feel the parasite's agitation like a constant, low-grade static in the back of his mind. It was losing its perfect control. The father's grief was a splinter it couldn't dislodge. He saw the evidence in small, telling ways. At dinner, Crouch dropped his fork, staring at it as if he didn't know what it was for. During a final tournament briefing, he referred to Crumb as Karkaroff's boy, in a tone of such personal disdain that the Durmstrang headmaster went purple with rage. And once, Harry, stretching his senses from across the great hall, felt a sudden, violent surge of the bitter magic, followed by a wave of anguish so profound it made his own breath catch, a silent scream from the prison of Crouch's own skull. The parasite was fraying. They had to be ready to tear it open. The night before the first task, they made their final plans in the room of requirement. Harry had paced before the blank wall, thinking, I need a place to plan a heist, and to understand my enemy, and the door had appeared. Inside was a space that mirrored a cross between a tactical operations room and a library. Maps of the castle grounds and the forest were pinned to one wall. A blackboard listed their objectives. Books on magical law and dark curses lined another. The dragon paddocks are here, Hermione said, pointing to a spot on the enlarged map, near the forest boundary. Charlie Weasley's team is handling them. He's one of the good ones, Ron says, but he's still under ministry orders. The dragons arrived an hour ago, a Swedish short snout, a Chinese fireball, a Hungarian horntail, and the Welsh green from the assessment as a backup. Which one has the egg? Harry asked. Charlie wouldn't say, but I cross-referenced the typical nesting behaviors with the security patterns. The handlers are most concentrated around the Hungarian horntail. It's the most aggressive. Logically, that's where they'd put the prize. So that's our target, Harry said. Ron, the distraction. Fred and George are on standby. They don't know why, but they're always up for mayhem. At 10:45 tomorrow morning, 15 minutes before the task is due to start, they'll unleash their entire arsenal of daylight fireworks and stink pellets into the crowd gathered outside the stadium. It'll cause a massive, smelly panic. Every handler and official will be looking that way. And I'll be under the cloak, Harry continued. I slip into the horntail's paddock. I try the connection. If it works, I get an egg. If it doesn't, he touched his wand. I have a plan B. Which is? Hermione pressed, worried. I'll figure it out. She didn't like it, but she knew they were out of time. And after? Assuming you get an egg before the task even starts. Then I walk into the champion's tent, egg in hand, and declare the task complete. It'll cause an uproar. They'll have to verify it's the real egg. And in that chaos, with Crouch furious and off balance, we hit him with the sun. We force the break. In front of everyone. It was a house of cards. Every step had to be perfect. What if the parasite doesn't break? What if it just gets angry and tries to kill you? Ron asked, voicing the fear they all felt. Then I'll have broken the tournament's hold without refusing, Harry said. And my oath will be all that's left. And it wants a fight. The room was silent. The weight of tomorrow pressed down on them. We should get some sleep, Hermione said finally, her voice small. But none of them did. Harry lay in the dark, the oath a steady, singing tension in his chest. He thought of the dragon, of the stolen freedom. He thought of the grief in Crouch's stolen eyes. He thought of Voldemort, waiting, a shadow at the end of this labyrinth. His scar gave a sudden, sharp, familiar throb. Not the constant, low ache he'd grown used to. This was the old pain, the lightning bolt agony that seared his forehead. He sat bolt upright, clutching his head. And with the pain came a flash, not a vision, but a sensation. Cold triumph. A gloating, serpentine satisfaction. The feeling of a key turning in a long locked door. And a voice, high and cold, slithering through the connection. Come, champion, come and be the key. It was gone as quickly as it came, leaving Harry gasping, sweat cooling on his skin. The parasite hadn't sent that. This was deeper, older. This was from the source. Voldemort knew the plan was in motion. He was anticipating Harry's arrival via the portkey cup. He was joyful. The certainty solidified in Harry's gut, cold and hard. This wasn't just about surviving the first task. This was about stopping a resurrection. His oath had sworn to destroy the magic of the one who forged his name. That was the parasite. But beyond the parasite was the master. The oath's purpose seemed to expand in that moment, to encompass not just the puppet but the puppeteer. He wouldn't just be avoiding a task. He would be declaring war on the Dark Lord's return. Morning arrived, gray and drizzling. The atmosphere in the castle was electric, a mix of carnival and impending storm. At breakfast, the noise was deafening. Harry picked at his toast, his senses stretched thin. He could feel the bitter threat of the parasite, an agitated buzz from the staff table. He could feel the latent, fiery magic of the dragons, a banked heat on the edge of the forest. And underneath it all, the steady, burning purpose of his own sworn magic. Remember, Hermione whispered, passing him a scroll of parchment under the table. The exact sequence for the distraction. And this is a modified Peruvian instant darkness powder. Fred's invention. If anything goes wrong in the paddock, use it. It'll blind the dragon long enough for you to run. Ron shoved a small, lumpy package into his hand. Food pellets laced with sleeping draft. Dragon grade. Might knock it out for a few seconds if you can get it to eat. Tried it on a gnome, worked a treat. Harry nodded, stowing the gifts in his pockets. His robes felt heavy with more than wool. At 10:30, Bagman's voice magically amplified across the grounds, instructing the champions to proceed to the tent by the stadium. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb stood, receiving pats on the back and words of luck. Harry stood too. The great hall fell into a hush. He didn't look at anyone. He walked out, following the other champions, but his path diverged at the entrance hall. He ducked behind a tapestry, threw the invisibility cloak over himself, and slipped out a side door into the damp morning. The grounds were crowded with students and visitors streaming towards the stadium. Under the cloak, Harry moved against the tide, a ghost. He could hear the distant, rumbling roars of the dragons, a sound that vibrated in his teeth. He reached the edge of the forest. The temporary paddocks were ahead, massive, reinforced enclosures. He could see the shapes moving within, sinuous, scaled bodies, plumes of smoke. A dozen dragon handlers in leathers were positioned around, wands out, looking tense but bored. Their attention was on the dragons and the path to the stadium. Harry checked the watch Hermione had charmed. 10:44. He held his breath. At 10:45 exactly, from the direction of the stadium, a series of deafening bangs erupted, followed by showers of sparkling light that painted the gray sky in violent colors. A chorus of screams and shouts rose, not of fear but of surprise and delight, quickly turning to coughs and retches as the first wave of stench hit. The handlers snapped to attention, turning towards the commotion. Two of them broke into a run towards the stadium. Now, Harry darted forward, slipping between the paddock fences. He identified the Hungarian Horntail's enclosure. It was the largest, the chains on the gate thick as his arm. The dragon within was a vision of terrifying beauty, black scales, bronze horns, and a spiked tail that lashed back and forth like a murderous pendulum. Its yellow eyes were fixed on the distant fireworks, wary. The gate was locked with a heavy padlock. Alohomora wouldn't touch it. Harry raised his wand, focusing not on the lock, but on the concept of opening. The oath magic responded, channeling his will into a sharp, white-hot beam of force. The lock didn't click open, it shattered into molten fragments. The sound was small, but the Horntail's head swiveled towards the gate. Harry threw off the cloak. Hiding was pointless now. He needed its attention. He stepped into the paddock. The dragon's reaction was immediate. It didn't roar. It inhaled, a deep, grating sound, and the air around its maw shimmered with intense heat. It was going to incinerate him. Harry didn't raise a shield. He didn't run. He stopped, and opened himself, just as he had with the Welsh Green. He pushed out his awareness, his own sense of captivity, his defiance, his singular purpose. The connection didn't snap into place. The Horntail's mind was a fortress of rage and territorial fury. It saw not a kindred spirit, but an intruder. The empathy that worked on the captive, confused Welsh green bounced off the Horntail's primal aggression. The dragon's throat glowed orange. Plan B. Harry threw Ron's sleeping pellet package into the air, shouting, "Accio food." The spell ripped the package open, scattering pellets towards the dragon's face. The Horntail, surprised, snapped at the air, swallowing several. It blinked, shook its massive head. The glow in its throat dimmed, just a fraction. The sleeping draft was working, but on a dragon, it would be slow and weak. It was enough. Harry sprinted, not away, but towards the nest of rocks at the far end of the paddock. Among the gray, volcanic stones, he saw it, a single, golden egg, gleaming dully. The dragon, groggy but furious, lurched after him. Its tail whipped, missing Harry by inches and smashing a boulder to dust. He was 10 feet from the egg. 5. The ground shook with the dragon's charge. Heat blasted his back. He dove, his fingers closing around the smooth, hard surface of the egg. He rolled, clutching it to his chest, and came up facing the oncoming beast. The Horntail loomed over him, its jaws opening for the killing bite. Harry looked up into its yellow eye. And he did the only thing left. He poured not empathy, but the raw, undiluted force of his oath into his gaze. The promise of destruction. The will to hunt. The magic that had seared a sigil into stone. "I am not your prey," the magic shouted without words. "I am the storm. Stand in my way, and be broken." The dragon hesitated. It wasn't understanding. It was instinct. It saw not food, but a predator of a different kind. A small, two-legged thing that burned with a cold, dangerous fire. In that split second of hesitation, Harry scrambled backwards, out of the paddock, slamming the broken gate shut behind him. He threw the cloak over himself just as the dragon's fire finally erupted, bathing the empty space where he'd been in a torrent of blue-white flame. He leaned against the fence, heart pounding, the golden egg slick with his sweat. He had it. He looked at his watch. 10:53. He had 7 minutes to get to the champion's tent and turn the world upside down. He ran, the cloak flapping around him, the egg a heavy prize under his arm. He bypassed the confused crowds still dealing with the aftermath of the Weasley twins' spectacle and burst into the champion's tent. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb were there, pale and focused, being briefed by a flustered bagman. They all turned as Harry tore off the invisibility cloak, holding the golden egg aloft. The tent fell silent. "What? How?" Bagman sputtered. "I've completed the task," Harry said, his voice ringing in the quiet. He set the egg down on a table with a solid thump. "I retrieved the golden egg from the Hungarian Horntail. Check it." Cedric's mouth was open. Fleur's perfect composure was shattered. Crumb's eyebrows were in his hairline. Bagman stared at the egg, then at Harry, then at the tent flap as if expecting a dragon to follow him in. You can't, the task hasn't started. This is highly irregular. The objective was to get the egg. I got it. The contract is fulfilled." The fabric of the tent was thrown aside. Barty Crouch stood there, his face a mask of icy, controlled fury. Behind him was Dumbledore, McGonagall, and a crowd of officials. The bitter thread was a screaming wire. "This is a travesty," Crouch hissed. "An obvious cheat. You stole the egg before the task, disrupting the tournament. You are disqualified. For being efficient." Harry shot back, not breaking eye contact. He could feel the parasite, rage, a shaking, volatile force. It was on the edge. He had to push it over. "Or for not following your script, Barty." The use of his first name again. The twitch under the eye became a violent spasm. "You will be silent," Crouch roared, taking a step forward. "You have broken every rule. You will be stripped of your magic and expelled." "Expel me, then," Harry said, his voice dropping, deadly calm. He took a step forward too, closing the distance. The entire tent watched, frozen. "But first, why don't you tell everyone why you really want me in this tournament? Why the cup is really a portkey? Why you need my blood for your master's return?" The word, master, was the detonator. Crouch's face contorted. The parasite, control shattered under the weight of exposed purpose and the triggering word. The face flickered, the stern bureaucrat, then the younger, mad, fervent face of Barty Crouch Jr., then back. A strangled sound, half groan, half scream, erupted from his throat. "You know nothing," he shrieked, but the voice was changing, slipping into a higher, more hysterical register. "He will rise. The Dark Lord will return and I will be his most faithful." He clutched his head, as if fighting himself. "No. Be silent. I am Bartemius Crouch. I am the law." He was arguing with himself. In front of the entire magical leadership of 3 schools and the ministry. Dumbledore moved, his wand appearing in his hand, his eyes tragic and certain. But it was too late for subtlety. The parasite, faced with total exposure, made its final, desperate move. Crouch's body straightened. His wand flew into his hand. And he didn't aim at Harry. He aimed at his own temple. Avada Kedavra. The green light filled the tent. And Barty Crouch, the man in the prison, fell dead to the ground. The silence was absolute, broken only by Fleur's scream. Harry stood, the golden egg forgotten at his feet, staring at the corpse. The bitter thread was gone. Severed. His oath gave a final, satisfied pulse, then fell silent. The first task was over. And the war had just begun. The green light etched itself onto the inside of Harry's eyelids. It hung in the air of the tent for a fraction of a second longer than it should have, a poisonous afterimage that drowned out the shocked gasps, Fleur's scream, the thud of the body. Then it was gone, leaving only the smell of ozone and a new, profound silence. Barty Crouch lay on the trampled grass, his eyes wide and empty, staring at the canvas roof. The fierce, bitter magic that had clung to him was gone, snuffed out as utterly as his life. The parasite had chosen annihilation over capture. Harry's oath, which had hummed with such fierce purpose moments before, fell silent. Not satisfied, but quiescent. As if observing the aftermath of a strike. For a long, suspended moment, no one moved. Ludo Bagman was a statue of gaudy terror, his mouth a perfect, "Oh." Madame Maxime had both hands over her mouth. Karkaroff's face was sheet white, his eyes darting from the corpse to the exit as if calculating flight. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb stood frozen, champions suddenly rendered spectators to a different, darker game. Dumbledore was the first to break the stasis. He didn't shout. He didn't rush. He simply stepped forward, his movement causing the world to lurch back into motion. He knelt beside Crouch, his long fingers checking for a pulse he knew he wouldn't find. He closed the staring eyes with a gentle swipe of his hand. When he looked up, his face was aged, the lines carved deep by grief and a weary fury. "Severus," he said, his voice low but carrying to the back of the tent. "Secure the perimeter. No one leaves. Minerva, ensure the students are taken back to the castle," calmly. "The tournament is suspended." Snape swept out, his black robes billowing, already barking orders at gawping officials. McGonagall shepherded the stunned champions away, her voice firm but shaking slightly. "Come along. This is not for you to see." Fleur was sobbing quietly into her hands. Cedric kept looking back at Harry, his expression unreadable. Crumb's heavy gaze lingered on the body, then on Harry, with a new, grim respect. The tent emptied of everyone but Dumbledore, the dead man, and Harry. And the golden egg, lying forgotten by Harry's feet. The distant sounds of the confused crowd were muffled, worlds away. Dumbledore stood, his eyes on Harry. "Are you hurt?" Harry shook his head. His voice felt rusted shut. He looked at Crouch. The man who had sentenced his own son to Azkaban. The man who had been eaten from the inside by that same son. A monster and a victim, all in one. The oath had wanted to destroy the magic. It had gotten destruction, but not the kind he'd envisioned. "He killed himself," Harry said, the words hollow. "The parasite did," Dumbledore corrected softly. "To protect its secrets. To protect its master." It was the final, desperate act of a fanatic who knew the game was up. He moved closer, his gaze searching Harry's face. "What you did, it was brave. And brutal. You forced a confrontation you could not have fully understood the consequences of." "I knew he might break," Harry whispered. "I didn't know he'd Avada himself." Dumbledore finished. "Neither did I. The curse is not typically turned upon the self. It requires a powerful, directed hatred. The parasite must have hated the man it was wearing almost as much as it hated you." He sighed. "We must move quickly. The ministry will descend like vultures. They will want to call this a tragedy, a stress-induced breakdown. They will bury the truth. The truth." Harry's numbness was cracking, letting in sharp slivers of anger. Everyone heard him. He said, Dark Lord. He said, Master. And they will say it was the ravings of a broken mind under unimaginable pressure. Without the parasite alive to interrogate, without its magical signature to analyze, it becomes hearsay. Your word, and the word of those present, against the ministry's desire for stability. Dumbledore's eyes were flinty. You have won a battle, Harry. You have exposed and neutralized an immediate enemy. But you have not yet won the war. Voldemort's plan involved the tournament. A key piece has been removed, but the board is still set. The Portkey Cup, the ritual, the need for Harry's blood. It was all still in play, just missing its conductor. What do we do? Harry asked. We do what we must. We secure the evidence we have. We prepare for the next move. And you, Dumbledore said, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder, must come to terms with what you have set in motion. Your oath is silent now, but it is not gone. It is waiting. And when it understands that the true forger of your name still lives, it will reawaken. More fiercely than before. The thought should have been terrifying. Instead, it felt like a promise. The hunt was not over. It had merely found its true scent. The next hours were a blur of sanctioned chaos. The body was removed under heavy enchantment. The dragons were swiftly and quietly transported away, their roars replaced by an eerie quiet over the forbidden forest. Students were confined to their common rooms, buzzing with theories that grew wilder by the minute. The official story, delivered by ashen-faced Professor McGonagall, was that Mr. Crouch had suffered a catastrophic magical accident during a pre-task inspection. The tournament was on hold indefinitely. In the Gryffindor common room, the noise was a physical wall. Everyone wanted to talk to Harry, to ask what he'd seen, what had really happened. He ignored them, pushing through the crowd to the stairs, Ron and Hermione forming a protective phalanx on either side. Once in the dormitory, the door closed against the tumult, the three of them stood in silence. The adrenaline had drained from Ron and Hermione too, leaving them pale and shaky. He really did it, Ron said, staring at his hands as if they were foreign objects. He just killed himself. In front of everyone. It wasn't him, Hermione said, but her voice lacked its usual conviction. It was thick with horror. It was the thing inside him. But Harry, you were brilliant. And awful. To push him like that. I had to, Harry said, sitting heavily on his bed. The weight of the egg, of the green light, of the silent oath, pressed down on him. It was the only way. I know, Hermione said quickly. I'm not blaming you. I'm just, it's a lot. What happens now? Ron asked, sitting beside Harry. With the tournament. With everything. Dumbledore thinks the ministry will cover it up. Say Crouch was mad. They won't admit a Death Eater was running the Triwizard Tournament from inside the ministry. But he's dead. The danger's gone, right? Ron looked hopeful for a brief second. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance. The servant is gone, Harry said. The master isn't. The truth of it settled over them, a colder, more permanent shroud. That night, sleep was impossible. Every time Harry closed his eyes, he saw the green flash. He heard the strangled, dual-voiced cry. He felt the sudden, empty severing of the bitter thread. He got up, pulled on his robes, and slipped out. The castle was under a curfew, but he knew the secret passages. He needed air that wasn't thick with whispers and grief. He found himself on the 7th floor, pacing before the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. The door to the room of requirement materialized. He went inside. The room had changed. It was now a quiet, dim space, like a forest glade at night. Soft moss covered the floor, and the ceiling showed a sky full of stars that were not the ones visible from Hogwarts. In the center was a still, black pool of water. He sat by the pool, looking at his reflection in the dark water. The boy who stared back was familiar, yet his eyes held a darkness they hadn't possessed a month ago. He had sworn an oath to destroy a man's magic, and that man was dead by his own hand. Not by Harry's, but because of him. Was this what power felt like? This hollow, echoing cold. He dipped a hand in the pool. The water was cool. Ripples distorted his reflection. A heavy burden for so young a soul. Harry snatched his hand back, scrambling to his feet, wand out. The voice was soft, melodic, and came from everywhere and nowhere. A figure coalesced from the shadows near a weeping willow that hadn't been there a moment before. It was a woman, tall and graceful, with hair like spun moonlight and eyes the color of the pool. She wore robes of silvery gray that seemed woven from mist. "Who are you?" Harry demanded, his heart hammering. "How did you get in here?" "The room provides what is needed," she said, gliding forward. Her feet made no sound on the moss. "And you, Harry Potter, are in need of guidance. Or perhaps, of a reminder." "A reminder of what?" "Of what you are fighting for." She stopped a few paces away. Her face was ageless, beautiful but severe. "You have taken a path of sharp edges and sworn purpose. You look into the dark pool and see only the shadow of what you have done. Look deeper." Hesitantly, Harry looked back at the water. The ripples had cleared. His reflection was gone. Instead, he saw flashes. The dragon's understanding eye. Ron's grudging, loyal nod. Hermione's fierce, protective glare. The love in his mother's dying scream, echoing from a green light long ago. And his own hand, holding his wand, not for destruction, but in defiance of a fate chosen for him. "The oath is a weapon," the woman whispered. "But you are the hand that wields it. Do not let the weapon convince you that your only purpose is to cut. You fight for them, for the right to choose. That is a light no darkness can fully extinguish, not even the darkness you must now walk through." "Who are you?" Harry asked again, less hostile, more awed. "A friend. A guardian of sorts. One who watches the turning of fate." She smiled, a sad, gentle curve of her lips. "The man who died today was a tragedy. But do not let his death be a chain around your spirit. Let it be a stepping stone. The road ahead is darker still. You have torn the mask from one enemy. The face beneath is more terrible. You must be ready." "How?" The question was a plea. "By remembering the light you fight for. By not letting the hunt become all that you are. Your friends, your heart, they are your anchors. Do not cast them aside in your pursuit of the prey." She began to fade, becoming translucent like mist. "The cup is still a key. The enemy still plans. Your oath will soon stir again. When it does, listen to its purpose, but lead it with your conscience. Farewell, Harry Potter." She vanished. The willow tree dissolved into shadow. The room was just a room again. Harry stood alone, the words echoing in the silence. A stepping stone, not a chain. He left the room, the woman's presence lingering like the scent of night-blooming flowers. He didn't know if she was real, a ghost, a manifestation of the castle, or something else. But her message had found the crack in his numbness and let a sliver of light in. The next morning, a formal inquest was held in the Great Hall. The tables were gone. In their place were rows of chairs facing a raised dais where Cornelius Fudge, Dumbledore, and a panel of stern-looking witches and wizards sat. The air was thick with official tension. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were made to sit in the front row. They were called as witnesses, one by one. Fudge, sweating in his pinstripes, was clearly aiming for damage control. He questioned Harry brusquely, trying to paint a picture of a confused, attention-seeking boy and a stressed ministry official. "And you, Potter," confronted Mr. Crouch just before this tragic accident. "I asked him about the tournament rules," Harry said, sticking to a simplified version of the truth. "And he became agitated." "He became himself," Harry said, meeting Fudge's eyes. "Or rather, he stopped being himself. He started talking about the Dark Lord. About a master." A ripple went through the assembled staff and officials. "Ravings," Fudge blustered. The poor man was clearly unwell. "Overwork. The strain." He said the Triwizard Cup was a portkey, Harry continued, relentless. "That it was meant to take me somewhere to die. So my blood could be used to bring Voldemort back." The name caused an audible gasp. Fudge went purple. "That is quite enough, Potter. Wild accusations from a traumatized boy. They are not wild." Dumbledore's voice, calm and clear, cut through Fudge's spluttering. He stood. "I have performed priori incantatem on the wand of the deceased. The last spell cast was, indeed, the killing curse. Directed at himself. A spell that requires not illness, but powerful, malicious intent. I have also analyzed magical residues in the champion's tent. They confirm the presence of a powerful, foreign magical consciousness superimposed upon Barty Crouch's own. A magical parasite, of a kind documented in only the darkest of texts." He turned his gaze on the assembly. This was not an accident. It was the suicide of a hostile magical entity that had usurped a ministry official to orchestrate the entry of Harry Potter into this tournament, with the clear intent of delivering him to Lord Voldemort. The silence was absolute. Fudge looked as if he might be sick. This is a conspiracy theory." He finally managed. There is no proof Voldemort is involved. This parasite could have been the work of any dark wizard. Indeed, Dumbledore said softly. Any dark wizard with the power and knowledge to perform such a complex, long-term possession. The list is very short. The implication hung in the air. No one moved. It was then that a house elf, wearing a pristine tea towel like a toga, apparated into the center of the hall with a soft crack. She was tiny, with large, bat-like ears and enormous, tear-filled green eyes. She wrung her hands, trembling. Winky is coming, professors. Winky is hearing you is talking about her old master. She dissolved into sobs. Dumbledore's expression softened. Winky, you were Barty Crouch's house elf. Yes, yes. Winky is serving the Crouch family for generations. But Winky is being freed. She wailed louder. Because Winky is failing. Winky is supposed to be watching the young master in the house, but the young master is being too clever. Harry's breath caught. The young master. What young master, Winky? Dumbledore asked, though his eyes showed he already knew. Master Barty's son, Winky cried. Young Master Barty. He is being sent to Azkaban, but he is not dying. He is being sick, and old Master Crouch is bringing him home, and hiding him under the Imperious curse. And Winky is to care for him, to watch him. But, she was shaking violently. But someone is helping him. Someone is coming and is breaking the curse. And young Master Barty is getting stronger. He is forcing his magic, his bad magic, onto the old master. Winky is seeing it. A bad, bitter magic, like rot. Winky is trying to tell, but no one is listening to Winky. The hall was in an uproar. Fudge looked utterly defeated. The story was tumbling out, uncontrollable. Barty Crouch Jr. had never died in Azkaban. His father had smuggled him out, kept him imprisoned at home. And somehow, someone had helped the son overpower the father, using him as a puppet to get to Harry. The parasite hadn't been just any Death Eater. It had been Crouch's own son. The forger of the name. The one who had put Harry's name in the goblet. And he was now dead. Harry felt the oath inside him stir. It recognized the truth. The forger was destroyed. Its primary target was gone. A deep, resonant click echoed in his magical core, as if a lock had turned. A wave of profound magical fatigue washed over him, followed by a strange, empty lightness. The constant, guiding hum was truly gone. But as the feeling settled, a new, more subtle pull emerged. Not a driving compulsion, but a direction. A whisper. It pointed not to a person, but to a purpose. The mastermind. The one who had helped Crouch Jr. break the Imperious curse. The one who had orchestrated this from the shadows. The oath's work was not finished. It had simply completed its first contract. The hearing dissolved into chaos. Fudge was shouting about launching a full inquiry into Azkaban. Dumbledore was giving orders to secure the Crouch family home. Amidst the bedlam, Harry sat back in his chair. He met Dumbledore's eyes across the room. The headmaster gave a slow, solemn nod. The first enemy was gone. The truth was exposed. But in the shadows, a puppet master remained. And Harry's magic, though forever changed, was now irrevocably his own again. The oath had burned its purpose into him, and in doing so, had set him free from the goblet's contract. He had not competed. He had survived. And he had destroyed the magic of the one who forged his name. He had won. But as he looked at the weeping house elf, at the panicked minister, at the grave faces of his teachers, he knew with cold certainty. The victory felt like just the end of the beginning. Later that evening, a single owl arrived for Harry at the Gryffindor table. It dropped a small, plain package. No note. Inside, wrapped in velvet, was a small, silver mirror. When Harry looked into it, his own reflection did not stare back. Instead, the surface clouded, then cleared to show a glimpse of a dusty, dark room with a large, ornate trunk. Then the image faded, leaving only Harry's puzzled face. A clue. A message. From the mysterious helper. From the enemy. He pocketed the mirror, the new, soft pull of his magic whispering a single, clear word. Find. The hunt, it seemed, was entering a new phase. The mirror was cool and heavy in Harry's pocket, a secret against his thigh. The great hall around him buzzed with a subdued, shocked energy. The official story, now laced with Winky's damning testimony, had settled over the school like fine ash. Everyone knew something terrible and real had happened, but the full shape of it was too monstrous to grasp. Harry Potter was at the center of it, yet again, but the usual blend of awe and suspicion was tempered by a new, watchful unease. He had not just survived, he had provoked a ministry official's magical suicide. The line between victim and catalyst had blurred in everyone's eyes, including, Harry feared, his own. Ron and Hermione flanked him, a united front once more, but their silence was different. It wasn't the frost of disagreement, but the quiet of shared burden. They had seen the green light. They had heard Winky's sobbed confession. The adventure had curdled into something darker. "You all right?" Ron asked finally, pushing his stew around his plate. "Yeah," Harry said. It wasn't true, but it was the only answer he had. The absence of the oat's hum was a phantom limb. He felt simultaneously lighter and unmoored. For weeks it had been a compass, a drive. Now, the quiet in his own magic was unsettling. The new pull, the soft, whispering find, was faint, a distant bell compared to the oat's clarion call. Hermione, ever practical, leaned in. "The mirror. We need to examine it. Properly. In a warded space." Harry nodded. The image of the trunk lingered in his mind. It was familiar, but out of context, like a word on the tip of his tongue. They retreated to the room of requirement after dinner. This time, Harry asked for a place to study mysterious objects. The room formed itself into a cross between a laboratory and a museum curator's office. Clean, white workbenches stood under bright, shadowless light. Glass cases lined the walls, empty and waiting. Tools for magical dissection, silver tweezers, crystal lenses, basins of various non-reactive liquids, lay neatly arranged. Harry placed the mirror on the central bench. Under the bright light, it was unremarkable. A simple, oval hand mirror with a silver back, slightly tarnished. No inscriptions, no ornate carvings. Specialis Revelio, Hermione cast, her wand moving in a precise spiral over it. The mirror shimmered, but showed no hidden markings. Prior incantato. A faint, silvery haze emitted from its surface, but it was muddled, showing only the recent image it had projected to Harry, the trunk, and then layers of mundane use. Someone checking their hair, a glimpse of a bookcase. "It's a two-way communication mirror," Hermione deduced. "But a bespoke one, not a standard pair. The sending function is keyed to something specific, likely the other mirror, which is in that room with the trunk. The image you saw was a deliberate send. But who sent it?" Ron asked, peering at it as if it might bite. "And why? If it's the good guys, why not just send a letter? If it's the bad guys, why show us a trunk? Find." The whisper in Harry's magic was a little stronger here, focused on the mirror. He reached out and picked it up. The metal was warming to his touch. He looked into the glass. His own face stared back, green eyes shadowed, scar livid. Then, as before, it clouded. But this time, the image was clearer. The trunk was large, leather-bound, with heavy brass clasps. It sat in a room that was now recognizably a study, dark wood, shelves cluttered with strange instruments, a high-backed chair. And on the wall, a portrait. The subject was dozing, but the style, the fierce eyes, the magical mobility, was unmistakable. It was a portrait of Alistair Moody. Real Moody. "It's in Moody's office," Harry breathed. "What?" Ron grabbed the mirror, looked, and paled. "Blimey. That's his trunk. The one he's always dragging around. But why would someone show us that?" Hermione's brow was furrowed in intense thought. Unless it's a clue. The real Moody's trunk, in the fake Moody's office. The logic was chilling and inescapable. The imposter who had taken Moody's place last year had been found out. But what if he hadn't been working alone? What if the real Moody had never been properly recovered? The trunk was his constant companion, almost an extension of himself. If someone wanted to hide something, or someone. The parasite, Harry said, the pieces slamming together. Crouch Jr. He was under the imperious curse at home, then he broke free with help. Help from someone powerful. Someone who knew about the tournament. Someone who had access to the castle last year to impersonate Moody. He looked at the mirror, the new pull in his magic tightening into a sharp, clear line. The imposter's partner. Or his master. They're showing us where to look. "It's a trap," Ron said immediately. "Lure you to Moody's office. It's the most obvious thing in the world." "Is it?" Hermione countered. "Whoever sent this used a two-way mirror. They could be watching us right now. If they wanted to trap Harry, they've had countless opportunities. This feels like guidance." Risky, anonymous guidance. From who? Dumbledore. Dumbledore would just tell us, Harry said. He stared at the image of the trunk. The pull was undeniable. It wasn't the oath's violent compulsion, but it was just as certain. The answer was there. The next piece of the puzzle. We have to look. Sneaking into a professor's office was not new. Sneaking into the office of the most paranoid, trap-happy defense professor in Hogwarts history, while that professor might be a deadly imposter, was something else entirely. They went at midnight, under the invisibility cloak, a tight, nervous fit for three. The corridors were patrolled more heavily since Crouch's death, but they knew the routes. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office was awake, its stone eyes following their invisible passage, but it did not sound an alarm. Moody's office door was at the end of a deserted 7th-floor corridor. It was locked, and undoubtedly warded. Alohomora, Hermione whispered, her wand trembling slightly. The lock clicked, but the door didn't open. A faint, electric blue net of light shimmered across the wood for a second before fading. An intrusion ward. He'll know, Ron hissed. We're already here, Harry said. He placed his hand on the door. He didn't cast a spell. He pushed with his magic, not to break, but to persuade. It was a whisper of intent, shaped by his need to find, to understand. I am not a thief. I am a seeker. Let me in. The magic felt different without the oath, softer, more his own. The door's wards didn't shatter, they hesitated, then parted like curtains, with a soft, sighing sound. The door swung inward. The office was exactly as the mirror had shown, cluttered, dark, smelling of dust, leather, and a faint, metallic tang. The trunk sat in the corner, looking innocuous. The portrait of Moody on the wall was now awake. The painted Moody stared down at them with his magical eye, which swiveled independently, fixing on the spot where they stood under the cloak. Took you long enough, the portrait growled, its voice a perfect mimic of the real man's gravelly tone. He's not here. The imposter. Gone to Dumbledore, some emergency meeting about the tournament's future. You've got maybe 20 minutes. Harry threw off the cloak. You're helping us. I'm a portrait, it snapped. I'm stuck on a wall watching a stranger wear my face and rummage through my things. I help who I can. Now stop gawping and check the trunk. The 7th compartment. Codes, constant vigilance. And for Merlin's sake, don't touch the knives. They hurried to the trunk. It had 7 locks down the front. Hermione tapped the 7th with her wand and whispered the phrase. The lock sprang open with a loud clack. The compartment was shallow, containing only 2 items. A folded, square of silvery fabric Harry recognized instantly as an invisibility cloak, but not his own, and a small, black-bound journal. Harry picked up the journal. It was not a diary. The cover was stamped with a symbol, a serpent tongue tasting the edge of a crescent moon. He opened it. The pages were filled with dense, coded writing in a sharp, angular hand. But on the first page, a note was written in plain English. For the seeker. The serpent feeds in the moon's shadow. The servant is dead, but the master's table is still set. The cup is the key, the maze is the path, the blood is the price. He is in the forest, in the roots of the haunted tree, tended by the coward. Find him before the moon is full, a friend. The forest, the haunted tree. Ron muttered. The Whomping Willow. No, Hermione said, her face pale. There's another one. In the midst of the forest. The Crucifixion Thorn. A tree that's supposed to be a prison for dark spirits. It's in the deepest part, near the Centaur territories. He is in the forest, Harry read again. Voldemort. He's there. Now. Being tended by the coward. Wormtail. The vision from his dream, the skeletal figure in the chair, the serval rat-like man, flashed before his eyes. It wasn't a dream. It was a glimpse. A location. The mirror hadn't just shown them a trunk. It had led them to a map. And a deadline. Before the moon is full. The moon was waxing. They had days, maybe a week. Who's a friend? Ron asked, looking at the note with deep suspicion. Someone who knows, Harry said, folding the note and putting the journal inside his robes. Someone who's inside whatever's left of the plan. And they want us to stop it. The portrait of Moody cleared its throat. Time's up. He's coming back. I can feel it through the frame. Go. And Potter, the cloak. Take it. It's a spare. You might need it. Harry grabbed the silvery fabric. It felt different than his own, lighter, cooler. They threw the invisibility cloak back over themselves and slipped out of the office just as the distant, unmistakable clunk of Moody's wooden leg echoed from the staircase. Back in the room of requirement, now transformed into a war council chamber, they spread out their findings. The journal's code was unbreakable without a key, but the note was explicit. "It's a trap," Ron insisted again, pacing. "It's so obviously a trap. Go into the Forbidden Forest and find the Dark Lord. It's suicide." "But why?" Hermione argued, her eyes glued to the note. "If Voldemort is weak, being tended by Wormtail in the forest, he's vulnerable. This, friend, is giving us a chance to strike before he's strong enough to complete the ritual with Harry's blood. Or leading Harry right to him for an easy snack." Harry was silent, holding the spare invisibility cloak. The pull in his magic was no longer a whisper. It was a tide, drawing him towards the Forbidden Forest. Towards the crucifixion thorn. It felt true. It felt like the next step. "We have to tell Dumbledore," Hermione said finally. "We have the note. We have a location." "And say what?" Harry asked. "We broke into a professor's office, encouraged by a talking portrait, and found an anonymous note telling us Voldemort is camping in the forest. He'll lock us in the tower and go himself. So let him." Ron exclaimed. "That's his job. And if it's a trap for Dumbledore?" Harry countered. "What if the whole point is to get Dumbledore away from the castle, into the forest, while something else happens here? With the cup, with the maze." He thought of the note's phrases. "The cup is the key, the maze is the path. The third task." It was still coming. The tournament might be suspended, but the machinery was in place. "We can't just hand this over. We need to understand more. We need to know who, a friend, is." He looked at the two-way mirror, still on the table. On an impulse, he picked it up and focused on it, pouring his will, his question, into the glass. "Who are you?" The surface swirled. For a moment, he thought he saw a pair of tired, anxious eyes, surrounded by sleek, dark hair. Then it was gone. But the glimpse was enough. He knew those eyes. He'd seen them in the pages of the Daily Prophet, hunted and proud. "Regulus Black," he breathed. "Who?" Ron asked. "Sirius's brother. The Death Eater who turned. Who tried to destroy the Locket Horcrux." Hermione's mind made the leap instantly. "He died, didn't he? Officially. But what if he didn't? Or, what if this is someone using his knowledge? His legacy?" Harry stared at the mirror. A friend in the shadows. A spy against Voldemort from within his own ranks, even after death. It made a terrible sense. The decision crystallized. They couldn't go blundering to Dumbledore, not yet. They needed proof. They needed to see. "We're going into the forest," Harry said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "Not to fight. To scout. To see if it's true. Under the cloaks. We go to the edge of the Centaur territory, we look for the tree. We observe. And then we decide." Hermione looked terrified, but she nodded. Ron groaned, running a hand through his hair. "I must be mad. But all right. When?" "Tomorrow night. After curfew." Harry's scar gave a faint, warning prick. The tide of his magic pulled insistently towards the dark trees. "The moon's getting fuller." The following day passed in a nerve-wracking haze. Harry felt split. Part of him was a 14-year-old boy in history of magic, listening to Professor Binns drone on about goblin rebellions. The other part was a hunter, his senses stretched towards the forest, every rustle of leaves from the windows setting his teeth on edge. The new invisibility cloak was folded in his bag, a secret weight. He avoided eye contact with the false Moody. The professor seemed more agitated than usual, his magical eye spinning constantly, his growl sharper. Had he discovered the breach? Did he suspect? The portrait had said it would cover for them, but portraits could be confounded. As dusk fell, the trio met in the room of requirement. They wore dark, practical clothes. Harry had both invisibility cloaks. Hermione had a small beaded bag filled with everything from bandages to basic healing potions to a small jar of instant darkness powder. Ron had his wand and a look of grim resignation. "Stick to the path until the second bend," Hermione instructed, reviewing a hand-drawn map based on Hogwarts, a history and her own research. "Then we head northeast, towards the clearing where the centaurs hold their councils. The crucifixion thorn is supposed to be a half-mile east of that, marked by a ring of poisonous white mushrooms." They slipped out under Harry's original cloak, the spare tucked away. The castle was quiet, the aftermath of the scandal leaving everyone subdued and behind closed doors. They reached the entrance hall, slid past the dozing caretaker's cat, and out into the cold night. The forbidden forest was a wall of blackness. The air under the trees was thick and still, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. They moved in silence, their footsteps soft on the mossy path. The only sounds were the distant hoot of an owl and the creak of ancient branches. Harry's magical pull was a physical tug now, a rope tied around his ribs, drawing him forward. He led, following the feeling more than Hermione's map. The familiar, oppressive magic of the forest was all around, but beneath it, he began to sense something else. A cold, thin, malicious energy, like a trickle of icy water seeping through the soil. It was the same energy he'd felt in the graveyard in his dreams. It was faint, but it was here. They left the path, plunging into the undergrowth. Thorns snatched at their robes. Unseen things scuttled in the darkness. After what felt like an hour, they reached the centaur clearing. It was empty under the sliver of moon, a silent, sacred space. "This way," Harry whispered, the cold pull leading east. They found the ring of mushrooms first, ghostly white, luminescent caps forming a perfect circle 10 feet wide. In the center stood the crucifixion thorn. It was a gnarled, twisted oak, its bark black and split, looking as if it had been struck by lightning 100 times. Thorns as long as daggers protruded from its branches. At its base, between thick, exposed roots that clawed at the earth like skeletal fingers, was a dark, narrow opening. A burrow, or a cave mouth. And from that opening, the cold, malicious energy seeped out, stronger here. It was unmistakable. Harry's scar seared with a sudden, acute pain. He clenched his jaw, swallowing a gasp. He was here. They crouched at the edge of the mushroom ring, hidden by the cloak. For a long time, nothing moved. Then, a faint, flickering light from within the root cave. A shadow shifted. A small, hunched figure emerged, carrying a bucket. Peter Pettigrew. His face was pinched with fear and servility in the dim light. He scurried to a nearby stream, filled the bucket, and hurried back inside. Minutes later, a voice, high and thin, laced with pain and impatience, slithered out from the darkness. "Hurry, Wormtail, the potion must not cool, the moon hastens." It was a voice from nightmares. A voice that had haunted Harry's life. Voldemort. It was all true. The note, the mirror, the pull. The Dark Lord was here, weak, hiding, preparing. The coward was tending him. And the full moon was the deadline for something. The final ritual. Harry felt no fear in that moment. Only a cold, clear certainty. This was the source. The mastermind. The one behind the parasite, behind the tournament, behind every plot against his life. The oath was gone, but its purpose had been absorbed. The hunt had a new target. He turned to Ron and Hermione, their faces pale and terrified in the moonlight filtering through the branches. He put a finger to his lips. They had seen. They had heard. They had proof. But as they began to slowly, silently back away, a twig snapped under Ron's heel. The voice from the cave stopped. A terrible silence fell over the clearing. Then, "Wormtail, we have guests." A jet of red light shot from the cave mouth, not towards them, but into the air above the mushroom ring. It burst into a net of crimson sparks that showered down, illuminating the clearing in a bloody light. The invisibility cloak did not hide their heat, their magic. They were revealed. From the cave, two figures emerged. Peter Pettigrew, whimpering, his wand shaking. And leaning on him, wrapped in ragged black robes, horrifically thin, with a face that was more serpent than man and eyes that burned red in the darkness, was Lord Voldemort. He smiled, a skeletal stretching of lipless mouth. "Harry Potter," he hissed, the sound slithering through the trees. "You have saved me the trouble of fetching you." The pull in Harry's magic didn't scream danger. It sang with a fierce, burning truth. Found. The crimson light fell like burning rain, etching the scene in stark, bloody relief. The twisted thorn tree. The circle of ghostly mushrooms. The two figures emerging from the earth, the sniveling rat and the living nightmare. The air, already thick with forest decay, curdled with a new, icy malevolence. Time stretched, thin and taut. Harry's world narrowed to the red slits of Voldemort's eyes. The high, cold voice had not been a memory, not a dream. It was here, real and terrible, wrapped in borrowed rags and leaning on the traitor's shoulder. He looked fragile, skeletal, a caricature of a man, but the power radiating from him was a black hole, sucking the warmth from the night. Ron made a choked sound beside him. Hermione's hand found Harry's wrist, her fingers vice-tight. Voldemort took a shuffling step forward, his bare, bone-white feet disturbing the loam. "How thoughtful," he hissed, his gaze drinking in Harry. "To come so far, to my humble abode. The shepherd delivers the lamb." "We're not lambs," Harry said. His own voice sounded alien, calm and flat, cutting through the paralyzing fear. The tide of magic inside him had crested into a still, deep pool of readiness. The hunt had ended. The confrontation was here. "No," Voldemort agreed, a cruel smile touching his lipless mouth. "You are a persistent little thorn. You upended my servant's work. You broke my tool." He said it not with rage, but with a chilling, analytical interest. "The magic on you, it is changed. The oath you swore has left its mark." A delicious irony. "You sought to destroy a magic, and in doing so, forged yourself into a new weapon. One I can appreciate." Wormtail whimpered, his wand hand trembling so violently the tip weaved in the air. "Master, the spell, the orders." "Silence," Voldemort whispered, and Wormtail flinched as if struck. The Dark Lord's eyes never left Harry. "They will not come. The forest has its own silence. And we have a moment." He raised a hand, not holding a wand, but the long, pale fingers were claw-like, potent. "Let us see what your newfound purpose is worth, Harry Potter." Crucio. The curse was a whispered word, but the magic that lashed out was a torrent of distilled malice. It wasn't the blinding, all-consuming pain Harry had experienced before. This was sharper, more precise, a needle of agony seeking the core of his magic, the place where the oath had burned its signature. Harry didn't dodge. He didn't raise a shield. He met it. He didn't know the counter-curse. He had no advanced defense. But he had the will the oath had tempered. He had the cold, clear purpose it had honed. As the curse hit him, he didn't fight the pain, he acknowledged it, then pushed past it, focusing on the source, the thin, weakened, but intensely focused stream of Voldemort's magic. He grabbed it, not with his hands, but with his own magical awareness, the sensitivity the oath had awakened. He felt the curse's structure, a twisted, cruel lattice of intent. And with a wrenching effort of will, he didn't break it. He diverted it. The agony splashed against an invisible dam in his mind, then flowed, shrieking, into the earth at his feet. The ground blackened and smoked where it hit. Harry staggered, a residual burn screaming along his nerves, but he did not fall. He did not scream. Voldemort's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine surprise in their crimson depths. "Oh, very good. Not resistance. Redirection. You learn, quickly." The surprise melted into avarice. "Such a vessel, wasted on protection and love. It's not for you," Harry gritted out, his breath coming in short gasps. His scar was a line of fire, the connection between them vibrating with the exchange of power. "Everything is for me," Voldemort replied, his voice dropping to a conversational hiss. "This world, your power, that stubborn blood in your veins. The tournament was a pretty snare, but this is a gift. You delivered yourself. The final ingredient, come to the cauldron." He tilted his head. "Wormtail, the girl, the boy, keep them." Wormtail, with a terrified squeak, raised his wand. Stupefy. Twin jets of red light shot towards Ron and Hermione. They dove apart, rolling behind thick tree trunks. The spell's shattered bark. Expelliarmus. Ron shouted, his voice cracking with fear. Wormtail's wand flew from his grasp, but the man simply scrabbled for it, crying. Harry didn't watch. His entire being was fixed on Voldemort. The Dark Lord was moving now, with a jerky, unnatural grace, circling the edge of the mushroom ring. He was gathering his strength, drawing magic from the cursed earth, from the dark tree. "You are weak," Harry said, the realization giving him a surge of fierce hope. "You can't even hold your own body. You need the potion. You need my blood." "Weakness is a temporary state," Voldemort hissed. "Power is eternal. And I have power you cannot comprehend, child. The power to cheat death itself." He raised both hands now. The air grew heavy, charged. "Let us end this pretense. Avada Kedavra." The green light was not the massive, all-consuming blast of a full-powered killing curse. It was thinner, concentrated, a venomous dart shot with perfect, hateful accuracy. But it was still the killing curse. It still carried the absolute finality of death. There was no time for complex magic. No time for thought. There was only instinct, and the deep, wordless knowledge the oath had etched into Harry's soul. He didn't try to block the unblockable. He didn't try to dodge. He met it with a different truth. As the green light reached him, Harry dropped his wand. He spread his empty hands, not in surrender, but in acceptance. He thought of his mother, standing between him and this same magic. He thought of his father, laughing, brave. He thought of Sirius, of Remus, of the family he'd found. He thought of Ron and Hermione, fighting for their lives behind him. He thought of the dragon, understanding captivity. He thought of his own choice, his own oath, his own path. My life is not yours to take, he thought, pouring every ounce of that conviction, that forged will, into the space between him and the curse. It is mine. It is defended. The green light struck him in the chest. And it splintered. It didn't vanish. It didn't reflect. It fractured into 1,000 shards of emerald light, which hung in the air for a dazzling, impossible second before dissolving into harmless sparks that fell like dying fireflies around his feet. Silence. Even the forest seemed to hold its breath. Voldemort stared, his expression one of utter, stunned disbelief. The killing curse. The cornerstone of his power, his signature. Defeated not by a counter-curse, not by sacrifice this time, but by will. By a magical identity so strongly defined it rejected the concept of death imposed by another. From behind a tree, Hermione sobbed, a sound of pure relief and terror. Harry stood, unharmed, his chest heaving. He felt empty, scoured clean. The effort had taken everything. But he was alive. Voldemort's shock curdled into a rage so profound it seemed to warp the air around him. No. The scream was raw, inhuman. Mine. That power is mine. The blood. The protection. It belongs to me. He lunged, not with magic this time, but physically, a skeletal spider pouncing. His strength was greater than it looked. He slammed into Harry, his claws, his hands, clutching at Harry's robes, his face inches away. The smell was of old blood and grave dirt. The blood, Voldemort rasped, his eyes manic. I will take it now. From the source. He twisted, pulling a sharp, blackened bone dagger from his robes. It gleamed with a sickly light. The ritual knife. Harry fought, but his strength was spent. Voldemort pinned him, the dagger rising. A jet of red light hit Voldemort in the side. Stupefy from Ron. It barely made the Dark Lord flinch, but it broke his focus for a split second. Incendio. Hermione shouted. A stream of fire shot not at Voldemort, but at the tangled, dry roots of the crucifixion thorn near his feet. The ancient, cursed wood caught with a ferocious whoomp, flames leaping up, surrounding them in sudden, violent heat. Voldemort shrieked, more in outrage than pain, recoiling from the holy fire that now licked at the dark tree, its light searing his sensitive eyes. Harry seized the moment. He didn't reach for his wand. He brought his knee up, hard, into Voldemort's side. He felt something brittle give way. The Dark Lord gasped, his grip loosening. Harry tore free, stumbling back into the ring of fire. He saw Ron, pulling Hermione up, both of them backing away from the spreading flames. He saw Wormtail, clutching his retrieved wand, staring at the burning tree and his master with equal horror. Voldemort straightened in the inferno's glow, his figure a silhouette of rage. The dagger was still in his hand. The fire was closing in, the magical flames beginning to consume the dark energy of the tree. This changes nothing. Voldemort screamed over the roar of the fire. I have other paths. Other servants. The cup remains. The maze remains. I will have your blood, Harry Potter. I will have everything. He gestured to Wormtail. We leave. With a final, hate-filled look, Voldemort grabbed the sobbing Pettigrew. There was a loud crack of apparition, a sound that shouldn't have been possible on Hogwarts grounds, but the dark magic of the place, now burning, must have allowed it. They vanished. The fire raged, consuming the cursed thorn tree, turning it into a blazing pyre that lit the entire clearing. The heat drove Harry, Ron, and Hermione back to the edge of the mushroom circle. They stood, panting, covered in soot and sweat, watching the symbol of Voldemort's hiding place burn. Harry's legs gave out. He sat heavily on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The adrenaline was retreating, leaving shock in its wake. He had faced Voldemort. He had survived the killing curse. Again. But this time he had broken it. Harry, Hermione knelt beside him, her face streaked with tears and ash. Your hands. He looked down. His palms were blistered, raw. Not from the fire. From channeling, from forcing his magic to do the impossible. His wand lay a few feet away, untouched. Ron picked it up, handing it to him silently. His eyes were huge. You beat the killing curse. Without a wand. I didn't beat it, Harry said, his voice a hoarse croak. He took his wand. The familiar holly felt comforting, but also, secondary. I just said no. The simplicity of it was absurd. The magnitude of it was staggering. The fire began to die as quickly as it had started, the cursed wood consumed. In the center of the charred circle, the crucifixion thorn was now a blackened, smoldering stump. The malignant energy was gone, burned away. They had won. They had driven Voldemort out. They had destroyed his sanctuary. But his words echoed in the sudden quiet of the forest. I have other paths. The cup remains. The maze remains. The tournament. It wasn't over. It was the backup plan. The pull in Harry's magic was gone, satisfied for now. But a new, deeper dread was taking root. They had won a battle, but Voldemort had seen Harry's new power. He craved it. He would be back. And he still had a path to his resurrection, the Triwizard Cup. As they helped each other up, bruised and shaken, and began the long, dark walk back to the castle, Harry knew one thing with absolute certainty. The hunt was no longer just about survival, or even vengeance. It was about preventing a god from rising. And he was the only one standing in the way. The walk back from the forest was a silent pilgrimage through a world gone soft at the edges. Dawn was a faint, gray promise behind the mountains, leeching the night of its solid black and turning everything to shades of charcoal and mist. The adrenaline that had carried them through the fire and the screaming had burned away, leaving behind a hollow, shaking exhaustion that went deeper than bone. Every rustle in the undergrowth made them jump. Every shadow seemed to hold the memory of red eyes. Hermione had charmed a small, blue-flamed Lumos that bobbed ahead of them, a cold, insufficient star in the gloom. Ron walked with his wand out, shoulders hunched, his head swiveling at every sound. Harry moved between them, his body operating on automatic pilot. The blisters on his palms throbbed in time with his heartbeat. His scar had settled into a dull, persistent ache, a fading echo of the connection that had flared so violently. But the true aftershock was internal, a seismic shift in the landscape of his own magic. The killing curse had shattered against him. Not by sacrifice, not by chance, but by choice. His choice. The realization was a towering, terrifying monolith in his mind, too large to fully comprehend. He had looked at death incarnate and told it no. And magic had listened. What did that make him? The castle loomed ahead, its turrets stark against the lightening sky. It looked less like a school and more like a fortress, a complex puzzle they had to sneak back into. Their absence would have been noted by now. Filch or Mrs. Norris, or worse, the false Moody with his all-seeing eye, would be on alert. They reached the edge of the forest, the neat lawns of Hogwarts stretching before them like a no-man's land. The oak front doors seemed a mile away. The passage, Hermione whispered, her voice raw from smoke and fear. The one-eyed witch passage. It comes out near the Honeyduke's cellar. We can get in that way. It was a risk. It was also their best option. They skirted the edge of the grounds, keeping to the shadows of the castle walls, moving like ghosts in the pre-dawn chill. Peeves was nowhere to be seen. The portraits in the hallways they slipped through were mostly dozing. The castle held its breath. They found the statue of the one-eyed witch. Hermione tapped it with her wand and muttered, "Descendium." The hump opened. They climbed down into the dark, earthy-smelling passage, the stone sliding shut above them with a final, sealing thud. The walk through the passage was endless, a journey through pure, suffocating blackness broken only by their shaky Lumos charms. No one spoke. The events in the clearing replayed behind Harry's eyes in silent, horrifying tableaus, the green light fracturing, the feel of Voldemort's brittle ribs under his knee, the all-consuming roar of the holy fire. When they finally emerged into the dusty cellar behind Honeyduke's, the world of sweets and normalcy felt like a dream. It was still too early for the shop to be open. They crept up into the silent, empty street of Hogsmeade and made their way back up the path to the castle, using the knowledge they'd gained from the Marauder's map to avoid the few early rising souls. They slipped through a side door near the greenhouses just as the first true rays of the sun painted the highest tower gold. The castle was beginning to stir, the distant clatter of pans from the kitchens, the soft footsteps of a prefect doing early rounds. They didn't go to the common room. They went to the room of requirement. Harry paced, thinking of a place to hide, to heal, to think, and the door appeared. Inside was a small, warm infirmary-style room with 3 narrow beds, a cabinet of basic healing supplies, and a window that showed a peaceful, static view of a sunset over a calm sea, a lie, but a comforting one. Hermione went straight to the cabinet, pulling out essence of Dittany, bruise healing paste, and clean bandages. She worked with a quiet, clinical efficiency, first on Harry's hands, then on a burn on Ron's forearm, then on her own scraped knees. The Dittany smoked and sizzled, knitting flesh with a smell like rain and green things. Ron was the first to break the long silence. He was really there. It wasn't a question. It was an attempt to solidify a reality too fluid and horrible to hold. "You know who? In our forest. Just hiding in a tree. He's weak," Hermione said, her focus on wrapping Harry's hand. "He needs the potion. He needs Harry's blood. That's why the tournament was so important. It was a public, unstoppable way to get it. But we wrecked that," Ron said, a flicker of their old triumph in his eyes. "Crouch is dead. He knows we're onto him. He's got no way into the school now." Harry flexed his bandaged hand, wincing. He said he had other paths. Other servants. The cup and the maze are still here. The tournament might be suspended, but the structure is built. All he needs is someone to restart it. Or to turn the final task into a trap anyway. "The fake Moody," Hermione said, tying off the bandage with a sharp jerk. "He has to be the other servant. The one who helped Crouch Jr. He's still here. In the castle. With access to everything." The logic was inescapable. The false Moody had been their defense teacher all year. He had helped Harry with the Triwizard tasks, had given him hints. He had been perfectly positioned to guide the plot from within. And he was a known imposter from the previous year, a known Death Eater. But which one? Who was capable of such long-term deception, such powerful dark magic? "We have to tell Dumbledore everything now," Hermione insisted, finally looking up, her eyes fierce. "We have proof. We saw him. We fought him. Harry, you shattered the killing curse. Dumbledore needs to know what you can do." The thought of telling Dumbledore sent a fresh wave of exhaustion through Harry. The headmaster's knowing, weighing gaze. The questions. The inevitable protection, the walls he would build around Harry. And say what? That we went into the forest based on an anonymous note, confronted Voldemort, and I did, whatever that was. "He'll lock me in a tower until I'm 50. Maybe you should be locked up." Ron exploded, then immediately looked guilty. "I don't mean, blimey, Harry, you just stared down you-know-who and won. But that's not a thing. People don't do that. What if it was a fluke? What if next time? Next time, I'll be ready," Harry said, but the words felt hollow. He didn't understand what he had done. How could he be ready? He pulled out the two-way mirror from his pocket. It was cool, inert. He thought of the tired eyes he'd glimpsed. Regulus Black. Or someone using his name. A friend in the shadows who had given them the key, but who hadn't intervened. Why? He focused on the mirror. "Who are you? What do you want?" The surface remained dull, reflecting his own tired, soot-smudged face. "It's not enough," Hermione said, sinking onto one of the beds. "We have pieces. We have suspicions. But we don't have anything that ties the false Moody directly to tonight, or to Voldemort's current plan. We need a connection." "The journal," Harry said suddenly. He pulled the small black book from his robes. The coded writing. The symbol. The serpent and the moon. That's got to be a clue. And the note said, "He is in the forest." The mirror led us to the trunk. Someone wanted us to find Voldemort. Someone who's playing their own game. He opened the journal, flipping past the note to the coded pages. The script was dense, mathematical. "It's a substitution cipher," Hermione said, leaning over to look. "But a complex one. The key could be anything." "The symbol," Harry repeated, staring at the embossed cover. "A serpent tasting a crescent moon. Serpent, Slytherin. Moon, Luna. Lovegood. That doesn't fit. Moon could mean monthly. A cycle. Or silver," Ron offered, unhelpfully. "Or," Hermione said slowly, her eyes losing focus as she thought, "it could be literal. The serpent feeds in the moon's shadow." That was in the note. What if it's not a metaphor? What if it's an instruction? Or a location? A memory, sharp and sudden, pierced Harry's fatigue. The second task. The Merpeople village in the lake. The description of the hostages taken, read aloud by Dumbledore. "We have taken something precious of each champion's, something precious. Something to be recovered. The task was about going into the deep, into the dark, and retrieving what was lost. The lake. The moon's shadow on water. The second task, he said. It's in the lake. The moon's shadow, that's the deepest, darkest part. Where the merpeople won't go. Where they keep their prisoners. Hermione's breath caught. The serpent feeds, a giant squid. No, that's friendly. Something else. Something that lives in the abyss of the lake. And that's where he'll be, Harry said, the certainty coiling in his gut like the serpent on the journal. Not Voldemort. The next move. The other path. If he can't use the tournament officially, he'll use the location. The maze for the third task is being built on the Quidditch pitch. But the lake is already there. Already prepared. He could hide anything down there. It was speculation, a theory built on symbols and fear. But it felt true. The oath was gone, but the instincts it had forged remained, a hunter's sense for the trail. We need to get into the lake, Ron said, groaning. Of course we do. Because nearly getting burned alive and cursed to death wasn't enough for one night. We need to rest first, Hermione said practically, though she was already mentally cataloging spells for underwater breathing and deep water pressure. And we need a way to search the lake without attracting attention. The second task isn't for months, if it happens at all. But if he's planning something. Her words were cut off by a sudden, sharp, collective flinch. All three of their forearms burned, not with pain, but with a sudden, invasive cold. They shoved up their sleeves. The skin was clear, no dark mark, but the sensation had been unmistakable, a ghost of the summoning, a faded echo. He's calling them, Harry whispered, his blood turning to ice. He's summoning his Death Eaters. Now, after his hiding place was destroyed. He's moving. The false Moody would feel that. If he was a Death Eater, he would have to respond, or risk exposure. It's a trap for him, too, Hermione realized, her eyes wide. If he leaves the castle to answer the summons, we'll know. If he doesn't, Voldemort will know he's compromised. So we watch him, Harry said, a new plan forming, desperate and clear. We watch Moody. All day. Every second. The map, the cloak, everything. The moment he makes a move, we follow. We see where he goes. We get our connection. They left the room of requirement separately, trying to look as normal as possible. The castle was fully awake now. The news of Crouch's magical accident was yesterday's tragedy, today was for gossip and speculation about the suspended tournament. Harry caught snippets as he walked to the Great Hall for a late breakfast. Heard the dragons were sent back. Father says the ministry is in an uproar. Potter probably cursed him. He ignored them. His entire being was focused on a single point, the staff table. Alistair Moody was there, eating porridge with his usual grim focus. He looked no different, the same scarred face, the electric blue magical eye spinning in its socket. But Harry, with his newly heightened sensitivity, felt for the magic around him. It was a chaotic, aggressive storm, as always. But buried deep within that storm, was there a thread of that same bitter malice? It was impossible to tell. The false Moody was a master of his disguise. They took seats at the Gryffindor table. Harry pulled the map from his bag under the table, whispering the activation charm. He scanned the parchment. Alistair Moody was in the Great Hall, at the staff table. No other suspicious names appeared around him. He's here, Harry muttered to Hermione. The summons would have been hours ago, in the early morning, she whispered back. If he was going to leave, he'd have done it then. Maybe he's staying put. Or maybe he's already reported back, Ron said, shoveling eggs into his mouth, his eyes darting nervously to the staff table. By owl or something. It was agonizing. The day passed in a slow-motion torture of watchfulness. In every class, Harry's attention was split between the teacher and the map, which he checked under his desk. Moody's dot moved between his office, the defense classroom, and the Great Hall. Nothing out of the ordinary. The ghost of the summoning chill lingered on Harry's arm, a constant reminder that time was slipping. Voldemort was gathering his forces, planning his next move from a new, unknown location. The sense of impending doom was a physical pressure, growing with every hour. After dinner, they convened again in the room of requirement, now set up as an observation post. The map was spread on a table. Moody's dot was in his office, stationary. He's not leaving, Ron said, frustrated. He's just sitting there. Maybe he's not a Death Eater, Hermione suggested, but without conviction. He is, Harry said, staring at the dot. I can feel it. He's waiting. For nightfall. For a specific time. They waited. Hours ticked by. The fake sunset in the window deepened to twilight. Just as Harry's eyelids were growing heavy, the dot moved. Not towards the castle exit. It moved up. He's going to the 7th floor, Hermione said, peering at the map. Near the room of requirement. They watched, breath held. The dot stopped in the empty corridor. It paced 3 times along a blank wall. Then, it vanished. He's gone in, Ron gasped. But the room is ours right now. Hermione said. It can't be 2 things at once. Unless he's going into a different version of it, Harry finished. The room provided what the Seeker needed. Moody needed a place to communicate in secret, to report. The room would provide. We have to get there, Harry said, already moving. We have to hear. They raced out of their own room, which dissolved behind them, and sprinted down to the 7th floor. The corridor was empty. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy danced idiotically. He's inside, Hermione whispered. We can't get in the same room. We need to hear. Harry had an idea. He pressed his ear to the wall where the door had been for them earlier. Nothing. Solid stone. He placed his bandaged palm flat against it. He pushed his awareness, not to open, but to listen, to feel the vibrations of magic and sound through the castle's bones. At first, there was nothing. Then, a faint, muffled vibration. A voice, distorted by stone and enchantment. He closed his eyes, pouring every ounce of his focus into his hand, into the sensitivity. The oath had carved into him. The sounds clarified, as if he were tuning a radio. Was forced to flee, the Potter boy, he has developed unexpected defenses. The voice was Moody's growl, but stripped of its usual bluster, cold and reporting. A pause. He was listening to a response they couldn't hear. The blood is paramount, not Moody's voice said. The secondary location must be prepared. The lake. The moon's shadow. I will secure the item and prepare the way. The cup will be moved. The maze is irrelevant now. The path is through the deep. Another pause. Understood, my lord. I will not fail again. There was a finality to the words. A click, as of a connection severed. Harry pulled his hand from the wall as if burned. His heart was hammering. He looked at Ron and Hermione, their faces pale in the torchlight. The lake, he breathed. He's going to the lake. Tonight. To secure an item. To prepare the way. They had their connection. And they had no time. The door to the room of requirement shimmered and opened. Alistair Moody stepped out, his face set in its usual grimace. He stopped short, seeing them. For a long, dangerous second, they stared at each other in the silent corridor. The magical I word, fixing on each of them in turn. The real Moody would have barked a question, demanded to know what they were doing. This Moody just smiled, a thin, cruel stretching of scarred lips. Out for a late stroll, children. He rasped. The castle is dangerous at night. Best run along to your beds. He didn't wait for an answer. He turned and clunked away down the corridor, his wooden leg echoing on the stones. He wasn't hiding. He was daring them. Harry knew, with absolute certainty, that the false Moody was on his way to the Black Lake. To prepare the path for Harry's blood, for Voldemort's return. And they had to follow. The hunt was leading them into the dark water. The echo of Moody's wooden leg faded into the castle's stone veins, leaving behind a silence that buzzed with danger. His smile hung in the air, a gauntlet thrown. He knew they had been listening. He knew they would follow. He's going straight there, Ron whispered, his voice tight. He doesn't even care if we see. He wants us to follow, Hermione said, her eyes wide with dread. It's a trap within a trap. Harry's mind was a clear, cold stream. The false Moody's words replayed. Secure the item. Prepare the way. The path is through the deep. The lake wasn't just a potential location, it was the new battleground. And they had walked right into declaring their intent to step onto it. We don't have a choice, Harry said, already moving towards the staircase that would lead to the entrance hall and the grounds beyond. We need to see what he's doing. We need to know what item he's securing. Harry, it's the middle of the night. The lake, we're not prepared. Hermione scurried after him, her practical mind clashing with the inevitable tide of events. We've got the cloak. We've got wands. And we've got this. Harry pulled the spare invisibility cloak from his bag, the silvery fabric cool in his hand. One cloak for us, one for reconnaissance. The plan formed as he spoke, reckless and necessary. You two follow him, under the cloak. Stay back, just watch where he goes on the shore. I'll go a different way. Into the water. Are you mad? Ron grabbed his arm. You can't just jump in the Black Lake. It's freezing, and it's full of lake things. I'll use a bubblehead charm, Harry said, though he'd only read about them. If he's preparing the way, he's going to have to go in too, or send something in. I need to see what's down there. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue, but the stubborn set of Harry's jaw stopped her. She let out a frustrated breath. Fine, but we're not splitting up for long. We meet back at the boathouse in 1 hour, no matter what. And if you're not there, we're getting Dumbledore. It was a compromise born of desperation. They hurried down to the entrance hall, flitting through pools of moonlight cast by the high windows. The oak doors groaned as they eased them open, and the cold night air hit them like a slap. The grounds stretched before them, silvered by a gibbous moon. The Black Lake was a vast sheet of obsidian, its surface unruffled, holding the moon's reflection like a stolen coin. They saw a figure already halfway down the lawn, limping steadily towards the water's edge, Moody. They threw the invisibility cloak over themselves and followed, keeping a wide distance. Harry broke off, heading at a run towards the ancient boathouse that jutted over the water on the far side. His heart pounded, but his mind was eerily calm. This was the path. The deep was calling, a cold pull in his gut that had nothing to do with the oath and everything to do with the hunt. He reached the boathouse, its interior smelling of damp wood and algae. The moon shone through the slatted walls, painting bars of light on the dark water lapping below the deck. He pointed his wand at his face. Aqua eructo, he whispered, envisioning a bubble of clean air. The spell fizzled, producing only a damp splutter. He tried again, focusing on the memory of Cedric Diggory demonstrating it in a pre-task briefing. Aqua eructo. This time, a shimmering, gelatinous bubble erupted from his wand tip and enveloped his head. It felt strange, cool and slightly elastic against his skin, but he could breathe freely. He didn't know how long it would last. He shrugged off his robes, leaving them in a heap, and kept only his wand, tightly gripped. He looked out towards the middle of the lake where the moon's reflection shimmered. The moon's shadow. The deepest part. Taking a deep breath of the enchanted air, he slipped off the edge of the boathouse deck into the water. The cold was a shock, 1,000 needles driving through his clothes and into his skin. He gasped, and the bubble wobbled but held. He kicked, descending into a world of muffled, greenish-black silence. The sounds of the surface vanished. The lumos from his wand was a frail, bleached beacon, cutting only a few feet through the murky water. He swam downwards, the pressure building in his ears. Shapes loomed out of the darkness, forests of swaying, stringy weeds, jagged rocks, the skeletal remains of a foundered rowboat. He saw schools of tiny, silver fish scatter like spilled coins at his approach. The lake was alive, and he was an intrider in its silent cathedral. He didn't know where he was going. He followed the cold pull, the sense of dark preparation. He swam towards the center, away from the shore where Moody would be. After what felt like an eternity of cold and crushing quiet, his light glinted off something that was not rock or weed. A structure. As he drew closer, his blood ran colder than the lake water. It was a crude, sunken altar. Made of dark, water-smoothed stone, it stood on a raised dais of silt in a depression that seemed unnaturally clear of plant life. Carved into its surface were runes that glowed with a faint, sickly green light, the same hue as the killing curse. And placed carefully in the center of the altar was a familiar object, the Triwizard Cup. But it was changed. No longer burnished gold and elegant, it seemed stained, tarnished. The handles, once sleek, were now twisted into shapes that looked disturbingly like serpents. It pulsed with a low, malevolent magic that pushed against the water, creating a visible, shimmering distortion in the water around it. This was the item. It had been corrupted, turned into a dark portkey, waiting to be activated. The path is through the deep. He understood now. The second task wasn't just a distraction. The lake wasn't just a venue. It was the new starting line. The cup was here, hidden in the abyss, where no one would think to look. To activate it, to complete the path, you'd have to come down here. And if you were a champion, if you were Harry, you'd be lured here under the guise of the task, of saving a precious thing. He swam closer, his bubble straining. The magic radiating from the cup was oppressive, a weight on his soul. He could feel its purpose: to take, to deliver, to feed. This was Voldemort's new plan. A simpler, more direct trap. Bypass the maze, the crowds, the judges. Just get Harry to the lake, to the cup. A movement to his left. He jerked his wand light towards it. A Grindylow, its green teeth bared, darted out from behind a rock, then retreated, wary of the light. But it wasn't alone. Behind it, more shapes emerged from the gloom. Not Grindylows. These were larger, humanoid, with gray skin, long dark hair, and fierce faces. Merpeople. A patrol. They carried spears tipped with sharpened bone, and their expressions were not curious, but hostile, protective. They were guarding the altar. One of them, a large merman with a necklace of human bones, pointed his spear directly at Harry and let out a sound that was a stream of bubbles and a deep, vibrating trill that Harry felt in his ribs. A warning. Leave this place. Harry raised his hands slowly, trying to show he meant no harm. But he knew he was an intruder in a sacred, corrupted space. The merpeople began to circle, their powerful tails stirring the silt, their spears held ready. He had seen what he needed to see. The cup was here. The trap was set. He had to get back, had to tell Ron and Hermione, had to. A thick, ropey tentacle, pale and slick, shot out of the darkness beyond the merpeople. It wrapped around the waist of the bone-necklaced merman with terrifying speed and yanked him into the abyss. The merman's trill became a scream of bubbles. The other merpeople shrieked, a chorus of ultrasonic alarm. They turned their spears towards the new threat, abandoning Harry. From the inky blackness beyond the altar, it emerged. A giant squid would have been a welcome sight. This was not the squid. It was a creature of nightmare, a pale, bloated, multi-limbed horror with a circular maw lined with row upon row of needled teeth. Its skin was translucent, showing dark internal organs. It was the thing that fed in the moon's shadow. The guardian of the deep place. The merpeople attacked, spears thrusting. The creature flailed, its tentacles whipping, smashing stone, clouding the water with silt and dark blood. In the chaos, Harry saw his chance. He kicked hard, swimming away from the altar, away from the fighting, back towards the distant, unseen shore. His lungs burned, not from lack of air, but from panic. The bubble-head charm was flickering, growing thin. The cold was seeping into his bones. He swam blindly, his lumos darting over weeds and rock, desperate for a landmark. He saw a shape ahead on the lake floor, not a rock. A body, clad in black robes, floating eerily, caught in the weeds. He swam closer, dread a cold stone in his stomach. It was the false Moody. Or rather, what was left of him. His magical eye was gone, leaving a raw, empty socket. His face was pale and waxy in the wandlight, his mouth open in a final silent gasp. One hand was outstretched, clutching a small, black lacquer box. The other was missing, neatly severed at the wrist. He hadn't been preparing the way. He had been placing the final piece. And something in the lake had dealt with him. The guardian, the merpeople, or something else. Harry's bubble gave a final wet shudder and popped. Icy water flooded his nose and mouth. He choked, kicking frantically towards the surface, which was nothing but a lighter shade of black far above. His robes were leaden. The cold was paralysis. He thrashed, his vision spotting the image of the dead impostor and the corrupted cup seared behind his eyes. Strong hands grabbed him under the arms. He felt himself being pulled, not up, but sideways, with incredible speed. Through a hidden cleft in the rock he hadn't seen, into a narrow, air-filled tunnel. He was dragged onto a rough, stone ledge and he vomited lake water, gasping and shuddering. He looked up, wiping his eyes. He was in a small, subterranean cavern, lit by glowing moss. Kneeling beside him, soaking wet and breathing hard, was Professor Severus Snape. Snape's black hair was plastered to his skull, his sallow skin gleaming in the greenish light. His obsidian eyes burned with a fury that was not directed at Harry, but at the circumstances. Potter, he spat, water dripping from the tip of his nose. The profound, idiotic, suicidal bravery of the arrogant. What in the name of Merlin did you think you were doing? Harry coughed, unable to speak. He pointed weakly back towards the lake. I am aware of what is in the lake, Snape said coldly. I have been monitoring the impostor's movements since the Dark Lord's summons. His death is inconvenient. It severs a potential lead. But it confirms the location. He eyed Harry with grudging, disgusted assessment. You saw the cup. Harry nodded, still choking. And the guardian, the lurker of the deep. A creature attracted to and sustained by dark magical residues. The cup's corruption called it. It will allow nothing to touch the altar now. Snape stood, wringing water from his own robes. A fact which complicates the Dark Lord's plan as much as it does ours. You knew. Harry managed. I know many things, Potter. It is my business to know. Snape's lip curled. Your little forest excursion did not go unnoticed. The headmaster is apprised of the broad strokes. But he cannot move openly, not with the ministry clinging to its fiction of safety. And so, we are left with this. He gestured contemptuously at Harry, shivering on the stone. A child playing at war, stumbling into the heart of the battlefield. I'm not playing, Harry snarled, finding his voice, finding his anger. It warmed him. He wants my blood. He's made a new trap. I'm not going to hide and wait for it. Your blood, Snape repeated, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. He leaned close. Do you have any idea why your blood is so precious to him? Beyond the old protection, Harry stared. Snape's eyes were like tunnels into a bitter, ancient pain. No, Harry said. A lesson for another time. If you survive the night. Snape straightened. You will return to the castle. You will say nothing of this. The impostor's body will not be found. The lake will be seen as simply dangerous. The tournament remains suspended. The Dark Lord's direct path is blocked by the very monster he attracted. It buys us time. Time for what? To understand the new path he will undoubtedly forge. And for you, Potter, Snape said, turning to leave through a fissure in the cavern wall, to learn control. That trick you performed in the forest. If you do not learn to command it, it will consume you. And then you will be of no use to anyone, least of all yourself. He was gone, melting into the shadows. Harry sat alone on the ledge, dripping and freezing. The revelation swirled like the lake silt. Snape, a reluctant ally in the shadows. The false Moody, dead. The cup, a poisoned chalice at the bottom of the lake, guarded by a nightmare. Voldemort's plan, stalled but not broken. He had to get back. Ron and Hermione were waiting. He stumbled out of the cavern, finding it led to a familiar passage behind a waterfall on the grounds. He emerged into the night air, shivering violently. He ran, his wet clothes clinging, towards the boathouse. They were there, under the cloak, their faces frantic with worry. They threw his dry robes over him. Moody just vanished, Ron said in a rush. 1 minute he was standing on the shore, muttering over a box, the next he just fell in. Didn't come up. We saw you go under and not come back. Hermione's eyes were red. What happened? Harry told them, as quickly as he could through chattering teeth. The altar. The corrupted cup. The lurker. The dead Moody. Snape. By the end, they were all sitting on the boathouse deck, stunned. So it's there, Ron said finally. But no one can get to it. For now, Hermione said. But Voldemort will find a way. He'll control the creature, or kill it, or bypass it. Snape said it buys us time, Harry said, pulling his robes tighter. The cold was inside him now. Time to learn. Time to get stronger. He looked at his blistered hands, remembering the feel of the killing curse shattering. I have to learn what this is. What I can do. The moon was high overhead, its reflection still trapped in the black lake. The shadow it cast was deep and full of teeth. They had looked into the abyss. And for now, the abyss had looked back, and taken its pound of flesh. But the war was not in the forest, or in the lake. It was in him. And the next move was his to make. The warmth of the Gryffindor common room felt like a lie. The fire in the grate crackled with a cheerful, mundane indifference to the chill that had settled in Harry's marrow. He sat in a worn armchair, a blanket around his shoulders, a mug of steaming tea untouched on the table beside him. The physical cold from the lake had been banished by hot showers and pepper-up potion, but the other cold, the cold of the abyss, of the dead impostor's empty eye socket, of Snape's grim revelation, lingered. Ron and Hermione flanked him, a silent, vigilant guard against the curious glances and hushed speculations of their housemates. The official story, already spreading like a slick of oil on water, was that Mad-Eye Moody had suffered another tragic accident during a nocturnal security patrol of the grounds. The poor man, so dedicated, so vigilant, his body lost to the lake, it was a neat, sorrowful package. Harry wondered who had crafted it, Dumbledore, or the Ministry scrambling to cover another fissure in their world's fragile normalcy. But the real story was a splinter in his soul. He kept seeing it, the cup, beautiful and poisoned on that dark altar. The lurker, pale, ghostly limbs in the gloom. The box in the dead man's hand. What had been inside? The final component to activate the portkey. A focus for controlling the creature. And Snape, do you have any idea why your blood is so precious to him? The question was a worm, burrowing into the heart of every certainty Harry had. It had always been about the blood protection, the ancient magic of his mother's sacrifice. But Snape's tone had implied something more. Something personal. Something tied to the man's own haunted past. You need to sleep, Hermione said softly, breaking the long silence. Really sleep, Harry. You're swaying. He was. Exhaustion was a lead weight on every limb. But closing his eyes meant facing the green light, the swirling silt, the red eyes in the fire. I can't, he murmured. Every time I try, I just see it. Ron shifted uncomfortably. Maybe you should talk to someone. Not us. Like, proper someone. Dumbledore. And say what? Harry repeated his old refrain, but it was weaker now. The secrets were piling up too high. The oath, the forest. The lake, Snape's covert aid, the mysterious friend with the mirror. He was a dam holding back a flood of truths that threatened to drown not just him, but everyone around him. He'll just do what he always does. Protect the weapon. Lock it away. You're not a weapon, Hermione said fiercely. Aren't I? Harry looked at his hands, the bandages now removed, the skin beneath pink and new. Something's happening to me. The oath, it did something. Change the way my magic works. I can feel things. I can push things. And I don't know how to control it. Snape's right. If I don't learn, it'll blow up. Or someone will take it. Like Voldemort wants to, he didn't add. The thought was a new kind of terror. It wasn't just about being killed anymore. It was about being used. Being hollowed out and turned into a vessel for a darkness he had only begun to comprehend. He stood up abruptly, the blanket falling. I need air. Not outside. Just away from here. He didn't head for the dormitory. He walked to the portrait hole, Ron and Hermione exchanging a worried glance before following. He wasn't sure where he was going until his feet carried him to the 7th floor. Not to pace before the Barnabas tapestry. To a different stretch of blank wall, one he remembered from a desperate night in his 2nd year. He walked past it 3 times, thinking, I need a place to understand. A place to see what I am. A familiar door materialized, polished oak with a silver handle. The room of requirement. But not the version they had used before. This was the room he had once found full of forgotten things, the hidden graveyard of Hogwarts secrets. When he opened the door, the smell of dust, old leather, and magic washed over him. The cavernous space stretched away into darkness, mountains of furniture, books, statues, and junk piled into precarious, canyon-like alleys. The towering clutter seemed to absorb sound, creating a deep, expectant silence. Blimey, Ron whispered, peering in. This is where you found the diadem. It's where everything lost comes to hide, Harry said, stepping inside. The door closed behind them, and the room seemed to breathe, the piles shifting almost imperceptibly. He felt a strange resonance here, an echo of countless magics, countless hidden intentions. It was the opposite of the clean, focused spaces the room had provided lately. This was chaos. And in chaos, perhaps, he could lose the screaming order of his own thoughts. They picked their way through the narrow aisles. Lost hats floated like jellyfish. Broken wands lay in glass coffins. Books whispered in languages no one spoke. The weight of forgotten things pressed down. What are we looking for? Hermione asked, her historian's soul torn between awe and a desire to catalog everything. I don't know, Harry said honestly. Answers. Or just quiet. They walked for what felt like an hour, descending deeper into the labyrinth of lost objects. Then, Harry felt a pull. Different from the oath's pull, or the lake's cold call. This was a gentle, magnetic tug, like a compass needle finding north after being spun. He followed it, turning left, then right, squeezing between a rack of yellowed wedding dresses and a stack of ominously ticking orreries. He stopped before a tall, rectangular object covered by a dusty velvet cloth. The pull emanated from beneath it. With a shared glance, Harry and Ron each took a corner of the cloth and pulled. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light from distant, floating globes. Revealed beneath was a full-length mirror. An incredibly ornate, golden frame, topped with the inscription, Arised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. Hermione gasped. The mirror of Arised. Harry's breath caught. He knew this mirror. It had shown him his heart's most desperate desire once, his family, whole and alive. It was a dangerous mirror, a liar that showed not truth, but deepest longing. Don't look in it, he said sharply, turning to Ron and Hermione. It doesn't show you what's real. It shows you what you want. It can drive you mad. But Ron was already staring, his face slack with a strange, wistful joy. I'm head boy, he murmured. I'm holding the Quidditch cup, and I'm taller. Ron, look away. Hermione grabbed his shoulder, shaking him. Ron blinked, shuddering, and turned his back on the mirror, his ears red. Core. That's strong. Hermione, ever curious, risked a fleeting glance. Harry saw her expression soften, a smile touching her lips before she firmly shut her eyes. No, that's not helpful. Harry stood before it, warring with himself. He knew its trick, but the pull he'd felt, it had led him here. The mirror didn't just show desire. Dumbledore had said it showed nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. What if his heart's desire had changed? What if, after the oath, after the forest, after the lake, it wasn't just about a family he'd never known? What did Harry Potter truly, desperately want now? Steeling himself, he looked. The reflection was not the crowded, smiling family of his first year. The mirror was empty at first, showing only his own lonely figure in the cluttered room. Then, it shimmered. He saw himself, older, shoulders broader, but his face was tired, etched with lines of vigilance rather than age. He was not smiling. He stood in a sunlit, ordinary-looking living room, not a grand wizarding manor. And he was not alone. Ron was there, laughing, gesturing wildly as he told a story, a faded Chudley Cannon's jersey on his chest. Hermione stood by a bookshelf, rolling her eyes fondly, her hair a bit less bushy, a simple gold band on her finger. There were others, their faces blurred but their presence warm, a sense of family forged, not inherited. And in his own reflection's hands was no wand, no sword, no trophy. He held a simple, steaming mug. And his eyes, though shadowed, were calm. They were at peace. He was safe. And so were they. The vision was so profoundly simple it ached. It wasn't about glory, or power, or defeating dark lords. It was about the quiet after the storm. The rest earned. The protection of his loved ones made permanent. Then, the image changed. The warm room dissolved. The figures of his friends faded. His own reflection stared back, but now it was just him, and the background was a howling, formless void. And from the void, a shape coalesced. Not Voldemort. It was a complex, three-dimensional symbol, glowing with a soft, silver light, the same sigil he had burned into the floor the night of the oath. The shattered goblet, the lightning bolt, the circle. The symbol hovered in the void behind his reflection. And his mirror self raised a hand, not in defiance but in understanding. His fingers touched the lines of the symbol, and it began to break apart, not violently, but like a puzzle being solved, the pieces rearranging themselves into a new, unfamiliar pattern, a pattern that looked like a key, or a crown, or a cage. The mirror went dark, returning to a normal reflection. Harry staggered back, his heart pounding. The first vision had been his heart's desire. The second, what was that? A possible future. A warning. The mirror showed desire, not prophecy. So that symbol, that rearrangement, did he desire to understand it? To solve it? Harry. Hermione's voice was full of concern. What did you see? A way out, he whispered, still staring at his own pale, confused face in the glass. And a way in. He turned to them. I need to learn what this magic is. Not from a book. Not from a teacher who'll see a weapon. I need to take it apart. Like the mirror showed. How? Ron asked, looking from Harry to the ominous mirror. By using the one place in this castle that's made of lost knowledge and hidden things. Harry looked around at the towering piles. It's here. I can feel it. The history of magic. Not the approved version. The messy, experimental, dangerous version. The kind people tried to forget. He wasn't a scholar like Hermione. But he was a seeker. And now, a hunter. And this was his new hunting ground. He reached out, not with his wand, but with that new sense, letting it flow into the mountains of clutter. He felt the sleepy magic of 1,000 broken toys, the melancholic whisper of unsent love letters, the sharp, angry spark of jinxed jewelry. And then, something cooler, deeper. A thread of magic that felt analytical, introspective, and fiercely independent. He followed it. It led them to a small, cleared space nestled between a mountain of empty picture frames and a chest full of tarnished silver. In the space was a single, simple wooden desk and a stool. On the desk lay a few items, a cracked crystal lens, a smooth, gray river stone, a blank, leather-bound book, and a quill made of a single, long, black feather that seemed to drink the light. There was no dust here. Harry approached. This was a deliberate arrangement. The room had provided it. He picked up the river stone. It was warm. As he held it, images flickered at the edge of his mind, not visions, but concepts. A ward dissolving, a flame freezing, a thought given shape. It was a focus stone, used to practice magical manipulation without spells. The lens, when he peered through it, made the magical auras of objects in the room flare into brilliant, overlapping colors. He could see the weak, gray aura of a discarded sock, the pulsing, dangerous purple of a locked music box, the steady, gold flow of his own magic from his core down his arm. The book was truly blank. But the quill, when he picked it up, words began to form on the first page in his own handwriting, yet writing things he didn't consciously know. Magical theory posits intent as the engine, the word as the catalyst, the gesture as the director. This is a lie of convenience. For some, intent is all three. The will is the wand. This is called pure arcanism. It is rare. It is unstable. It is what you have begun to touch. Harry stared. The room, or something in it, was teaching him. What's it say? Ron asked, trying to read over his shoulder. Harry read the words aloud, his voice hushed. Hermione looked stunned. Pure arcanism, I've read mentions. It's considered almost mythical. A theoretical state where a wizard's will is so aligned with their magic that they can effect change on the world directly, without intermediary spells. It's how very young children sometimes make accidental magic happen. But to do it consciously, it's meant to be incredibly draining, and almost impossible to control. It's what I did in the forest, Harry said. I didn't have a spell to break the curse. I just didn't allow it. He looked at the stone in his other hand. I need to learn to control it. Starting small. He sat on the stool, placing the stone on the desk. He focused on it, imagining it growing warm. Not with a warming charm. Just warm. He poured his want into the thought. Nothing. He tried again, frustration building. He pushed his will at it, a mental shove. The stone shot off the desk like a bullet, smashing into a pile of china with a horrific crash. Okay, Ron said, wincing. So control is step 2. Harry took a deep breath. He thought of the mirror's vision. The quiet, the peace, the sense of solved things. He wasn't pushing. He was asking. He held the desire for warmth, and gently, like breathing out, let it flow towards the stone. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the gray stone began to glow with a gentle, inner heat. Not scorching, just warm, like a sun-warmed pebble. He let out a shaky breath. A tiny victory. For the next few hours, in the timeless heart of the lost and found room, Harry practiced. He made the lens flare with different colors. He tried to lift the quill with his mind alone, managing only to make it tremble. He failed more than he succeeded. But with each attempt, he learned the shape of his own will, the weight of his intent. He wasn't casting spells. He was learning the language of his own magic, a language that had been silent until the oath gave it a voice. Finally, exhausted, his head pounding, he stopped. The book had filled with more notes, theories, warnings about magical backlash, about the danger of desire untempered by discipline. He had taken the first step on a path with no map. But he had a direction. As they left the room of requirement, the door melting back into wall, Harry felt a different kind of tiredness, not the draining emptiness of shock, but the honest fatigue of work. They were halfway back to Gryffindor Tower when a tall, black-cloaked figure stepped from the shadows. Snape. A report, Potter, he said tonelessly. The headmaster wishes to see you. Now. Alone. The brief respite was over. The world of secrets and responsibilities closed back in. Harry nodded to Ron and Hermione, a silent promise to tell them everything, and followed Snape. The potion's master walked in silence, his cloak billowing like a bat's wings. As they neared the stone gargoyle, Snape spoke without turning. The mirror you found. A dangerous toy. What did it show you? Harry considered lying. A way home. And a lock that needs a key. Snape stopped, turning to face him. In the torchlight, his face was all sharp angles and deep shadows. The lock is your own power, Potter. The key is control. Do not mistake the vision of peace for an invitation to weakness. The storm is not over. It has merely drawn breath. He gave the password, fizzing Wisby, and the gargoyle leapt aside. Harry climbed the stairs, Snape's words echoing. The storm has merely drawn breath. He entered the circular office. Dumbledore was waiting, not at his desk, but by Fawkes' empty perch. The Phoenix was absent. The headmaster looked older than Harry had ever seen him. "Harry," he said, his voice soft. "Come, sit. I believe we have much to discuss. Starting with what lies at the bottom of my lake." The gentle tone did nothing to soften the blow. The conversation was not going to be about comfort. It was going to be about war. And Harry, for the first time, felt he might have something to contribute besides his own blood. He had a key to forge. And a lock to understand. The hunt for Voldemort was paused. The hunt for his own power had just begun. Dumbledore's office held a different silence than the rest of the castle. It was a listening silence, thickened by the gentle whir of forgotten instruments and the weight of centuries of decisions made in this room. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses were conspicuously still, pretending to sleep, but Harry felt the prickle of their attention. Fawkes' absence was a palpable void. The usual warmth and reassurance of the Phoenix were missing, leaving the air cool and too still. "Lemon drop," Dumbledore offered, gesturing to a bowl on his desk. His eyes, a faded blue behind his half-moon spectacles, were fixed on Harry with an intensity that belied the casual gesture. "No, thank you, sir." Harry remained standing, too tense to sit in the squashy armchair usually reserved for visitors. "I understand you had an eventful night," Dumbledore began, abandoning the pretense of sweets. He leaned back, steepling his fingers. "The Black Lake is particularly cold at this time of year. And deep. And, as it turns out, home to more than Grindylows and the occasional well-meaning giant squid." So, he knew. Of course he knew. Snape would have reported. Harry said nothing, waiting. "Professor Snape believes you saw something of great importance. A perversion of a noble object. And that you encountered resistance. The cup is down there," Harry said, the words sharp in the quiet room. "It's been changed. It feels evil. And there's a thing guarding it. The lurker, Snape called it." Dumbledore nodded slowly, a deep sadness etching lines around his eyes. "A creature of the abyssal plane, drawn to concentrated acts of dark magic like a scavenger to carrion. Its presence is both a curse and a blessing. It guards the cup from all comers, friend or foe. A complication for Tom. And for us. You're not going to remove it?" Harry asked, surprised. To do so would require a battle that would churn the lake to froth, alert everyone for miles, and likely destroy the cup in the process. "We do not know what contingencies are tied to its destruction. It may be a trap within a trap." Dumbledore's gaze grew distant. "Sometimes, the most dangerous objects are best left where they lie, contained by the very dangers they attract." He focused on Harry again. "But the cup is not why I asked you here tonight. Professor Snape also reported something else. An alteration in your magical response. He described the killing curse in the forest. He described it shattering. Here it was. The interrogation Harry had dreaded and, perversely, wanted. I didn't know how I did it. I just didn't let it in. You imposed your will upon a fundamental law of magic," Dumbledore said softly. "The killing curse is not a spell of force, to be blocked. It is a spell of absolute conclusion. To reject it is to reject the caster's right to dictate that conclusion. It requires a sense of self so powerful, so unassailable, that it creates a philosophical barrier. Very few wizards in history have ever shown such a capability. And never one so young." He stood, walking to a cabinet where a shallow stone basin rested, the pensieve. "You have been touched by an ancient magic, Harry. First by your mother's sacrifice. Now by your own sworn intent. The oath you swore did not just give you purpose, it acted as a crucible, forging your magical core into something more defined, more assertive. You are learning what the old texts call pure arcanism. The magic of will." He turned, his eyes grave. "It is a double-edged sword of the sharpest kind. It can break unbreakable curses. It can also break you. Without control, without an anchor, the will can burn out the mind that houses it. It can turn inwards, creating realities that are not there. It is the power of madmen and saints, and the line between the two is vanishingly thin. The mirror, Harry said abruptly. In the room of hidden things. It showed me taking it apart. The magic. Like a puzzle. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. The mirror arised. It shows the heart's desire. Your heart desires understanding. Mastery. Not for power's sake, I think. For safety's. For an end to the chase. He sighed. That is a good desire. A noble one. But it is a path fraught with more danger than any forest or lake. You cannot walk it alone. Will you teach me? The question hung between them, fragile as glass. For a long moment, Dumbledore was silent. He looked older than the castle stones. I can try, he said finally, the words heavy. But my knowledge is theoretical. I have studied this branch of magic, but I have never possessed it. My power has always been of a different nature, wider, perhaps, but not so pointed. I can give you principles, guardrails. The control must come from you. He moved back to his desk, drawing a piece of parchment and a quill. The first principle is anchor. Your will must be rooted in something external, something true and solid, or it will lose itself in its own potential. For you, I suspect your anchors are your friends. Your love for them, your desire to protect them. When you practice, hold them in your mind. Not as a shield, but as a foundation. He wrote a single word on the parchment, intent. The second is clarity. Your will is a blade. A blurred intention is a dull blade. You must know, precisely, what you want the magic to do. Not, be warm, but, radiate heat at the level of a summer stone. Not, stop that, but, divert that kinetic energy leftwards. Precision saves energy and prevents backlash. He wrote a second word, clarity. The third is cost. This magic draws directly from your core, your life force. It is exhausting in a way spellcasting is not. You will feel it as a physical drain, a hollowing. You must learn to recognize your limits. To push past them is to risk draining yourself into a state of magical coma, or worse. A third word, cost. He pushed the parchment toward Harry. These are your tenets for now. Practice with the small things. The stone, the flame of a candle. Do not, under any circumstances, attempt to use this on another person's mind or magic. The consequences could be catastrophic. Harry looked at the three words. They seemed so small to contain the enormity of what he was feeling. And what about why? He asked, looking up. Snape said, he asked if I knew why my blood was so precious to Voldemort. Beyond my mother's protection. What did he mean? A shadow passed over Dumbledore's face. It was there and gone, but in that instant, Harry saw a profound weariness, and a grief so old it had become part of the man's architecture. That, Dumbledore said quietly, is a conversation for which we are not yet ready. The truth carries a weight that can crush the unprepared. Know this, your connection to Tom Riddle is deeper, more tangled, than that of hunter and prey. Your blood is a symbol to him, but it may also be a key. And keys can turn both ways. It was a non-answer, and they both knew it. But Harry saw the finality in Dumbledore's posture. That door was closed for now. The moon will be full in 5 nights, Dumbledore continued, changing the subject. Tom's deadline, according to your anonymous friend. He is weakened, his primary plan in disarray. But he is not idle. The forest was a setback. The lake is a stalemate. He will seek a third path. We must be vigilant. And you, Harry, must become more than you are. Not just a boy who survives, but a wizard who understands his own power. The dismissal was clear. Harry took the parchment, the 3 words feeling like a sentence and a salvation. Sir, the friend. The one with the mirror. Do you know who it is? Dumbledore's eyes grew opaque. I have suspicions. There are those who have fought Tom from the shadows for a very long time, bearing wounds the world never sees. Trust their actions, Harry, but be wary of their methods. Shadows protect, but they can also obscure. Harry left the office, the parchment clutched in his hand. The interview had been both less and more than he'd expected. No shouting, no confinement, just a quiet, terrifying map of a journey he had no choice but to take. He found Ron and Hermione waiting for him in the corridor below, having clearly ignored any instruction to go to bed. Well, Ron demanded. Harry told them, summarizing the conversation, the tenets, the warning, the evasion about his blood. Anchor, clarity, cost, Hermione repeated, committing them to memory instantly. It's a starting point. A theoretical framework. We can work with that. But he won't tell you about the blood. Ron frowned. That's dodgy. It's Dumbledore, Harry said, a familiar frustration bubbling up. Everything's a lesson you have to be ready for. Maybe you're not, Hermione said gently, seeing his expression. Harry, if it's something that could, I don't know, break your understanding of everything, maybe a little practice first isn't a bad idea. He knew she was right. It didn't make the secrecy easier to bear. They returned to the room of requirement, which now provided a simple, quiet space with a stone floor, a single candle on a stand, and the river stone from the hidden trove waiting on a small table. The mirror was gone, the room had understood it was not what he needed now. For the next 2 days, Harry lived in a split reality. By day, he was a student. He attended classes, ate meals, endured the stares and whispers that had taken on a new quality, less about celebrity, more about wary speculation. The story of Moody's accident had settled, but a nervous energy thrummed through the castle. The suspended tournament hung over everything like a sword paused mid-fall. By night, he practiced. Anchor. He held the river stone, and instead of just wanting it to be warm, he pictured the Gryffindor common room fire. He felt the heat on his skin, heard the crackle, saw Ron laughing at something, Hermione rolling her eyes with a smile. The stone warmed steadily, reliably. Clarity. He focused on the candle flame. Instead of wanting it to go out, he imagined gently lifting the heat away from the wick, molecule by molecule. The flame guttered, shrank to a blue pearl, and vanished, without a puff of smoke. He reversed it, focusing the heat back. It reignited. Cost. After an hour of such exercises, he felt it, a deep, spiritual fatigue, as if he'd run a marathon in his mind. His magical core, which usually felt like a well of energy, felt shallow, the bottom too close. He learned to stop before the dizziness began. It was painstaking. It was frustrating. He failed constantly. Trying to change the color of the stone, he gave himself a pounding headache. Trying to levitate the quill, he sent it spinning like a drill bit into the ceiling. But he was learning. He could feel the shape of his intent now, could sense when it was diffuse and when it was sharp. He began to understand the weight of different desires. Warming a stone was light, stopping a kinetic curse was heavy beyond measure. On the third night, as he sat recovering from a session, the two-way mirror in his pocket grew warm. He pulled it out. Ron and Hermione, who were studying textbooks across the room, Hermione revising, Ron mostly staring at his in despair, looked up. The surface swirled, then cleared. It was not the tired eyes of Regulus Black this time. It showed a location. A dank, familiar cellar. The floor was scratched with the same complex, darkening sigil Harry had burned at his oath-taking, the shattered cup, the lightning bolt, the circle. But around the edges of this sigil, new runes were drawn in what looked like black ink, or blood. They pulsed with a slow, evil light. Beneath the image, words formed in the glass as if written by an invisible quill. The circle is cast. The anchor is laid. The blood is the trigger. He seeks to bypass the lake. He will call you. Then, the mirror went dark. The room was icy. He's making a new path, Hermione whispered, horror-struck. A ritual circle. Somewhere off the school grounds. He's going to try to pull Harry to him magically. Call me how? Harry asked, his mouth dry. Like the Death Eater's marks. Something like that, Hermione said, her mind racing. But stronger. Tied to your blood, or your magic, or the oath. The sigil is your oath sigil, corrupted. He's trying to use the magic you created against you. The full moon was 2 nights away. The training, the tenets, the careful control, it all felt suddenly, desperately small. Voldemort wasn't waiting for Harry to come to the lake. He was building a snare that would yank Harry across whatever distance lay between them. Harry looked at the mirror, then at his friends. The anchor, Dumbledore had said. He knew what he had to do. He couldn't just wait to be called. He had to find where that cellar was. He had to break the circle before it could be activated. The hunt was no longer a defensive game. It was a race. And the starting pistol was the light of the full moon. The mirror's warmth faded, leaving behind a chill that had nothing to do with the room of requirement's ambient temperature. The image of the corrupted sigil was burned into Harry's vision, the pulsing, bloody runes a vile perversion of his own defiant magic. The message was not a warning, It was a declaration of war delivered by a ghost. He will call you. The words echoed in the silent room, in the space between his heartbeats. Ron was the first to move, snatching the mirror from Harry's numb fingers as if it were a venomous snake. He stared at the now dull surface. Where is that? It looks like a cellar. But there are 1,000 cellars. It's not just any cellar, Hermione whispered. She had pulled a piece of parchment from her bag and was sketching frantically, replicating the sigil and the new runes from memory. Her hand trembled only slightly. The architecture, the stonework. It's old. Pre-statute of secrecy, maybe. The mortar pattern, I've seen it before. She looked up, her eyes wide. In Hogwarts, a history. The chapter on the founding family's lesser properties. That's Slytherin stonework. Rough-hewn, magically reinforced. It's one of his safe houses. A secondary location, like the note said. Salazar Slytherin had a cellar. Ron asked, bewildered. He had many. Places of retreat, of study. This one, it's not on the maps. It would be unplottable, protected by blood magic. She pointed to the black runes around the edge of her sketch. These are necromantic Latin. A binding invocation. Sanguis vocat, ossa resonat, spiritus trahatur. Blood calls, bone resonates, spirit is drawn. Harry's scar gave a sharp, sympathetic throb. Blood calls. He's made a magical telephone. To my blood. Worse, Hermione said, her voice dropping. It's a sacrificial anchor. The corrupted version of your oath sigil acts as a sympathetic link. On the night of the full moon, when certain magical forces are at their peak, he can activate the circle. It won't just call you, Harry. It will try to pull you. To tear your spirit from your body and draw it to that circle, leaving your blood behind for the taking. It's a form of astral projection, but forced, violent. The horror of it unfolded in the quiet room. Not an attack, a harvesting. We have to find it, Harry said, the words gritty in his dry throat. Before the moon is full. We have to destroy it. How? Ron's voice cracked. It's unplottable. If it was easy to find, Dumbledore would have raided it years ago. The mirror showed it to us, Harry said, a desperate plan forming. The friend. They can see it. Maybe they can guide us. He took the mirror back from Ron. He focused all his will, all his frantic need, into the glass. Show me the way. How do we get there? For a long, agonizing minute, nothing. Then, the surface shimmered. Not an image this time, but a series of symbols that scrolled slowly upwards, a serpent. A standing stone, a wilting willow, a river fork, a door in a hillside. A map, a cryptic, pictorial trail. It's a sequence, Hermione breathed, copying the symbols. Landmarks. A path. The serpent could be Slytherin's mark, or a real snake. The standing stone, there are dozens in Scotland, Ron muttered. The wilting willow, Harry said, a memory sparking. The whomping willow. No, that's not wilting, it's violent. A wilting willow, there's a painting in the charms corridor. The maiden by the wilting willow. It's of a specific tree near a riverbank. I've seen it. Hermione's head snapped up. If we can identify the painting's real-life location, and it's near a river fork, that could be the start of the trail. It was a thread. A fragile, impossibly thin thread. But it was all they had. We need to research, Hermione declared, already shoving books into her bag. Magical landmark paintings, Scottish river geography, Slytherin family lore. We have 2 days. The next 36 hours were a blur of desperate scholarship and furtive practice. They became ghosts in the library, haunted by the specter of the pulsing runes. Hermione, with her prefect's badge, secured them a private study carrel where they could spread out maps and forbidden texts from the restricted section, which Harry smuggled out under the invisibility cloak. They identified the willow in the painting as a rare magical hybrid that only grew in one valley in the Scottish Highlands, known for its connection to medieval herbology. The river fork was the confluence of the Alt and Tisrutha Gill in a smaller, unnamed stream. The standing stone was a known marker for a forgotten apparition point used by medieval witches. The serpent symbol was the final clue, carved into the hillside door itself. The path was real. It led to a remote, mountainous region east of Inverness. Meanwhile, Harry practiced. Anchor, clarity, cost. He could now extinguish and relight a candle from across the room. He could make the river stone glow like a tiny lantern. But the cost was always there, a creeping exhaustion that felt like a part of his soul being siphoned. Dumbledore's warnings echoed constantly. The headmaster had summoned him once more, sensing his strain. "You are pushing too hard, too fast." "I don't have a choice," Harry had replied, the image of the cellar burning behind his eyes. Dumbledore had looked at him with infinite sadness. "There is always a choice, Harry. Sometimes the choice is to trust others to share the burden." "I am. Are you?" Dumbledore had asked softly. "Or are you simply giving them orders?" The question stung, because it felt true. Ron and Hermione were soldiers in his private war, and the weight of that responsibility was a new, terrible pressure. The night before the full moon, they had their plan. It was audacious, reliant on luck, timing, and every scrap of skill they possessed. They would use the cover of a Hogsmeade weekend. Hermione had forged permission slips, a moral line she crossed with pale-faced determination. They would take the secret passage to Honeydukes, then disapparate from the edge of the village. Ron had gotten a crash course inside along from a terrified but resigned Fred and George, who provided them with a crudely drawn map of the apparition coordinates near the Standing Stone. "If you die, we're telling Mum it was your idea," George had said, his usual grin absent. "If we die," Ron had retorted, "you'll be too busy being grounded for life to tell anyone anything." Harry's role was the simplest and the most dangerous. He would provide a distraction at the castle. A big, loud, magical distraction that would keep the teachers, especially the remaining, watchful staff, occupied long enough for their absence to go unnoticed for a few critical hours. He would then meet them via the passage. The distraction was Fred and George's masterpiece, a modified version of their stadium fireworks, Charm 2. Simulate a massive, chaotic duel between illusory magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, complete with blinding lights, thunderous booms, and traces of dark magic signatures. It would scream, "Dark arts intrusion," and pull every adult wizard in the castle towards it. It felt childish. It felt desperate. It was all they had. The day of the full moon dawned clear and cold. The sky was a hard, pale blue, utterly innocent. The tension in the castle was a live wire. Harry felt hyper-aware of every glance, every whisper. He moved through his classes like an automaton, his mind in that dank cellar, on the pulsing runes. At lunch, he slipped the modified firework, a single, innocent-looking copper knob, to Fred under the table. "Sunset," Harry murmured. Fred nodded, his face uncharacteristically solemn. "It'll be a masterpiece of misdirection." "Good luck, Harry." As afternoon bled into evening, Harry, Ron, and Hermione met in the room of requirement one last time. It had provided them with sturdy, dark traveling cloaks, climbing ropes, and a small satchel of potions, healing, pepper-up, and a single vial of a potent, illegal doxycide for unforeseen pests. Hermione checked and rechecked her beaded bag, which now contained everything from a tent to a library. Ron tested his wand arm, performing a few simple jinxes with focused precision. Harry just stood there, feeling the quiet, potent hum of his own magic, a coiled spring waiting to be released. He looked at his friends. His anchors. "If this goes wrong," he said, his voice rough, "you get out. You disapparate immediately. Don't wait for me." "Piss off," Ron said, without heat. "He's right, Ron," Hermione said, but she took Harry's hand, her grip firm. "We're a team. But the objective is to break the circle. If we can't, retreat is not defeat. It's strategy." The sun dipped below the mountains. Sunset. From the direction of the Forbidden Forest, a sound like 100 cannons erupted. The castle windows flashed with strobing colors, electric green, violent purple, blood red. A chorus of enraged roars and shrieks, magically amplified, split the twilight. They saw Professors McGonagall and Flitwick sprinting from the entrance hall, wands drawn, heading for the forest. The distraction had begun. "Now," Harry said. They threw on the invisibility cloak and hurried to the one-eyed witch passage. The journey through the tunnel felt endless. They emerged into the dusty cellar of Honeydukes, now closed and dark. They crept up into the empty, cold street of Hogsmeade. The appointed spot was a copse of trees beyond the last house. The air was sharp with the promise of frost. Ron gripped Harry's and Hermione's arms tightly, his knuckles white. "Remember," he muttered, "think of the stone. The feeling of granite underfoot, the smell of peat and frost." He turned on the spot. The world compressed into a sickening, rushing tube of darkness and pressure. Harry's insides felt like they were being wrung out. Then, with a jarring thump, they landed on uneven, frozen ground. They stumbled apart, gasping. Ron looked green. Hermione was shaking. Harry's senses reeled. They were on a bleak, windy moor. The sky was a vast bowl of indigo, the first stars piercing through. Ahead, silhouetted against the fading light, was a single, towering standing stone, covered in lichen and carved with worn symbols. They had arrived. The silence was immense, broken only by the sigh of the wind through the heather. It was utterly desolate. Right, Ron said, swallowing hard. Landmark 1. Check. Using the map in Hermione's research, they began to trek. The wilting willow was a sad, silvered skeleton in a frost-rimmed gully a mile east. From there, they followed the icy, chattering stream to the river fork. The moon, huge and bone-white, began its ascent, painting the world in monochrome. Its light felt like a searchlight on Harry's skin. His scar began to prickle, a steady, rising burn. The call was beginning. A faint, psychic tug, like a fishhook lodged behind his navel, pulling him southeast. It's starting, he gritted out, clutching his forehead. We have to be close, Hermione said, consulting her hand-drawn map under a lumos. The serpent door should be in the hillside just beyond that ridge. They climbed, the cold seeping through their cloaks, their breath pluming in the moonlight. The tug grew stronger. Harry felt a dizzying sense of dissociation, as if part of him was already floating ahead, towards the source of the pull. And then they saw it. Carved into the steep, rocky hillside, almost invisible until the moonlight struck it at the right angle, was the outline of a door. And above it, etched deep into the stone, was the serpent symbol from the mirror. The door itself was simple, ancient oak, bound with black iron. But the magic around it was a wall of cold, ancient malice. It tasted of dust, scales, and cold stone. Slytherin's magic. Wards, Hermione whispered, her diagnostic charm sparking and dying as it touched the invisible barrier. Blood wards. Keyed to his line. Or to Parseltongue. Harry stepped forward. The hook in his navel pulled viciously. He could feel the corrupted circle on the other side of that door, a sick, hungry pulse in time with the moonlight. He focused past the pain, past the call, and hissed at the door. Open. The sound was alien in the clean Highland air. For a moment, nothing. Then, with a groan of millennia-old hinges, the door swung inwards, revealing a steep, descending staircase carved from the living rock. A breath of stale, frigid air, carrying the faint, metallic scent of blood and dark magic, washed over them. The call became a scream in Harry's blood. Come and be taken. He drew his wand, its Hollywood a familiar comfort against his palm. He looked at Ron and Hermione. Their faces were pale but set, wands held ready. Without a word, they started down. The stairs spiraled deep into the earth. The only light was their lumos charms, which seemed feeble against the consuming dark. The walls were slick with moisture. The air grew colder with every step, a cold that seeped into the soul. After what felt like an age, the stairs ended. They stood at the entrance to the cellar. It was exactly as the mirror had shown. A low, cavernous space of Slytherin stone. And in the center of the rough floor, glowing with that sickly, pulsating green-black light, was the corrupted sigil. The shattered cup, his lightning bolt, now twisted into a mockery. The necromantic runes around it burned with fresh, wet-looking intensity. In the center of the circle lay a small, sharp knife of obsidian. And kneeling beside the circle, his back to them, was a man. He was chanting in a low, guttural stream of Latin, his hands moving over the runes, feeding them with drops of blood from his own palm. He was thin, his robes hanging loose, his hair lank. As they entered, he stopped chanting. The cellar fell silent but for the thrum of the malicious magic. The man stood, slowly, and turned. It was not Voldemort. It was not a Death Eater Harry recognized. It was a face from a single, forgotten memory. A face from the Daily Prophet years ago. A face that was gaunt, ravaged by Azkaban and then by hiding, but still bearing the haughty, sharp features of the Black family. Regulus, Harry breathed. Regulus Arcturus Black looked at him. His eyes were the same tired, anxious eyes from the mirror, but now they burned with a feverish, desperate light. There was no kindness in them. Only a terrible, driven purpose. You came, Regulus said, his voice a dry rustle. Good. The circle required the blood of the target to be truly sealed. A voluntary step across the threshold. He smiled, a ghastly expression. My brother's godson. The perfect key. He wasn't a friend. He was the trap, the mirror, the guidance. It had all been to lead Harry here, to complete the ritual himself. "You've been helping him," Harry said, disbelief turning to ash in his mouth. "Helping." Regulus let out a short, barking laugh that echoed painfully in the stone room. "I am using him. His obsession. His plan. This circle, it doesn't just call your spirit, Potter. It's a transfer. A trade. His essence, anchored in that pathetic, rudimentary body, for yours. A pure vessel, rich with sacrificial protection and young, potent magic. He gets the body he craves. And I," his eyes gleamed. "I get the dead, empty shell of the Dark Lord. To destroy. Forever. A final atonement." It was a plan of breathtaking, suicidal arrogance. He was trying to trick Voldemort, to use Harry as sacrificial bait to lure the Dark Lord's spirit into a trap, leaving Voldemort's mortal form vulnerable. "You're mad," Hermione whispered, horrified. "I am redeemed," Regulus snarled, spittle flying. "I saw his evil. I tried to starve him. But he has Horcruxes, anchors to life. This is the only way. Lure the main soul out, trap it, and destroy the helpless body. Don't you see? You have to step into the circle. It's the only way to end him." The hook in Harry's navel pulled, a physical yank. The circle's light flared, responding to his proximity. The runes blazed. The full moon's power was reaching its peak. "Don't do it, Harry," Ron shouted, raising his wand. "It's the only way to win." Regulus screamed, his own wand appearing in his hand. "You have to trust me. For Sirius. For my brother." He fired a spell, not at Harry, but at the ceiling above Ron and Hermione. Descendo. The roof shuddered. Great chunks of stone began to crack and fall, forcing Ron and Hermione to dive apart, their Lumos charms extinguished in the chaos. In the sudden, near darkness, lit only by the hellish glow of the circle, Regulus turned his wild eyes on Harry. "Step into the circle. Now. It's time." The pull was unbearable. Harry's feet slid forward an inch on the dusty stone. The circle hungered. He could feel Voldemort's distant, eager consciousness, drawn like a shark to blood. He saw Ron, scrambling up from behind a fallen rock. He saw Hermione, coughing in the dust, her wand light flaring back to life. His anchors. Anchor. Clarity. Cost. He didn't fight the pull. He accepted it. He let it flow through him. And then, with every ounce of will the oath had forged, every lesson Dumbledore had given, every scrap of love for the friends fighting beside him, he changed its direction. He wasn't a key. He was a conduit. He took the moon-powered, necromantic pull of the circle, and he diverted it. Not into himself. Into the stone of the cellar itself. Into the ancient, dormant magic of Salazar Slytherin's wards. The circle flared blindingly bright. The runes shrieked, a sound of tearing magic. The obsidian knife in the center shattered. Regulus screamed, "No, you fool. You'll kill us all." The ground began to shake. The walls groaned. The corrupted sigil burned white-hot, then imploded inwards with a sound like a dying star. And from the collapsing darkness at the circle's heart, a wave of pure, spectral force erupted. It wasn't Voldemort. It was the backlash of the shattered ritual, a whirlwind of stolen magic, broken intent, and screaming will. It hit Harry like a physical wall. It hit Regulus full on. The man didn't even have time to scream. His body contorted, his magic, every last bit of it, was ripped from him, sucked into the collapsing vortex of the failed circle. He fell to the ground, not dead, but utterly, completely empty. A squib, created in an instant of catastrophic magic. The whirlwind howled through the cellar, seeking an outlet. Seeking the other end of the connection. Somewhere, far away, in a dark place, Lord Voldemort would be feeling the recoil of his own hijacked ritual. The ground beneath Harry's feet gave one final, violent lurch. And then, with a deafening roar of stone, the floor of the cellar vanished, collapsing into a deeper, unknown blackness beneath. Harry, Ron, and Hermione plummeted into the dark. The world became a roaring, tumbling cacophony of stone and screaming magic. There was no up, no down, only the violent ejection from reality as the cellar floor dissolved beneath them. Harry's stomach lurched into his throat. He heard Ron's yell, Hermione's short, sharp scream, both swallowed by the grinding thunder of collapsing earth. They fell in a shower of rubble and dust. It wasn't a clean drop, but a brutal, sliding, crashing descent down a chute of shattered rock. Harry's cloak tore. His elbows and knees scraped raw against stone. He tried to curl into a ball, to protect his head, but he was a ragdoll in the dark. The fall ended not with a sudden stop, but with a bruising, rolling impact onto a steep, gravelly slope. He tumbled, end over end, the world a blur of pain and disorientation, until he slammed against something solid and unyielding, a wall of cold, wet rock. Silence rushed in, profound and ringing after the chaos. It was absolute, pitch darkness, thick with the smell of crushed stone, damp earth, and the sharp, ozone tang of spent dark magic. Groaning, Harry pushed himself up on trembling arms. Every part of him ached. Ron, he croaked, the word swallowed by the dense black. Hermione. A small, blue light flared to his left. Hermione's lumos trembled in her hand as she lifted it, her face a pale, dirty mask of shock in its glow. Here, she whispered, her voice shaking. Ron. A grunt came from the shadows to Harry's right. Ron was a dark heap, slowly entangling himself from a pile of loose shale. Ma'alef, he muttered, spitting out dust. Think I've swallowed half the hillside. They were in a cavern. Not one carved by wizards, but a natural, subterranean space. The ceiling from which they'd fallen was a jagged wound 30 feet above, faint moonlight a distant, unreachable coin. The walls were slick with mineral veins that glinted dully in the wandlight. The floor was a treacherous slope of fallen debris and ancient, still water that pooled in black mirrors around their feet. And they were not alone. A few yards away, near a still, dark pool, lay the motionless form of Regulus Black. He was on his back, his eyes open, staring sightlessly at the cavern ceiling. He wasn't dead. His chest rose and fell in shallow, rapid hitches. But the intelligence, the desperate fire that had burned in his eyes, was utterly extinguished. His gaze was blank, hollow, like a window into an empty room. Hermione scrambled over, her healer's instincts overriding her terror. She pressed fingers to his throat, then flinched back. He's alive. But his magic, it's gone. Completely. It's like there's nothing there. She looked at Harry, her eyes wide with horror. The backlash, it didn't kill him. It scoured him clean. Harry's oath had sworn to destroy the magic of the one who forged his name. In a twisted, roundabout way, through the catastrophic failure of Regulus's own insane scheme, it had been fulfilled. The forger's magic was gone. The oath within Harry gave one last, deep, silent pulse, a final, satisfied note, and then settled into a permanent, quiet hum, its primary purpose complete. It was no longer a driving force, but a part of his magical signature. A scar of intent. Serves him right, Ron said grimly, limping over, favoring his ankle. Trying to use you as a magical battery swap for you-know-who. He stared down at the empty shell of a man with a mix of revulsion and pity. But Harry wasn't looking at Regulus. His attention was drawn to the man's hand. Clutched in his limp fingers, so tight the knuckles were white even in unconsciousness, was a locket. A heavy, gold locket on a long, fine chain. Even in the dim light, it looked familiar. It was the locket from the memory Dumbledore had shown him, the one Regulus had stolen and replaced. Slytherin's locket. A Horcrux. Before Harry could move, a soft, pained whisper came from Regulus's lips. Not directed at them. A fragment of thought escaping his broken mind. The basin, the potion, the cave, have to destroy it, creature. His hand spasmed, and the locket slid from his fingers, landing with a soft clink on the wet stone. Harry bent and picked it up. It was cold, heavier than it looked. A sense of dormant, profound evil slept within it, a slow, poisonous heartbeat. This was what Regulus had died to steal. This was the anchor to Voldemort's immortality he'd failed to destroy. As that, Hermione breathed. Yeah, Harry said, closing his fist around it. The metal seemed to leach the warmth from his skin. One of them. A sudden, violent tremor shook the cavern. More dust and pebbles rained from the ceiling. The wound above them groaned ominously. This whole place is unstable, Ron said, looking up nervously. We have to get out. Now. But how? The way they'd come was a vertical shaft of collapsed rock. Even if they could climb it, it might cave in completely. Hermione raised her wand, swinging the lumos in a wide arc. Revelio via, she incanted. A faint, silvery path, like ghostly cobwebs, lit up on the cavern floor, leading away from the pool, disappearing into a narrow, low tunnel in the far wall. A path-finding charm. It showed the route of least magical resistance, likely an old, natural water channel. There, she said. They didn't hesitate. Ron and Harry hauled Regulus's limp form up, draping his arms over their shoulders. He was a dead weight, mumbling incoherently about caves and house elves. They half carried, half dragged him, their progress slow and agonizing over the uneven ground. The tunnel was tight, forcing them to crouch. The air grew colder, damper. The only sounds were their ragged breathing, the scrape of their feet, and the distant, unsettling drip of water. The silver path Hermione had conjured flickered ahead, their only guide. Harry's mind churned. Regulus's plan had been monstrous, but its failure had handed them a Horcrux. And it had done something else. He could still feel the echo of the ritual's backlash, a strange, hollow resonance in his own magic. It wasn't pain. It was more like an open channel, briefly forced, that hadn't fully closed. When he diverted the circle's pull, he hadn't just sent it into Slytherin's wards. For a split second, he'd felt the other end of the line, a cold, furious presence, screaming in thwarted rage. The connection to Voldemort, always a one-way scar, had for an instant become a two-way street. And something had stuck. After what felt like hours, they saw a change ahead, not light, but a lessening of the absolute dark. A faint, gray, pre-dawn glow. The tunnel widened, the ceiling rising. They stumbled out onto a narrow, rocky ledge, high on the steep side of the mountain valley. Below them, the river fork gleamed in the weak light. The air was clean and bitingly cold. They collapsed on the ledge, gasping. Regulus slumped between them, his head lolling. The first birds began to sing, a cruel contrast to the night's horrors. "We can't apparate from here with him," Ron panted. "Not a chance. And we can't leave him. We have to signal for help," Hermione said, digging into her beaded bag. She pulled out a small, phoenix-shaped whistle. "Dumbledore gave it to me after the lake. For emergencies." She put it to her lips and blew. No sound came out that Harry could hear, but a moment later, the air beside them shimmered and parted with a sound like tearing silk. Albus Dumbledore stepped through, his robes pristine, his face ashen. His eyes took in the scene in an instant, the battered trio, the catatonic Regulus Black. "I felt the magical upheaval," he said quietly, his voice taut. He knelt beside Regulus, his long fingers passing over the man's face, not touching. "His magic, it has been excised. A total, violent separation. I have never seen its like. He tried to use a ritual to swap Harry and Voldemort's spirits," Hermione explained in a rush. "Harry broke it. The backlash did this." Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Harry, a complex look of pride, deep concern, and sorrow flashing within them. He nodded. Then his gaze fell on the locket still clutched in Harry's hand. He went very still. "You found it." "He had it," Harry said, holding it out. The morning light caught the serpentine, making it seem to writhe. Dumbledore took it with reverence and profound distaste, as one might handle a venomous serpent. Salazar Slytherin's locket, one anchor of Tom's immortality. He tucked it into his own robes. This is a blow he will feel deeply. But he will also know it has been taken. He will redouble his efforts elsewhere. He looked at Regulus again. "We must get him to St. Mungo's. And you three back to Hogwarts before your absence causes panic." With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a stretcher of light that gently lifted Regulus. He then offered his arms to Ron and Hermione. "Side along will be smoother this time, I assure you." They took hold. Harry moved to join them, but Dumbledore stopped him with a look. "A moment, Harry." Ron and Hermione vanished with a soft pop. Dumbledore turned to Harry, the dawn painting his beard in hues of pink and gold, his expression grave. "What you did in that cellar, it went beyond diversion. You channeled a necromantic ritual's full power. You have forged a new kind of connection. I can feel it," Harry admitted, the words hard to find. "It's like a cold spot in my magic. A place where he is. It is a bridge," Dumbledore said. "Forced open by the ritual's violence and your own unique magic. It is unstable. It may allow for leakage. Sensations. Impressions. Both ways. Both ways." The thought was ice in Harry's veins. "He could see into my mind. Perhaps not see, but feel. Sense strong emotions. And you may, in turn, sense his. It is a vulnerability, Harry. But also, potentially, a window." Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder. "You must learn to guard this bridge. To build gates within your own mind. Occlumency is no longer a suggestion, it is a necessity for survival. I will arrange for lessons immediately." Harry nodded, too weary and overwhelmed to protest. The cost of his victory was a permanent, psychic link to his enemy. Dumbledore offered his arm again. As the world compressed for apparition, Harry's last sight was of the peaceful, waking valley, hiding the terrible darkness they had just escaped. They reappeared on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, near the Shrieking Shack. Dumbledore sent a Patronus, a towering phoenix of silver light, streaking towards the castle, presumably to allay any concerns. He then escorted a dazed and dirty Harry back through the secret passage and into the castle, which was just beginning to stir. He was deposited at the door of the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey descended on him with a cluck of disapproval. Diagnosing exhaustion, minor cuts, bruises, and magical overextension. She forced a vial of a thick, purple potion down his throat that tasted of lavender and dirt, and shoved him into a bed surrounded by white curtains. Sleep, when it came, was not peaceful. He dreamed not of green light or serpents, but of a vast, cold desert under a black sun. And in the distance, a figure of shadow and rage, turning slowly, sensing a warmth that did not belong. A single, hissed word echoed across the barren dreamscape. Thief. He woke to whispered voices. He pushed the curtain aside. Ron and Hermione were there, sitting by his bed, looking tired but clean. They'd clearly been given pepper-up potions and a stern talking to, but they were whole. "You're awake," Hermione said, relief flooding her features. "How's Regulus?" Harry asked, his voice raspy. "Street. Mungo's long-term Janus Thicky ward," Ron said quietly. "He's not coming back, they reckon. Magic's gone, and his mind went with it. They're calling it spontaneous magical atrophy, from a rare curse backlash." "Another tidy lie. And the other thing?" Harry asked, tapping his temple. Hermione's face tightened. "Dumbledore told us. Occlumency. Snape." Harry groaned. "Of course it would be Snape. But you did it, Harry," Ron said, a fierce grin breaking through his worry. "You got a ruddy Horcrux. And you stopped that mad ritual. You saved our skins, again." He hadn't felt like he'd won. He felt carved out, permanently altered. He had a piece of Voldemort's soul in a locket now locked in Dumbledore's office, and a piece of Voldemort's awareness stuck in his own head. But he was alive. They all were. And the hunt, in a way, had shifted. He was no longer just prey, or even just a hunter. He was now, irrevocably, connected to the beast. Madame Pomfrey bustled over, shooing Ron and Hermione out with promises that Harry could leave by dinner. When they were gone, Harry lay back, staring at the white ceiling. He reached for his magic, for the new, quiet hum of the fulfilled oath. And he felt for that cold spot, that bridge. It was there. A silent, dark channel leading into unknown depths. He had sworn to destroy the magic of the one who forged his name. That was done. Now, he had to survive being bound to the one who gave that forger his purpose. And somewhere, in the shadows of the world, Voldemort was feeling that same unwanted connection. A bridge he didn't build. A vulnerability he couldn't control. The game had changed forever. The hospital wing's sterile calm was a lie. The white sheets, the scent of antiseptic, the soft bustle of Madame Pomfrey, they painted over the fissures that now ran through Harry's world. The physical aches were fading under the matron's diligent potions, but the other wounds were fresh and raw. The cold spot. The bridge. It sat in his consciousness like a sliver of obsidian lodged behind his eyes. He couldn't see through it, couldn't hear through it. But he could feel it. A conduit of pure, frigid malice, a psychic tunnel whose other end was buried in the darkest part of another being's soul. It didn't hum or vibrate. It was just an open door to a frozen wasteland, and the draft was constant. Ron and Hermione visited as much as Pomfrey allowed, their presence a tangible warmth against that internal chill. They spoke in hushed tones about everything but what mattered: the weather, homework, the latest ridiculous prophet article about the cursed tournament. It was a dance around an abyss. Finally, on the second day, as dusk painted the windows indigo, Hermione could bear it no longer. "Have you felt anything?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Ron stopped pretending to examine the label on a blood-replenishing potion. Harry shook his head, then corrected himself. "Not thoughts. Not visions. It's like a mood. A pressure change. This afternoon, when a first year dropped a tray in the Great Hall and everyone jumped, I felt a spike of irritation. Not mine. It was too sharp, too cold. It was gone in a second." He rubbed his scar, which had settled into a constant, low throb, a bass note to the new, silent scream of the bridge. It's like I'm in a room and someone in the next room is having a terrible row. I can't hear the words, but I can feel the slams. Hermione's face was pale with fascination and dread. Sympathetic magical resonance through a forced empathic link. The theory is, blimey, Hermione, he's not a textbook, Ron cut in, but gently. He looked at Harry. So he can't get in your head. See what you're doing. Dumbledore says not without me being open, or weak, or screamingly angry. That's what the occlumency is for. To shore up my walls. To control what leaks across. Harry's stomach clenched. The lessons would start tomorrow. With Snape, the man who had looked at him with such loathing and, in the cavern, with such reluctant, furious competence. He'll be a right git about it, Ron predicted darkly. He's the best occlumens Dumbledore knows, Hermione said, though she didn't look happy about it. And if anyone knows how Voldemort's mind works. She didn't finish the thought. He was one of them. The unspoken truth about Snape hung in the air, more present than ever. The following evening, instructions arrived via a stony-faced house elf. Harry was to present himself at the dungeon office at 8 o'clock precisely. The note was unsigned, but the acidic tone was unmistakable. The walk down felt like a descent into the belly of a beast. The damp cold of the dungeon seeped through his robes, mingling unpleasantly with the internal cold of the bridge. He knocked. Enter. Snape's office was as Harry remembered, shadowy, lined with jars of unnameable things, the air thick with the smell of preserved ingredients and bitterness. Snape stood behind his desk, not sitting, his arms crossed over his black robes. He looked at Harry as if he were a particularly complex and repulsive potion that had failed to coagulate. Potter. Sit. Harry sat in the hard, straight-backed chair before the desk. The headmaster believes you require instruction in occlumency. I consider it a futile exercise in preventing the inevitable, but I have been overruled. Snape's lip curled. You have, through a combination of monumental arrogance and freakish magical accident, tied your mind to the Dark Lords. You are a leaking cauldron, poisoning the air with your emotional detritus and providing a conduit for his influence. Our task is to plug the leak. Not out of concern for your fragile psyche, but because the intelligence you could inadvertently provide him is a threat to us all. Harry said nothing. Arguing with Snape's preamble was like trying to stop an avalanche with a teaspoon. Occlumency, Snape continued, gliding around the desk to stand before him, is the magical defense of the mind against external penetration. It involves clearing your mind of emotion, of thought, of identity. It is not mere silence. It is void. The perfect, blank wall. Occlumens of skill can not only repel legilimency, they can fabricate false memories, construct labyrinthine defenses, and exist as a ghost in their own consciousness. His black eyes bored into Harry's. You will achieve none of this. Our goal is pathetically modest, for you to learn to recognize the intrusion of another mind, and to muster enough mental discipline to slam a door. A simple, wooden door. I have little faith you can manage even that. I'll try, Harry gritted out. Trying is for fools who have time to fail. You do not. We begin. Legilimens. Snape's wand flicked. No jet of light. No sound. But Harry's world exploded. It was not like the bridge's cold draft. This was a violent, surgical invasion. Memories, raw and unbidden, flashed behind his eyes. Uncle Vernon's purple face shouting about the Masons, the feel of the mirror of Ariste's cool glass, the sight of Cedric's body on the grass, the smell of the dungeon lake, Hermione's tear-streaked face in the forest, the green light shattering. Slam. He didn't know how he did it. It was pure, panicked instinct. He envisioned the door Dumbledore had mentioned, not a fancy, magical barrier, but the simple, heavy oak door of the cupboard under the stairs. He pictured it swinging shut, the lock clicking. The torrent of memories ceased as abruptly as it had begun. He was panting, sweat beading on his forehead. Snape was staring at him, his expression unreadable. A door, Snape murmured, his voice devoid of its usual sarcasm. A crude, literal-minded barrier. But a barrier nonetheless. He seemed almost disappointed it had worked. Again. Legilimens. This time, Harry was ready. He felt the probe, a sharp, insistent pressure against his temples. He threw up the cupboard door. The pressure pushed, found purchase for a second. He felt a flash of the Dursleys' living room, and then he reinforced the door, imagining the heavy bolt he'd never had, sliding it home. The pressure vanished. Again. They drilled for an hour. Attack, defend. Attack, defend. Snape's assaults were relentless, varying in style, sometimes a blunt battering ram, sometimes a subtle, probing needle seeking cracks. Harry's defense was singular, stubborn, the door. He made it thicker. He added a chain. He imagined packing the space behind it with the quiet, determined noise of the Gryffindor common room, the solid feel of his holly wand, the remembered warmth of the stone in the room of requirement. He failed as often as he succeeded. Snape ripped through his defenses and paraded his private shames and fears, his longing for his parents, his fury at the Dursleys, his guilt over Sirius's ongoing imprisonment, his terror of the Cold Bridge. Each failure was a violation that left him shaking. But each success, each time he forced that oak door shut, made the mental muscle twitch with newfound strength. Finally, Snape lowered his wand. Harry was drenched in sweat, trembling with exhaustion that was more mental than physical. "Adequate," Snape said, the word sounding like an insult. "You have a singular, obsessive focus that lends itself to a single, blunt solution. It is not occlumency. It is mental barbarism, but it may serve to block the most obvious leaks." He turned back to his desk. "We will continue tomorrow. Same time. Do not be late. And Potter," he said, not looking back, "the connection you share with the Dark Lord is not a static thing. As his strength returns, so will the potency of that bridge. Your wooden door will not hold against a siege. You must learn to build a fortress." Dismissed. Harry stumbled out into the corridor, his head pounding in rhythm with his scar. The lesson had been brutal, but it had given him a tool. A door. It was something. As he climbed the stairs towards the warmer, brighter parts of the castle, he felt it. A surge across the bridge. Not a memory, not a thought. A wave of pure, icy rage so profound it stole his breath. It was accompanied by a flash of sensory impression, the smell of damp earth and rotting leaves, the feel of rough bark under a skeletal hand, the taste of impotent fury. Voldemort was angry. Furious. The loss of the locket, the failure of Regulus's ritual, the unwanted connection, they were all thorns in his side. And for the first time, Harry felt a grim, dark satisfaction. He was no longer just a target. He was an irritant, a thief, a bridge builder. He had a door, and on the other side of it, for the first time, he could feel the monster rattling the bars. The next week settled into a grueling new rhythm. His days were filled with the strange normalcy of classes where teachers carefully avoided mentioning tournaments or mysterious accidents. The whispers followed him, but they had changed key, less about celebrity, more about wary, superstitious fear. He was the boy who'd been at the center of 2 deaths that they knew of, who'd made a teacher kill himself, who'd somehow ended the Triwizard Tournament without competing. He was a walking bad omen. His nights were split. 2 hours in the room of requirement, practicing the delicate, draining art of will magic with Hermione as his theorist and Ron as his wary cheerleader. He could now change the color of a small patch of cloth with a minute of focused concentration. He could make a feather float in a complex pattern, though it left him nauseous. The cost was always there, a ledger being debited in his soul. Then, the hour in the dungeons with Snape. The mental battering continued. His wooden door was becoming scarred and splintered under the constant assault, but it was also becoming more real, more instant. He was learning to sense the flavor of Snape's intrusion, a bitter, clinical sharpness, and distinguish it from the cold, oily pressure that sometimes whispered across the bridge from far away. Voldemort's touch, for now, was passive, ambient, a weather system of malice. But Harry knew it was only a matter of time before it became active. Dumbledore summoned him once, to discuss the locket. Its destruction is a matter of utmost urgency, and utmost difficulty, Dumbledore said, the heavy chain lying on his desk between them like a sleeping serpent. The Horcrux is protected by powerful, vile magic. To destroy it is to destroy a piece of Tom's soul. It will not be pleasant, and it will not be easy. I am researching the methods. In the meantime, it is safe here, under wards within wards. What about the others? Harry asked. He said he made 6. A reasonable guess, given Tom's fixation on that number, Dumbledore said, his eyes distant. We have the diary, destroyed. The ring, whose location I suspect. The locket, here. That leaves 3. 1, I believe, is an artifact of Hogwarts itself, intimately connected to Tom's time here. The others are mysteries. He focused on Harry. Your connection, painful as it is, may eventually become a tool. As you strengthen your mind, you may learn to listen down the bridge without opening the door. To gather impressions, hints. It is a dangerous game. The smallest misstep could alert him to your consciousness on the line. So I just wait. Train. While he's out there getting stronger. You are not waiting, Harry. You are preparing. You are doing what he least expects, mastering the unique magic he covets, and fortifying the mind he seeks to exploit. Dumbledore sighed. Tom is doubtlessly seeking a new path to his resurrection. The lake was blocked. The ritual failed. He will turn to more direct means. The Death Eaters are stirring. The violence at the Quidditch World Cup was a taste. There will be more. The world is becoming darker, and your education, in all its forms, must accelerate. The weight of it was a physical thing on Harry's shoulders. He left the office feeling both galvanized and terribly small. The breakthrough, when it came, was not in the dungeon, or the room, but in the most mundane place imaginable, the Gryffindor common room, late on a Sunday evening. He was exhausted. His mind felt bruised from occlumency, hollow from magic practice. He was staring into the fire, trying to make a single flame dance. To a rhythm only he could hear, with minimal success. Ron was snoring softly in an armchair. Hermione was reading, but her eyes kept drifting to Harry with concern. Across the bridge, the constant cold anger suddenly spiked. This time, it wasn't passive. It was focused, directed, and with it came a clear, sensory impression, sharper than any before. A stone floor, gritty with dust. The smell of mildew and rat. A high, cold voice, issuing a command. The wizard, Bode, in the Department of Mysteries. He has resisted too long. Extract the prophecy. By any means necessary. A feeling of cruel delight. A voice, simpering, eager. Yes, master. At once, master. Wormtail. Then, as suddenly as it came, it was gone, severed as if a curtain had been drawn. The cold rage remained, but the specific vision vanished. Harry gasped, jerking upright in his chair. The flame he'd been focusing on shot 6 inches into the air with a whump. Harry. Hermione was on her feet, book forgotten. I heard him, Harry whispered, his heart hammering. Not heard. Felt. He gave an order. To Wormtail. About the Department of Mysteries. About a prophecy. And a wizard named Bode. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. Ron jerked awake, blinking. Was it? Prophecy. Harry told them, the words tumbling out. The clarity of the impression was terrifying. It hadn't been a thought he'd interpreted. It was a moment, shared. The Department of Mysteries, Hermione breathed. That's the most secretive part of the ministry. A prophecy, Harry, it must be about you. It has to be. That's what he's wanted all along, Ron said, now fully awake and alert. That's why he went after you as a baby. Because of a prophecy. Dumbledore had mentioned a prophecy, long ago. That Trelawney's real prediction had been about Harry and Voldemort. That it was the reason for the mark on his forehead. He's trying to get it, Harry said, the pieces clicking. He thinks it holds the key to beating me. Or to making sure I can't beat him. And he's attacking a ministry worker to get it, Hermione said, horror dawning. We have to tell Dumbledore. They did. They sent a Patronus, Harry's stag, now glowing with a slightly more solid, determined light, to summon the headmaster. He arrived within minutes, his face grave as Harry recounted what had come across the bridge. Bode is unspeakable, Dumbledore confirmed, his face like granite. A keeper of the Hall of Prophecy. This is a direct assault. Tom is getting desperate, and brazen. He paced, his robes swirling. The connection, it is stronger than I feared. And more precise. You are not just sensing moods, Harry. You are intercepting focused, intentional thoughts. This is both a great danger and an unparalleled intelligence advantage. What do we do? Harry asked. We protect Bode, if we can. I will alert the ministry, though their trust in me is strained. Dumbledore stopped, looking at Harry. And you, Harry, must do the impossible. You must learn to control this. Not just block it. To listen, selectively, without being detected. To turn this vulnerability into a weapon. Snape's lessons are the foundation. But you must go further. You must learn to walk the bridge in the dark, and not be seen. It was a staggering demand. To spy on the Dark Lord's own mind. He felt it, Harry remembered. The connection shut off, like he closed a door. He knows it's there. He knows I might hear. Then it becomes a game of stealth, Dumbledore said. of listening when his emotions run high, when his focus is elsewhere. It will require a level of occlumency Snape has not yet begun to teach you, the art of hiding your own presence even as you perceive. Harry felt the familiar mix of terror and resolve. The hunt had entered a new, even more intimate phase. He was no longer just tracking the beast's footprints. He was listening to its heartbeat from inside its own den. He had an unwanted bridge. Now, he had to learn to cross it. The silence in Dumbledore's office after his pronouncement was absolute, broken only by the faint, mournful trill of a silver instrument on a side table. Walk the bridge in the dark. The words painted a picture in Harry's mind of a treacherous, icy tightrope over an abyss, blindfolded, while the thing on the other end waited with razored teeth. How? The word escaped him, a plea more than a question. Dumbledore's gaze was unwavering. The mind is not a castle with a single gate, Harry. It is a landscape. The connection you share with Tom exists in a hinterland between your consciousness and his. You have learned to bar the door to your own gardens. Now you must learn to move through that shared space without rustling the grass. Without casting a shadow. It sounded like poetry. It felt like a death sentence. Snape can't teach me that, Harry said, certainty hollowing his gut. No, Dumbledore agreed softly. Severus's skill lies in fortification and misdirection. What you require is subtlety of a different order. The ability to make your consciousness so still, so small, it becomes indistinguishable from the background noise of the connection itself. He sighed, the sound whispering through the room. I know of only one text that delves into such theory. The Psychomantium, on the architecture of shared mind space. It was written by a wizard who studied the bonds between twins. It is obscure, and deeply controversial. And it is in the restricted section. A path. A terrifying, slender path. I'll read it. Miss Granger will no doubt be an asset in its deciphering, Dumbledore said, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. But understand, Harry, this is not spellwork. It is meditation of the most extreme kind. It requires a peace you do not possess, and a focus you are only beginning to learn. Harry thought of the quiet room by the black pool, the mysterious woman's words. Remember the light you fight for. That was his anchor. But could an anchor be quiet? Could it be still? I'll try, he said again, the words feeling even more inadequate. Trying will get you killed, or worse, Dumbledore said, not unkindly. You must become. Starting now. Your lessons with Severus will continue, the stronger your own fortifications, the safer your forays. But your personal practice must change. No more pushing stones or candles. You must practice being nothing. The next day in the dungeons, Snape seemed to sense the shift. His attacks were more probing, less brutal. He was testing the walls, not trying to demolish them. Your mental architecture is laughably primitive, Snape sneered after Harry successfully repelled a particularly insidious probe that had tried to slip through as a memory of the smell of treacle tart. A child's drawing of a house. But the lines are stubbornly dark. You have reinforced your single door with sheer pig-headedness. Thank you, sir, Harry muttered, dripping with sweat. Snape's eyes narrowed. Do not mistake observation for compliment, Potter. Stubbornness is a poor substitute for skill. It will break under sustained, intelligent pressure. The Dark Lord will not simply batter at your door. He will seep through the cracks in the foundation. He will rise through the floorboards. He is a poison, not a bludgeon. Then teach me how to seal the cracks, Harry shot back, his temper fraying. For a second, something flashed in Snape's black eyes, not anger, but a bleak, knowing amusement. The cracks are your emotions, Potter. Your anger, your fear, your sentimentality. Your connection to your little friends. They are fault lines in your psyche. To seal them, you would have to become stone. Are you prepared to do that? The question hung in the dank air. Become stone. Give up the fear for Ron and Hermione, the anger at injustice, the love for his parents. Those weren't cracks, they were the foundation. Weren't they? No, Harry said, his voice low but firm. Snape gave a short, sharp nod, as if Harry had passed a test he didn't know he was taking. Then you will always be vulnerable. The only solution is to make the rest of your defenses so formidable that the cracks do not matter. Again, legilimens. That evening, armed with a note from Dumbledore that made Madame Pants blink in astonishment, Harry, Ron, and Hermione descended on the restricted section. The Psychomantium was not on a shelf but in a locked, lead-lined box that hummed unpleasantly. Inside was a single, thin volume bound in what looked like pale, smooth skin. Hermione handled it with reverent horror. Back in the room of requirement, now a soundproofed, dimly lit meditation cell with a single, flat stone in the center, they opened it. The script was not handwritten but seemed to be burned into the pages. The language was archaic, dense with metaphor. It speaks of the shared echo, Hermione translated, her finger moving beneath the lines. The space where closely linked minds overlap, a landscape shaped by mutual awareness and emotional resonance. To walk it without detection, one must achieve, void state, the cessation of all internal narrative, the reduction of the self to a point of pure, passive observation. Turn off my thoughts? Harry asked, baffled. How? It's like advanced occlumency, Hermione murmured, reading ahead. But instead of building walls, you dissolve the building. You let the thoughts come, but you don't engage with them. You watch them pass like clouds. You become the sky, not the weather. It was the most nonsensical, impossible thing he had ever heard. He tried. Sitting on the cold stone, he attempted to quiet the riot in his head. The memory of the bridges cold, the worry forebode the unspeakable, the ache of his muscles from Quidditch practice that afternoon, the sound of Ron breathing, the idea of trying to be quiet. The more he tried to be still, the louder the noise became. This is hopeless, he groaned, opening his eyes after what felt like an hour of spectacular failure. It's day one, Harry, Hermione said, though she looked worried. This is supposed to be the work of years. We don't have years, he said, the cold spot in his mind pulsing gently, a reminder of the clock ticking in some dark, distant place. 2 days later, the external world intruded. The Daily Prophet arrived with a headline that sucked the air from the Great Hall. Ministry unspeakable attacked. Bode in critical condition after mysterious magical malady. Department of Mysteries sealed. Minister Fudge assures public, no cause for alarm. The moving photograph showed Street Mungos, a frantic-looking healer, and a blurred figure on a stretcher. Harry's toast turned to ash in his mouth. He'd been too late. The order he'd intercepted had been carried out. Across the hall, he caught Snape's eye. The potion's master gave a grim nod. He knew. Dumbledore knew. The Order knew. But the Ministry, in the person of Cornelius Fudge, was choosing ignorance. A tragic accident during sensitive research, Fudge declared in a statement quoted below. The Department of Mysteries has always carried inherent risks. They got to him, Ron muttered, crushing the paper in his fist. Right under the Ministry's nose. The cold spot in Harry's mind flared. Not with anger this time, but with a cold, gloating satisfaction. It was so vivid, so strong, it made him sway in his seat. Voldemort was pleased. The theft of the prophecy was underway, and the Ministry was covering it up for him. The wave of satisfaction was followed by something else, a flicker of focus, of direction. A mental image, blurry but discernible, a long, dark corridor lined with dusty, floating orbs. One orb, glowing with a soft, blue-white light, pulsing like a heart. A desire, sharp as a knife, touch it. Retrieve it. Then, a wall of sheer, paranoid fury slammed down. The connection didn't just go quiet, it recoiled, as if Voldemort had felt a spider brush his neck. The cold spot became a frozen fist, clenched tight. Harry gasped, gripping the edge of the table. He knows. He knows I saw. Harry. Hermione's hand was on his arm. He felt me listening, Harry whispered, terror icing his spine. Just for a second. He shut it down. The game had changed. The passive connection was now an acknowledged breach. Voldemort would be hunting for the leak in his own mind. The occlumency lesson that night was a special kind of hell. Snape, perhaps alerted by Dumbledore or sensing Harry's raw panic, was merciless. He is aware of you now, Potter. Snape snarled as Harry failed to block a vision of Privet Drive. Your clumsy, groping consciousness has brushed against his. He will be searching for the source. Your mind must be a sealed tomb. Legilimens. The attack was a viper strike, bypassing his door entirely, slithering up from the memory of the cold satisfaction he'd felt at breakfast. Harry flailed, trying to build a wall around the memory itself, but it was too late. Snape saw the corridor of orbs, felt the echo of Voldemort's gloating. Snape broke the connection himself, stepping back, his face paler than usual. So, the Hall of Prophecy. He seeks it actively. He stared at Harry, his expression inscrutable. And you perceived his target. Clearly. He felt it, Harry said, his voice shaking. I was trying to be still, to just listen, but you are not a void. You are a beacon, Snape said, though the insult lacked its usual heat. It was a statement of fact. Your emotional resonance is a lighthouse in that shared space. Your fear, your anger, your very attention shouts your presence. What do I do? The desperation was a live wire in Harry's chest. Snape was silent for a long moment. Then, he did something unexpected. He conjured a shallow basin of water and set it on his desk. Look at the water, Potter. Do not think of making it still. Simply, allow it to be still. Your mind is that water. Every thought, every fear, is a ripple. You are trying to stop the ripples by force. You must instead, let the pond settle. It was the same thing the book said, but from Snape's lips, it sounded less like mystical nonsense and more like a difficult, technical instruction. Harry stared at the water. He watched the tiny ripples from its conjuring slowly fade. He didn't try to calm it. He just watched. His own thoughts, he's going to kill me, I have to warn someone, the orbs, the prophecy, bubbled up, creating mental ripples. He watched them too, trying not to follow them, just observing their rise and fall. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done. But after a while, the internal noise didn't quiet, exactly. It just became background. The water in the basin became mirror smooth. Good, Snape said quietly, and the word was so shocking Harry almost broke his focus. That is the beginning. Now, hold that stillness. And imagine the cold place in your mind. Do not approach it. Do not focus on it. Just be aware of it, as you are aware of the air on your skin. Harry tried. He held the quiet, detached observation of his own mind, and gently turned his attention towards the bridge. The cold spot was there, clenched, furious, vigilant. He didn't poke it. He didn't try to listen. He just noted its presence, as if it were a distant, frozen mountain on the horizon. For a second, he felt a terrifying pull, the urge to listen, to know what was happening on the other side. A ripple of fear disrupted his calm. The cold mountain seemed to pulse. He let the fear ripple pass. He returned to the stillness. The mountain did not move. Enough, Snape said, his voice cutting through the silence. You have touched the edge of the technique. It will take months of practice to be of any use. But it is a start. Now, get out. I have actual work to do. Harry left, his mind strangely both tired and clearer than it had been in days. He had a method. An impossibly difficult, fragile method. The following week was a study in tense duality. At school, the looming OWL year for Hermione and the general post-tournament weirdness created a bubble of superficial normality. Underneath, the order was moving. Mrs. Weasley's howlers to Ron took on a new, strained tone. Remus Lupin visited Dumbledore twice, looking grayer each time. The atmosphere was one of a castle preparing for a siege it couldn't see. Harry practiced. In the room, on his stone, he worked on being the still pond. In the dungeons, under Snape's critical eye, he reinforced his door and tried to extend that stillness towards the bridge. He had small, fleeting successes, moments of pure observation where the cold spot remained just a feature of his internal landscape, not a gateway. And then, late one night, as he sat in the common room after everyone else had gone to bed, staring at the dying fire, it happened without him trying. He was exhausted, mind blank with fatigue, not actively meditating, just empty. The cold spot in his mind was there, as always. But in that state of non-effort, he didn't just feel its presence. He felt its state. It was, waiting, looming. But the active, searching fury had abated, replaced by a cold, calculating patience. And with that shift came an impression, not of thoughts, but of location. A sense of depth, of weight, of ancient stone. And dampness. A different damp than the lake. This was the damp of a deep, deep place, a tomb or a cavern far below the world. And a feeling of reconstitution. Of gathering strength. Not from a potion, but from the very darkness of the place, from the terror of something that lived there with him. He's moved, Harry realized, the thought forming with crystalline clarity but not disturbing his passive state. He's left the forest. He's found a new hole. Somewhere darker. Somewhere with a guardian. He didn't know how he knew about the guardian. It was an impression of scale, of primeval cold, of a mindless, vast hunger that was being carefully, magically skirted. He held the stillness, observing these impressions like distant stars. He didn't reach for details. He just let them be. The connection didn't snap shut. The cold mountain didn't pulse with alarm. He was a ghost at the window, and the occupant hadn't noticed. After a few minutes, the impressions faded, leaving only the cold spot and the certainty. Voldemort was underground, growing stronger, and he was not alone down there. Harry slowly, carefully, built his oak door in his mind, sealing away the bridge. His heart was hammering, but his mind felt eerily calm. He had done it. He had listened in the dark, and hadn't been seen. He had a new piece of the puzzle. A location, of sorts. A feeling. It wasn't much, but it was a start. He wasn't just a victim of the bridge anymore. He was a spy in the house of his enemy. The fire had crumbled to embers, painting the common room in pulsing shades of orange and deep shadow. The silence was no longer empty, but charged with the ghost of the impressions Harry had gleaned from that cold, dark place in his mind. He sat frozen in his armchair, not from fear, but from the delicate act of holding the knowledge without letting it scream. The oak door in his mind was shut, but behind it, the bridge was quiet, unaware. He had done it. He had stolen a secret from the Dark Lord's mind. The triumph was a cold, sharp thing, devoid of warmth. It felt less like a victory and more like a successful burglary in a house of horrors. He now knew Voldemort was underground, in a place of ancient stone and damp, guarded by something vast and hungry. It was a vital piece of intelligence, but it was also a glimpse into a nightmare that was steadily reconstituting itself. He couldn't keep this to himself until morning. Moving with a careful quiet that felt necessary, as if a loud step might reverberate across the psychic link, he left the common room and made his way through the sleeping castle. He didn't head for Dumbledore's office. At this hour, the headmaster might be elsewhere, and the journey would take too long. Instead, he went to the one place he knew he could send a message and get an immediate response. The room of requirement appeared as a simple, stone chamber with a lone, cold fireplace. Harry took a pinch of glittering flow powder from a small pot on the mantel, another of the room's thoughtful provisions, and threw it into the grate. The flames roared green. "Number 12, Grimmauld Place," he said clearly, sticking his head into the emerald fire. The world swirled. He felt the familiar, sickening whirl of disconnected spaces before his view settled into the dusty, dim kitchen of Sirius's ancestral home. To his surprise, he wasn't alone. Remus Lupin sat at the long table, a pile of parchment before him, a steaming mug at his elbow. He looked up, his tired eyes widening. "Harry, what's wrong? I need to speak to Dumbledore. It's urgent." Lupin was on his feet in an instant. "Is it the connection? An attack?" "No. I got something from him." Without him knowing, a complex series of emotions flashed across Lupin's weathered face: alarm, pride, profound worry. "Stay there. I'll fetch him. He's in the library with Moody." The head vanished from the flames. Harry waited, his knees aching from kneeling on the stone floor of the room. Minutes later, two sets of legs appeared before the kitchen fireplace. Then, Dumbledore and the real Alistair Moody, pale, scarred, but fiercely alert, knelt down, their faces filling Harry's view. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice calm but intent. "Remus says you have news." Harry explained, as succinctly as he could, the state of passive observation, the impressions of depth, ancient stone, damp, the gathering strength, and the mindless, vast guardian. Dumbledore's expression grew graver with each word. Moody's magical eye whizzed, as if scanning the flow flames for traces of dark magic. "A deep place. A guardian," Moody growled. "Sounds like a lair, not a temporary hideout. A fortress." "The description is vague, but it resonates with known lore," Dumbledore said, his brow furrowed. "Tom has always been drawn to places of symbolic power and profound darkness. The Chamber of Secrets was one such. There are others, lost to history, tied to the founders, or to darker lineages. A place with a guardian suggests he is not merely hiding, he is drawing power from it, perhaps even controlling it." "Can we find it?" Harry asked. "We can narrow the search," Dumbledore said. "Remus, fetch the Atlas of Magical Geomancy from the library, and the text on elemental guardians. We will cross-reference locations of potent underground magical currents with historical accounts of creature habitation." He looked back at Harry. "This is an extraordinary achievement, Harry. But it comes with heightened risk. Your foray, though undetected, may have left the faintest of traces." A man like Tom, in a place of power, may sense a disturbance in the magic around him, even if he cannot pinpoint the source. You must be more vigilant than ever. I understand. Return to your dormitory now. Act normally. We will investigate this lead. And Harry, Dumbledore's blue eyes held his through the flickering green. Well done. The connection severed, the flames snapping back to orange and red. Harry pulled his head out of the fireplace, his mind buzzing. Well done. The words should have warned him. Instead, they felt like a sentence. He had proven he could be a spy. Now, he would be expected to spy again. The next few days were a study in controlled paranoia. Every twinge in his scar, every chill across the bridge, made him wonder if he'd been discovered. He redoubled his efforts in both his practices, the violent, defensive occlumency with Snape, and the delicate, silent meditation alone. Snape, informed of Harry's successful espionage, became, if possible, even more demanding. Complacency is death, Potter, he snarled during their next session, after Harry failed to block a particularly vivid memory of flying. The Dark Lord will not be careless twice. Your next attempt to listen in the dark will be met with psychic snares, false thoughts, perhaps even a counterattack designed to unravel your mind from the inside out. Your door must become a maze. Your stillness must become a void so absolute it absorbs light and sound. I'm trying, Harry bit out, wiping sweat from his brow. Try harder. Meanwhile, the external world continued to fracture. The attack on Bode was followed by a string of odd, unsettling news items buried in the Prophet, a break-in at a wizarding historical archive in Prague, the mysterious disappearance of a renowned curse breaker from Gringotts, a strange, localized plague of madness in a village in the Scottish borders, attributed to toxic fungus. The Order was clearly connecting dots the Ministry refused to see. The atmosphere at Grimmauld Place, which Harry gleaned from Sirius's infrequent, strained fire calls, was one of grim preparation. We're on the back foot, Harry, Sirius had said, his face drawn. He's moving pieces we can't see, targeting things we don't understand. Dumbledore's got us researching old families, old magic. It's like trying to disarm a bomb while blindfolded. The weight of it all pressed down, a constant, low-grade dread. The only respite was the steadfast presence of Ron and Hermione. They didn't coddle him. They didn't treat him like a bomb about to go off. They simply were there. Ron dragged him to Quidditch practices, insisting the team needed its seeker even if there were no official games. Hermione, while swamped with her own OWL studies, quizzed him on occlumency theory, helping him refine his understanding of void state from the cryptic text. It was during one of these study sessions in the library, 5 days after his flow call, that the bridge suddenly opened. It wasn't a passive impression. It was an invitation. One moment, Harry was trying to parse a dense paragraph on emotional refraction in shared mind space. The next, a wave of cool, focused intent washed over the connection. It wasn't hostile. It was compelling. A clear, vivid image presented itself behind his eyes, not as a memory but as a offered thought. The Department of Mysteries. The Hall of Prophecy. The specific shelf. The glowing orb, so close. The label, Sprung 93/1. Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort. Asterisk. All you have to do is take it. It belongs to you. The answers are there. The reason for your pain. The key to ending him. Take it. The pull was magnetic, a siren song of truth and finality. His fingers twitched with the imagined feel of the cool, glassy surface. Just go to the Ministry. Just take what is yours. Harry. Hermione's voice was distant, muffled. The image was so clear, so rational. Of course he should have the prophecy. It was about him. Why should it sit in a dusty hall while Voldemort's servants tried to steal it? He could get it first. He could. Anchor. The word exploded in his mind, not from the book, but from his own trained will. He saw, not the orb, but Ron's worried face leaning into his view. He felt Hermione's hand on his wrist, warm and real. The offered image shattered like glass. The cool, compelling intent on the bridge twisted into a spike of furious frustration. Then, the connection slammed shut, this time with a soundless snap that felt like a rubber band breaking against his temples. Harry gasped, lurching forward, his forehead hitting the table with a dull thud. Harry. Merlin's beard, what happened? Ron's hands were on his shoulders. He tried to lure me, Harry mumbled into the wood, his head pounding. showed me the prophecy, told me to take it. It felt like my own idea. Hermione's face was sheet white. An implantation, a directed thought. He's not just hiding the connection now, he's using it. He's trying to bait you. The horror was absolute. Voldemort knew the connection existed, and he was no longer trying to find the leak. He was fishing through it. We have to tell Dumbledore, Ron said immediately. He can't keep doing this mind stuff if you know who is shooting hooks down the line. But Harry was already shaking his head, pushing himself upright. The pain in his head was receding, replaced by a cold, clean anger. No, this is what he wants. He wants me scared. He wants me to stop. He wants me to run to Dumbledore so I'm locked away and can't interfere. He looked at them, his green eyes hard. He showed me the prophecy because he's desperate to get it. And because he thinks I'm weak enough to fall for it. That's a mistake. Harry, this isn't about being brave, it's about being safe. Hermione cried. I'll never be safe, he said, the truth of it a stone in his chest. Not until he's gone. And hiding won't make that happen. He just showed me his next move. The prophecy is the target. We have to protect it. The Order is protecting it. Ron argued. Are they? Harry asked. Bode was attacked. The Ministry is compromised. What if the next accident is worse? What if they get it? He took a deep breath. I have an idea, but I need your help. And I need to talk to Sirius. Convincing Sirius, via flow that night, was surprisingly easy. The thought of Voldemort actively manipulating Harry through the connection made his godfather's face turn to granite. He's playing games. Fine, we'll play a better one, Sirius snarled. What's your idea? Harry laid it out. It was risky. It relied on deception, on the very connection that was being used against him. But it was a move, not a retreat. Dumbledore, when informed, was silent for a long time. He sat in his office, steepled fingers pressed to his lips, his eyes closed. Finally, he opened them. It is a dangerous gambit, Harry. You would be walking a knife's edge, presenting a false front to perhaps the greatest legilimens who has ever lived. He's not in my head, sir. He's sending thoughts to me. I just have to send something back. A feeling, an impression, to make him think his bait is working. And if he senses the deception, then he knows we're onto him. But he already knows about the connection. This way, we control the narrative, even just a little. Dumbledore studied him. You have grown adept at occlumency. What you propose requires a degree of artistic fabrication. The ability to not just block, but to carefully construct a false emotional state and project it. That is a skill even Severus has not attempted to teach you. I can learn, Harry said, with a certainty he didn't fully feel. I believe you can, Dumbledore said softly. Very well, we will attempt it, but we will have safeguards. And you will not do this alone. You will practice with Severus. He is a master of deception. He will teach you to lie with your mind. The lessons with Snape took on a new, even more surreal dimension. Now, instead of just defending, Harry had to learn to project. The mind is not a radio transmitter, Potter, Snape said, his lip curled as Harry tried to push a feeling of calm across the room. You cannot simply send a thought. You must cultivate the emotional state within your own mind, allow it to permeate your magical aura, and then leak it. Specifically, deliberately. It is the difference between sweating and aiming a squirt gun. It was maddeningly difficult. For days, all Harry managed to do was give himself headaches. But slowly, he began to understand the texture of his own emotions as magical constructs. His fear was a cold, jagged shape. His anger was a hot, sharp spike. His determination was a hard, smooth sphere. He learned to hold one of these shapes, determination, in the forefront of his mind, while maintaining his occlumency shields everywhere else. Then, he learned to envision the bridge, and to let that specific shape roll down it, like a single, weighted marble sent down a pipe. Crude, Snape judged, after Harry successfully projected a sense of frustration, so convincingly that Ron, waiting outside the dungeon office, had asked if Snape had been extra horrible. But recognizable. The Dark Lord will be predisposed to believe his manipulation is working. Your determination to obtain the prophecy will feel like a natural response to his bait. They set the trap on a night of no moon, when the natural magical tides were at their lowest, making subtle work easier. Harry sat in the room of requirement, Ron and Hermione flanking him like sentinels. Dumbledore and Snape were present as well, silent observers in the shadows. Harry closed his eyes. He built his occlumency shields, his oak door, his still pond. Then, he turned his attention to the bridge. He didn't try to listen. He focused on the bait that had been offered, the glowing orb, the shelf, the promise of answers. He allowed himself to feel a spark of genuine desire for it, not enough to act on, but enough to fuel the deception. Then, he wrapped that spark in layers of fierce, stubborn determination. The hard, smooth sphere. He took a breath, and let it roll. The sphere slipped down the bridge and vanished into the cold, dark distance. For a minute, nothing. Then, a response. Not a thought. A feeling. A deep, satisfied anticipation. A hunter feeling a tug on his line. Then, the bridge closed, gently this time, like a door being carefully shut. Harry opened his eyes. He was trembling, drained. "Well," Ron whispered. "He took it," Harry said, his voice hoarse. "He thinks I'm hooked." Dumbledore stepped forward, his face solemn. "Then the stage is set. He will now act to drive you to the Ministry, believing you are compelled to seize the prophecy. We must be ready. The Order will be watching the Department of Mysteries. We will let his agents make their move, and we will be waiting." It was a victory, a tiny one. They had turned Voldemort's weapon back on him. But as Harry left the room, supported by Ron and Hermione, the cold spot in his mind felt no different. It was still there, a frozen mountain of hatred, now with a line attached. And Harry couldn't shake the feeling that, in this game of lies and lure, he had just offered his hand to the devil. The trap was set, but who was the bait, and who was the hunter, was suddenly, terrifyingly unclear. The silence after sending the false impression down the bridge was more oppressive than any noise. For 3 days, Harry moved through the castle like a ghost wrapped in cotton wool. Every moment was spent in a state of heightened, exhausting vigilance. He had to maintain the lie, a simmering, focused determination to obtain the prophecy, as a constant undercurrent in his mind, while keeping the rest of his mental landscape still unguarded. It was like holding a single, hot coal in the palm of his hand without flinching, forever. The strain showed. Shadows pooled under his eyes. He jumped at sudden sounds. In potions, he added powdered asphodel instead of anemone to his draft of peace, resulting in a caustic purple smoke that earned him a week of detentions and a look from Snape that was more assessing than angry. The mind cannot sustain a permanent state of directed artifice without cost, Potter, Snape said during one of their now daily occlumency sessions. The dungeon office felt more like an interrogation chamber than ever. "You are burning mental fuel at twice the rate. You will crack." "I'm fine," Harry muttered, his skull throbbing. "You are a deteriorating asset," Snape corrected coldly. "But the mission proceeds. Again. Project the resolve, but layer it with a hint of frustration. The boy who wants the prize but cannot find the way." Harry closed his eyes, pushing past the fatigue. He envisioned the orb, the cool glass, the answers. He wrapped it in the hard sphere of determination, then scratched that sphere with the jagged edges of impediment. The closed doors of the Ministry, the confusing corridors, the fear of getting caught. He let the composite emotion trickle down the bridge. A faint, acknowledging ripple came back. Cold satisfaction, with a sharp edge of impatience. Soon, he broke the connection, gasping, a thin trickle of blood escaping his nose. "Messy," Snape observed, handing him a black handkerchief without comment. "But effective. He believes you are struggling to reach the goal. He will now provide the means." The means arrived that evening, not through the bridge, but in the Daily Prophet. The headline was routine: Ministry announces summer internship program for exceptional students. But the subheading caught Hermione's eye, including unprecedented access to Department of Mysteries for selected NEWT candidates. "It's a trap," she said flatly, shoving the paper across the library table to Harry and Ron. "They're creating a way for you to get into the department legally. All you'd have to do is sign up." "How would they guarantee I'd be selected?" Harry asked, his voice low. "They wouldn't have to," Ron said, scanning the article. "Look, applications require endorsement from a current Ministry employee. All they'd need is one Death Eater in the right department to flag your name. Or forge it." "It's too obvious," Hermione argued. "Harry would never fall for that." "He doesn't have to fall for it," Harry said, staring at the moving photograph of the minister smiling blandly. "He just has to believe that I would." that my determination would override my suspicion. He tapped the bridge of his nose, where the headache was settling into a permanent resident. He's building a path for me. Making it easy. The next step will be a nudge. The nudge came 2 nights later, in a dream that was not a dream. He was back in the still, dark pool of his meditative state, the cold spot of familiar void on the horizon. Without warning, the void opened, and a vision flooded in, so vivid it bypassed his shields entirely. Sirius. He was in the drawing room of Grimmauld Place, but it was wrong. The room was dark, the only light coming from the dying fire. Sirius was on his knees, his face pale and twisted in pain. A hooded figure stood over him, a wand pointed at his chest. The figure's voice was a distorted snarl. "Where is the boy? Where is he hiding? Go to hell," Sirius spat, and the curse hit him, a flash of red, not the killing curse, but something that made him arch backwards, a silent scream tearing from his throat. The vision shifted. Now it was Hermione, cornered in the library by 2 Dementors, their rotting hands reaching, her light flickering and dying. Then Ron, alone in the Chamber of Secrets, staring up at the stone face of Salazar Slytherin as the basilisk's shadow slid across the floor. Fear, raw and paralyzing, exploded in Harry's chest. It was a fear so profound it felt like his own. Anchor. The command was a weak gasp against the tidal wave. He clawed for his mental door, for the still pool. But the images were too potent, the fear too real. Then, a single, clear thought, inserted into the chaos like a knife: they are in danger because of you. Because you hesitate. The prophecy holds the key to ending this. Go. Get it. Save them. The compulsion was a physical pull, a yank on his very soul. Go to the ministry. Now. Harry wrenched himself back, slamming every mental barrier he had with a force that made his vision go white. He tore free from the vision, back to the reality of his 4-poster bed, sweating and shaking, his scar burning as if freshly cut. It was a lie. It had to be. A manufactured nightmare to terrorize him into action. But what if it wasn't? What if, while the Order watched the Ministry, Voldemort had attacked elsewhere? What if Sirius was right now? He fumbled for the 2-way mirror Sirius had given him. Sirius. He hissed into it. For an eternity of seconds, the glass showed only his own terrified reflection. Then it swirled, and Sirius's face appeared, sleepy and concerned. Harry. What's wrong? Are you all right? Is Grimmauld Place secure? Sirius's brow furrowed. We're fine. Tight as a drum. Did you have a dream? The relief was so violent it left him weak. A vision. From him. He showed me, he was torturing you. To get to me. Sirius's face hardened. He's playing dirty. Trying to spook you into running. You didn't buy it, did you? No, Harry said, but his voice shook. It felt real. Listen to me, Sirius said, his eyes intense. He can't get to us here. The Fidelius holds. He's throwing shadows on the wall, hoping you'll chase them. You're stronger than that, Harry. You see the trap. Now we use it. Harry nodded, the logic steadying him. But the fear, the implanted terror, lingered in his nerves like a poison. He reported the vision to Dumbledore the next morning. The headmaster listened, his expression growing grimmer. He escalates, Dumbledore said quietly. He moves from temptation to terror. This is a sign of his own impatience. The bait is not taken quickly enough. He fears his window is closing. He paced before the pensieve. The Order has confirmed increased activity around the Ministry. Unspeakables report odd sounds, misplaced items, a general sense of being watched. The Death Eaters are preparing to move. Your vision is the final push. He expects you to arrive, desperate and predictable, in the next 48 hours. So what do we do? Harry asked. We spring the trap on our terms, Dumbledore said, his eyes gleaming with a steely light. Tonight, the Order will take up positions within and around the Department of Mysteries. We will let a small team of Death Eaters penetrate the outer defenses. When they reach the Hall of Prophecy, we will seal them in. You, Harry, will remain here, under the watch of Professor McGonagall and Severus. Your role is to continue the deception. When the Death Eaters are captured, we will have them, and the prophecy will be safe. It was a good plan. A smart plan. But it left Harry with a hollow, restless feeling. He was to be a passive tool, a piece of bait left in the jar while the hunters dealt with the mice. And if he doesn't send Death Eaters? Harry asked. What if he comes himself? Dumbledore's gaze was steady. He will not. Not yet. His body is still too weak, his new lair too precious. He risks everything in a direct assault on the heart of the ministry. He will send his servants. And we will be waiting. The day passed with excruciating slowness. An air of unspoken tension gripped the staff. McGonagall was taut as a bowstring. Snape vanished after lunch. Even the ghost seemed to glide more quietly through the walls. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were effectively confined to Gryffindor Tower under the pretext of a special revision session. McGonagall herself sat by the fire, marking essays with fierce concentration, but her eyes flicked to Harry every few minutes. He tried to study. He tried to meditate. He couldn't. The implanted fear from the vision had sunk deep, a seed of doubt that kept whispering, "What if you're wrong? What if this is all a diversion, and the real attack is somewhere else?" The bridge was silent, ominously so. The cold spot felt like a held breath. As evening deepened into night, the pull returned. Not as a vision, but as a simple, relentless urge. Go. Now. It's time. It felt like his own thought, his own logic. The order is there. You'll be safe. You can finally see the prophecy, understand everything. You deserve to know. It was the most dangerous bait of all, the bait of truth, of closure. He fought it, focusing on his anchors, Ron, currently beating Hermione at wizard chess, Hermione's determined face as she planned their next move. But the pull grew stronger, synchronized with a sudden, sharp pain in his scar. He stood up abruptly. "I need some air." By the window. McGonagall glanced at him, nodded tersely. He stood at the diamond-paned window, looking out at the dark grounds. The urge was a drumbeat in his blood. Go, go, go. And then, a new sensation across the bridge. Not a thought, not an image. A location. A clear, GPS-like certainty of where he needed to be, and when. The Flow Network address for the ministry's visitor entrance. A specific time, 11:47 p.m. It was a compulsion, woven with magical suggestion. A compulsion he was supposed to follow. Harry's mind raced. This was it. The final lure. Voldemort was directing him to walk into the trap. The Order was waiting. But what if the Order was walking into a trap of their own? What if the Death Eaters were a feint, and the real goal was to draw Dumbledore's forces into the open, leaving something, or someone, else vulnerable? He had to warn them. He had to tell Dumbledore that the compulsion had specifics. He turned from the window. "Professor McGonagall, I need to speak to the headmaster. It's urgent." She looked up, concerned. "He is occupied, Potter. You can tell me. It's about the connection. I've just received something. A time and a place." Her face paled. She stood. "I will contact him." She drew her wand, about to cast a Patronus, when the fireplace in the common room flared green. Not the steady green of a flow call, but a brief, sickly flash. A single, small object tumbled out onto the hearth rug with a metallic clink. It was a badge. A ministry intern badge. And pinned to it was a note in a familiar, spiky handwriting Harry had seen on a diary a lifetime ago. "Come and see, Harry. Or watch them die." 11:47. "Don't be late. T.M.R. Tom Marvolo Riddle." The compulsion spiked, a white-hot wire in his brain. The badge seemed to pulse with a malevolent invitation. McGonagall snatched up the badge, her face rigid with fury. "A portkey. Keyed to you, no doubt. This is an outrage." She made to destroy it. "No," Harry said, the word torn from him. "If you break it, he'll know. He'll do something else." He looked at Ron and Hermione. Their chess game forgotten, they were staring at him, eyes wide. He saw the same realization dawning in Hermione's. This was the point of no return. The planned trap was one thing. This was a personal, taunting challenge. And the threat was explicit. McGonagall was already sending her Patronus, a sleek cat that shot away through the wall. "The headmaster will be here momentarily. Do not touch that object, Potter." But Harry was calculating. The Order was in position. Dumbledore would come, would seal the badge away, would keep Harry safe. And Voldemort's plan would be thwarted. But the threat, or watch them die. Who? Sirius. The Weasleys. Hermione. Ron. He couldn't risk it. He couldn't sit here while others fought his battle. The bridge was wide open now, a channel of cold, gloating anticipation. Voldemort was watching, waiting to see if he would take the bait. Harry made a decision. A terrible, reckless decision. He met Hermione's eyes, then Ron's. He gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod towards the prefect's bathroom on the floor below, a place they could talk, a plan they had loosely sketched in hushed tones over the last week. A plan of last resort. "Professor," Harry said, his voice calm, too calm. "I think I'm going to be sick. May I go to the bathroom?" McGonagall's eyes narrowed, torn between suspicion and concern. "Very well. Quickly. And return at once." Harry turned and walked to the portrait hole. He felt their eyes on his back. As the fat lady swung shut behind him, he broke into a run. He didn't go to the bathroom. He sprinted for the one-eyed witch passage. He had to get to the ministry. He had to spring the trap himself, on his own terms, before Voldemort's deadline. He had to protect the people he loved from becoming collateral. He was halfway down the corridor when he heard footsteps pounding behind him. He whirled, wand out. It was Ron and Hermione, breathless, their faces set. "You didn't think we'd let you go alone, did you?" Ron panted. "The badge is a portkey, but it's probably timed," Hermione said, her mind already working. "We can't use it. We'll use the flow in the 3 broomsticks. I have the powder." "But Harry, this is exactly what he wants." "I know," Harry said, his heart hammering against his ribs. "But he wants me predictable. He wants me scared and alone. He's not getting that. He's getting us. And we're not walking into his trap." He looked at them, the cold spot in his mind screaming at him to hurry. "We're springing ours." They didn't have a plan. They had each other, their wands, and the desperate, forged-in-fire certainty that they were the only ones who could turn the bait into a counter-strike. As they disappeared into the secret passage, the clock in the distant entrance hall began to chime. It was 11:30. The hunt was over. The war was here. The journey through the one-eyed witch passage was a blind, breathless scramble. The dark swallowed them whole, the only sounds their pounding footsteps and ragged gasps echoing off the close walls. Harry's mind was a war zone. The cold bridge shrieked with urgency, a psychic alarm bell counting down the seconds to 11:47. Underneath it, his own terror for his friends and a grim, defiant rage fought for control. He wasn't a pawn. Not anymore. They burst into the dusty cellar of Honeydukes. The shop above was dark and silent. Hermione led the way, unlocking the back door with a whispered Alohomora. The cold night air of Hogsmeade hit them like a physical blow. 3 broomsticks, Hermione hissed. "The flow's public, but it's the closest connected. Point to the ministry visitors' entrance." They ran down the deserted high street, shadows stretching long in the moonlight. The pub was dark, but the door yielded to another charm. Inside, the smell of butterbeer and smoke was a sickening contrast to the adrenaline sharpening the air. Hermione went straight to the fireplace, grabbing powder from a pot on the mantel. "Who goes first?" Ron asked, his face pale but determined. "Me," Harry said. There was no debate. Then Ron, then Hermione. "Be ready." He threw the powder. Ministry of Magic, visitors' entrance. The green flames roared. He stepped in, shouted his destination, and the world spun. He stumbled out into the chilly, echoing blackness of the phone booth that served as the ministry's after-hours entrance. He flung himself out just as Ron materialized behind him, then Hermione. They were in a vast, dark atrium. The only light came from the feeble blue flames of the enchanted ceiling, which now showed a night sky with sluggish, dim stars. The golden statues of the witch, wizard, and centaur were ominous silhouettes. The silence was absolute, profound, and wrong. "This way," Harry whispered, the psychic pull guiding him more than memory. They ran across the polished floor, their footsteps absurdly loud in the cavernous space. The lifts were dead, their golden grills shut. "Stairs," Hermione said, pointing to a shadowed archway. They plunged downwards, flight after flight, into the bowels of the ministry. The air grew colder. The walls changed from polished stone to something darker, older. The Department of Mysteries. They reached a black door. It was unlocked. It swung open silently at Harry's touch. Beyond was a circular room. The walls were lined with identical, unmarked black doors. As they stepped inside, the wall began to rotate with a soft, grinding sound. The door they'd entered through vanished, swallowed by the turning wall. "Which one?" Ron whispered, his wand sweeping the room. Harry closed his eyes, ignoring the spinning walls. He reached for the bridge. The cold spot was no longer just pulling, it was vibrating with proximity. He pointed, eyes still shut. "There." As he spoke, the rotation stopped. One of the black doors swung open of its own accord, revealing a long, dark corridor. It was an invitation. A dare. They moved forward, wands raised. The corridor was lined with doors, but Harry's internal compass pulled him straight ahead, to a door at the very end. The sign on it read, Hall of Prophecy. The door wasn't locked. The hall was vast, beyond imagining. It was colder than the rest of the ministry, a deep, bone chill that had nothing to do with temperature. They stood on a narrow walkway of dark wood, overlooking a sunken floor that stretched into blackness. And on either side, rising in towering, shadowy shelves that vanished into the gloom high above, were thousands upon thousands of dusty glass orbs. They glowed with a faint, milky luminescence, like captive moons. The silence here was even deeper, a velvet hush that seemed to absorb sound. The air smelled of dust, time, and a faint, electric ozone of dormant magic. Blimey, Ron breathed, the word swallowed by the immense quiet. SPT to APWBD, Hermione read from a placard on the nearest shelf. Subjects of prophecy. We need Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort. She pointed a trembling finger down a long, specific row. Row 97. This way. They moved down the narrow aisle between the towering shelves. The glowing orbs seemed to watch them pass. Harry's scar was a line of fire now, the bridge a wide-open channel of cold, focused attention. He could feel him on the other side, waiting, listening, watching through Harry's own senses. Come on, little thief, the thought seemed to whisper down. The connection, not in words, but in intent. Take what is yours. They reached row 97. There, on a high shelf, one orb pulsed with a slightly stronger, bluer light than its neighbors. The tag beneath it read, S Prophecy 93/1. H. J. Potter and T. M. Riddle. There was no one else here. The trap was empty. The silence was a held breath. It's a trick, Hermione whispered, her eyes darting around the towering shelves. He lured you here, but the Death Eaters, they're not here to take it. They're here for you. As if on cue, the door at the far end of the hall, the one they'd entered through, slammed shut with a final, echoing thud. From the shadows between the high shelves, figures emerged. Not from the entrance, but from the deeper darkness of the hall itself. They had been waiting, hidden among the prophecies. 6 of them, hooded, masks gleaming in the dim light of the orbs. Their wands were already drawn. Bellatrix Lestrange stepped forward, pushing her hood back, her wild hair a dark cloud around her triumphant, mad face. Little Harry Potter, she crooned, her voice echoing in the hushed space. Come to fetch his toy. The Dark Lord said you would. He knows your mind so well. Harry's heart plummeted. The order wasn't here. They were somewhere else, waiting for a strike that had already happened. He'd walked right into it. They all had. Get behind me, he said to Ron and Hermione, his voice low. Take the prophecy, Potter, a Death Eater snarled. McNair, Harry thought. Hand it over, and your friends might live. Don't touch it, Harry. Hermione cried. The second you do, they'll kill us all. Bellatrix laughed, a high, brittle sound. Smart mudblood. But you're here now. In our house. She gestured with her wand. Get it. 2 Death Eaters lunged forward, not at Harry, but at Ron and Hermione, separating them. Spells flashed in the blue-tinged gloom. Stupefy. Impedimenta. Chaos erupted. Ron ducked a jet of red light and shot back a trip jinx that sent one Death Eater sprawling into a shelf. Orbs trembled but didn't fall. Hermione conjured a shimmering shield that deflected 3 spells at once, the impact making her stagger. Harry didn't go for the prophecy. He moved towards Bellatrix. She was the key, the leader. If he could take her down. Expelliarmus. He shouted. She batted his spell aside with a contemptuous flick, her own wand lashing out. Crucio. He dove behind a shelf, the curse splintering wood where his head had been. The pain in his scar was blinding, the bridge wide open, Voldemort's cold glee flooding through it, mingling with his own fear. He could feel the Dark Lord's perspective, a distant, ringside seek to his own desperation. He fought to slam the door, to build the wall, but the duel required too much focus. His occlumency crumbled. He saw a flash, Ron, grappling with a Death Eater, rolling on the floor. Hermione, backed against a shelf, her shield cracking under a barrage of spells. They will die. Because of you. The thought wasn't his own. It was planted, a weed in the cracked soil of his mind. No. Harry roared, not at the Death Eaters, but at the voice in his head. He stood up from behind the shelf, ignoring Bellatrix's raised wand. He didn't cast a spell. He focused on the bridge, on the cold, invading presence. And he pushed back, not with a thought, but with a memory. The dragon's eye, understanding. The feel of the warm stone. Ron's loyal, worried face. Hermione's fierce, protective grip. The oath's cold clarity. I am not your weapon. He took all of it, every scrap of his own defiant identity, and he forged it into a spear of pure, screaming no and hurled it down the bridge. For a fraction of a second, the cold presence recoiled. The glee cut off, replaced by shock, then incandescent rage. In the real world, Bellatrix flinched, as if struck. Her curse went wide, shattering orbs 3 shelves over. Misty, whispering figures, the stored echoes of prophecies, spilled into the air, wailing silently. Harry didn't waste the moment. Stupefy. The red jet hit her squarely in the chest. She flew backwards, crashing into the shelves behind her, a rain of glass orbs shattering around her. The prophecy. Now, Potter. McNair shouted, turning from Ron and aiming his wand at Hermione's head. Harry looked at the glowing orb. The key to everything. The reason for all of this. If he gave it to them, Voldemort won. If he didn't, Hermione died. His eyes met Hermione's. She gave a tiny, desperate shake of her head. Don't. But the bridge was still open. And through it, he felt Voldemort's rage crystallize into a new, ruthless command, directed not at him, but at his followers. A single, psychic order: take the girl. McNair's expression changed, his eyes going blank for a second before filling with cold purpose. His wand shifted, not to kill, but to grab. Accio Granger. Hermione was yanked off her feet, flying towards the Death Eater. No! Ron shouted, tackling McNair from the side. They went down in a tangle. Harry saw his chance. He didn't reach for the prophecy. He ran to the shelf, placed his hand not on the orb, but on the wooden shelf itself. He poured his will into it, not to warm, not to move, but to reject. This is not for you. This space is mine. The ancient, magical wood of the Department of Mysteries, saturated with centuries of secret power, responded to the command of a will forged in oath and defiance. The shelf didn't break. It expelled. A wave of invisible force radiated out from Harry's hand. It didn't hurt the shelves or the orbs. But it hit the Death Eaters like a physical wall. McNair, Bellatrix stirring groggily, the others, they were thrown backwards, off their feet, skidding across the floor away from the prophecy, away from Harry and his friends. The spell holding Hermione broke. She fell, and Ron caught her. Silence returned, heavier than before. The Death Eaters were scattered, disoriented. Harry stood before the prophecy, his hand on the shelf, breathing hard. The bridge was a chaos of furious, thwarted will on the other end. He'd done the impossible again. He'd used the environment itself as a weapon. But he was spent. The effort had drained him more than any spell. He felt hollow, shaky. Harry, take it, Ron yelled, helping Hermione up. We have to go. He was right. The distraction wouldn't last. Harry reached up and closed his fingers around the cool, smooth surface of the orb marked with his name. The moment he touched it, 2 things happened. First, a ghostly, transparent figure emerged from the orb and began to speak in a high, sighing voice that was unmistakably Professor Trelawney's. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. Second, every door in the Hall of Prophecy burst open. But it wasn't more Death Eaters. It was the Order. Dumbledore led the charge, his face like thunder, his wand flashing with a light that banished the blue gloom. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, and others Harry didn't recognize poured into the hall, spells already flying. They'd been elsewhere, sealing a different breach, but the massive magical disturbance Harry had created had been a beacon. The Death Eaters, caught between the furious Order and the exhausted but defiant trio, were suddenly on the defensive. Harry, to me. Dumbledore's voice cut through the cacophony of spells and shattering glass. Still clutching the prophecy orb, its spectral words whispering unfinished in the air, Harry stumbled towards the headmaster, Ron and Hermione at his sides. They had the prize. They had survived the trap. But as he ran, the bridge in his mind, wide open and vibrating with Voldemort's apocalyptic rage, finally delivered the last piece of the plan. Not anger at the lost prophecy. Not fury at the Order's arrival. A cold, sharp, triumphant clarity. The vision was swift and clear, A different shelf, in a different part of the hall. An orb, unmarked, glowing not blue, but a sickly green. A hand, Wormtail's hand, closing around it as the battle raged. And Voldemort's thought, sharp as a razor, the prophecy of the secondborn. The key to the vessel. Mine. The prophecy in Harry's hand was a decoy. The real target, a different prophecy altogether, had already been taken. They had won the battle. But Voldemort had just won something else. The roar of battle faded into a ringing, hollow silence. The Department of Mysteries was a tableau of frozen conflict. Death Eaters lay stunned or bound in enchanted ropes, their masks askew, revealing faces twisted in rage or unconscious slackness. Bellatrix was already being hauled to her feet by a grim-faced Kingsley Shacklebolt, her mad eyes fixed not on her captors, but on Harry, burning with a promise of future violence. The Order members moved with efficient, weary precision, securing prisoners, checking the shelves for damage. But Harry saw it on their faces, the confusion, the dawning suspicion that something was off. They had arrived expecting to thwart a theft, and they had. Harry Potter held the prophecy orb in his hand, its ghostly echo now silent, the glass cool against his palm. Yet the victory felt like ash. Dumbledore stood in the center of the chaos, his face unreadable. His eyes swept the hall, taking in the scattered orbs, the damaged shelves, the prone Death Eaters, and finally, resting on Harry. There was no triumph in that gaze. Only a deep, weary calculation. The perimeter is secure, Albus, Moody growled, his magical eye whirring as it scanned the towering rows. No other hostiles. They came in through a breach in the time chamber. We've sealed it. And the unspeakables? Dumbledore asked, his voice quiet but carrying. Bewildered. Scared. They had no idea this many had penetrated. Lupin approached, his expression drawn. He looked at Harry, Ron, and Hermione with a mixture of relief and profound worry. You three, you shouldn't be here. He knew we would be, Harry said, his own voice sounding distant to his ears. He was still holding the orb. It felt heavier than it should, a lead weight tied to a moment of terrible understanding. It was a diversion. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Explain. Harry didn't know how to put the psychic flash into words. While we were fighting, I felt it. Through the bridge. He wasn't focused on this. He held up the orb. He was focused on something else. Another prophecy. On the other side of the hall. Wormtail took it. A ripple of shock went through the Order members within earshot. Tonks, her hair a shocked mousy brown, stared. Another prophecy. About what? I don't know, Harry admitted, the failure bitter on his tongue. He called it, the prophecy of the secondborn. The key to the vessel. He met Dumbledore's eyes. He got what he really wanted. The implications settled like a pall. They had captured Bellatrix and a handful of mid-level Death Eaters. A win, technically. But Voldemort had obtained an unknown piece of information, a prophecy that clearly held immense significance to him. And he had done it using Harry as a perfect distraction. We need to identify which prophecy is missing, Dumbledore said, turning to the shelves. Remus, Nymphadora, begin a systematic search. Check every tag in the adjacent rows. Look for anything out of place, any residual magical signature. As they moved to obey, Dumbledore walked to Harry. He didn't ask for the orb. He simply looked at it, then at Harry's face. You are injured. Harry hadn't even noticed. A cut on his cheek from flying glass. A burn on his wrist where a curse had grazed him. The physical pain was nothing. The real injury was inside, the psychic bruise from his scream down the bridge, the hollow exhaustion from using his will magic on the shelf, the crushing weight of knowing he'd been played. I'm fine, he mumbled. You are not, Dumbledore said softly. You have been used as a scalpel and a shield tonight. The mind cannot endure such things without cost. He finally reached out and took the prophecy orb from Harry's numb fingers. As he did, his other hand closed briefly over Harry's injured wrist. A wave of soothing, cool magic flowed into the burn, knitting the skin. The gesture was startlingly paternal. We must return to Hogwarts. The ministry will be in an uproar. Cornelius will want explanations. His tone suggested those explanations would be fraught. The return was a blur. Side-along apparition from a disused ministry antechamber, the nauseating squeeze, then the cool night air of the Hogwarts grounds. They were met by a frantic Professor McGonagall and a silently furious Snape at the front doors. You foolish, reckless children. McGonagall scolded, but her voice broke, and she pulled Hermione into a brief, tight hug before doing the same to Ron and Harry. "You could have been killed." Snape said nothing. His black eyes bored into Harry, missing nothing, the tremor in his hands, the distant look in his eyes, the way he flinched when a torch flared too brightly. He saw the cracks. They were shepherded not to the hospital wing, but back to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster sent McGonagall to reassure the rest of the staff and to prepare for the inevitable ministry delegation. Ron and Hermione were given cups of heavily sweetened tea and told to wait in an adjacent anteroom. Harry was made to sit before the desk. Dumbledore placed the prophecy orb on the desk between them. It sat there, inert, a silent monument to a failed gambit. "Tell me everything," Dumbledore said. "From the moment you felt the compulsion." Harry told him. The vision of Sirius, the badge portkey, the journey, the fight, the moment of realization. He described the feel of pushing back against Voldemort's mind, the shelf's expulsion, and the final, chilling glimpse of Wormtail's success. "The secondborn," Dumbledore murmured, steepling his fingers. His eyes were closed. "A vessel. These are puzzle pieces from a box we have not yet opened." He opened his eyes, and they were full of a grave urgency. "Harry, what you did, repelling his influence, commanding the environment, it is a testament to your strength. But it is also a beacon. You have shown him not just defiance, but a unique, formidable power. He will covet it more than ever. And he now has a new piece of lore to guide his next move. What does it mean? The key to the vessel? I cannot be certain. In the darkest branches of magic, a vessel can mean many things. A container for a soul. A body to be possessed. A repository for power." Dumbledore's gaze was piercing. "Tom's current body is frail, stolen, temporary. He seeks a permanent, powerful form. This prophecy may guide him to it. Or it may refer to something else entirely." The thought was nauseating. Voldemort, seeking a new vessel. A stronger one. Harry's scar gave a throb. "What do we do?" Harry asked, the question feeling smaller and more pathetic each time he voiced it. "We continue. We adapt. We have secured one Horcrux." Dumbledore gestured to a locked cabinet on the wall where the locket presumably resided. "We must identify and secure the others with greater speed. And you, Harry, must master the connection. Not just to defend, but to actively mislead. Your ability to project false emotions saved your friends tonight by drawing the Death Eater's focus. That skill must be honed to a razor's edge. You must become a mirror that shows Tom only what we wish him to see." It was a staggering responsibility. To become a double agent inside his own skull. "Severus will intensify your training," Dumbledore continued. "And I will research this, secondborn, reference. There are few alive who would know of such things. I must consult sources." A shadow crossed his face, suggesting the sources were neither pleasant nor safe. There was a knock. Lupin entered, looking exhausted. "The ministry delegation is here, Albus. Fudge, Umbridge, a flock of Aurors. They're in the entrance hall, demanding to see you and the boy." He glanced apologetically at Harry. Dumbledore stood. "Stay here, Harry. Remus, with me. This will require diplomatic phrasing." They left, closing the door. Harry was alone with the sleeping portraits and the prophecy orb. He stared at it. The reason his parents were dead. The reason he had a scar. The reason for everything. And it had been a decoy. The hollow feeling expanded. He had fought, he had won the battle, but the war had just shifted onto a darker, more unknowable track. After a while, the door to the anteroom opened and Ron and Hermione slipped in. They looked as drained as he felt. "They're putting us all under lockdown," Ron said, sinking into a chair. "For our own safety. No more Hogsmeade. No Quidditch. Umbridge is purpling about, dangerous vigilante action. Fudge is calling it a regrettable stunt by disturbed youngsters. They're taking the credit for catching the Death Eaters." "Of course they are," Hermione said, her voice tight with anger. But she looked at Harry, and her expression softened into concern. "How are you? Really?" Harry shook his head. He couldn't put it into words. The exhaustion was metaphysical. The oath's magic, now a silent part of him, felt heavy, like a coat of lead. The bridge in his mind was closed, a locked door, but he could feel the silence on the other side was now a waiting, calculating silence. "He's ahead of us," Harry said finally. "He always is. We're reacting. We need to do something he doesn't expect." "Like what?" Ron asked, hopelessly. Harry's eyes drifted to the locked cabinet holding the locket. We have one of his souls. We know it's a Horcrux. Dumbledore's researching how to destroy it. But what if we don't wait? What if finding the others is the priority? If we can find another, we learn more. We take the initiative. Hermione looked alarmed. Harry, that's what he wants. For you to rush off, to be proactive on his terms. He lured you tonight. I know, Harry said. But this is different. This isn't about me. It's about him. His secrets. His weaknesses. The connection, it's a vulnerability for him too. I hurt him tonight. I shocked him. That means I can affect him. Not just physically. Mentally. A desperate plan began to form, born of exhaustion and a fierce, stubborn refusal to be at peace on the board any longer. What if I don't just try to listen? What if I try to look? Through the bridge. For memories. For places. For clues about the other Horcruxes. That's insane. Ron hissed. You said he almost caught you before. He'll tear your mind apart. Not if I'm careful. Not if I'm a ghost. Harry was thinking of the void state, of being nothing. I go in when he's distracted. When his emotions are high. He's just pulled off a major win. He'll be reviewing it, thinking about the new prophecy, his next steps. His guard might be down, just for a moment. I could slip in, not to listen to his thoughts, but to look at the scenery. To see what's around him. Hermione was staring at him as if he'd suggested juggling live grenades. The psychic equivalent of breaking into his house while he's home. Harry, you can't. Dumbledore said to use the connection as a tool. This is using it. He stood up, a strange, cold energy replacing the fatigue. I have to try. We can't just wait for the next attack. We can't just let him build his new vessel in peace. Before they could argue further, the office door opened again. Dumbledore returned, followed by Snape. The headmaster looked weary but composed. Snape looked like a thundercloud. The ministry is satisfied, for now, Dumbledore said. They have their prisoners and their narrative. We have bought a little time. But the net around this school, around you, Harry, will tighten. He looked at the three of them, his gaze lingering on Harry's determined face. I see you have been discussing our next moves. Harry wants to use the connection to scout for Horcruxes, Hermione blurted out, as if hoping Dumbledore would instantly forbid it. To her shock, Dumbledore did not immediately dismiss it. He looked at Harry for a long, silent moment. The thought had occurred to me. The risk is astronomically high. It would require a level of occlumency and control you do not yet possess. It would be walking into the lion's den and hoping the lion is looking the other way. I can learn, Harry said, the old refrain now a vow. I believe you can, Dumbledore said quietly. He glanced at Snape. Severus. Snape's lip curled. It is suicidal folly. The Dark Lord's mind is a labyrinth of traps and poison. The boy's clumsy consciousness would trigger alarms in seconds. Then teach me not to be clumsy, Harry said, meeting Snape's black eyes without flinching. For a second, something flickered in Snape's gaze, not approval, but a grudging acknowledgement of sheer nerve. You will regret this, Potter. When your mind is shattered and you are a drooling puppet broadcasting our every secret to the Dark Lord, you will remember this moment of arrogant stupidity. Then I suppose you'd better make sure I succeed, Harry shot back. A tense silence filled the office. The plan was mad. It was desperate. It was perhaps their only chance to seize the initiative. Dumbledore broke the silence. Very well. The training begins tomorrow. For now, you must all rest. The trials of the mind are as taxing as those of the body. You will need all your strength. They were dismissed. As they left, Harry glanced back at the prophecy orb on Dumbledore's desk. It was just a glass ball. The real secrets, the real dangers, were elsewhere. In a locket in a cabinet. In a stolen prophecy in Wormtail's grasp. In the cold, dark bridge inside his own head. He had sworn an oath to destroy the magic of the one who forged his name. That oath was fulfilled. But a new, unspoken oath was forming in its place. To hunt the hunter, to turn the connection into a weapon, to find the scattered pieces of Voldemort's soul and burn them out of the world. The path ahead was darker, more dangerous than any maze or lake. But for the first time, Harry felt he was choosing it. As they walked the silent corridors back to Gryffindor Tower, the castle around them felt less like a school and more like a fortress on the eve of a long, shadow war. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the fourth champion, the oath sworn, was no longer just a symbol to be protected. He was becoming something else. Something the Dark Lord would not expect. A seeker in the dark. The silence of the occlumency lesson was a different beast now. It wasn't the absence of sound, it was the presence of a focused, razor-edged intent. Harry sat on the same hard chair in Snape's dungeon office, but the room felt like the antechamber to an execution. The torches guttered, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to reach for him. Snape stood before him, not pacing, but utterly still. To navigate another's mind without detection, he began, his voice a low, chilling monotone, "You must become less than a ghost. A ghost leaves a chill, a whisper. You must be the space between breaths. The shadow cast by no object. You have learned to be a door. Now you must learn to be a crack in the wall, so small, so insignificant, that the owner of the house never thinks to patch it." Harry's head throbbed in anticipation. The bridge in his mind was a constant, cold pressure, a road he was preparing to walk in the wrong direction. "The Dark Lord's mind will not be a library, neat and ordered," Snape continued, his black eyes pinning Harry in place. "It will be a fever dream of a malign god. Grandeur and rot, triumph and terror, all swirling in a vortex of supreme ego. You are not seeking a specific book. You are looking for the shape of the shelves, the smell of the air, the forgotten clutter in the corners. You seek impressions, locations, objects, emotions attached to things, not thoughts. Do you understand?" "Yes," Harry said, though he only half did. "Your anchor cannot be a person tonight, Potter. It must be a concept. The concept of observation, of being a camera with no operator. Your own identity, your desires, your fears, they are a blazing torch in that dark place. They must be extinguished. You are a lens, nothing more." Snape raised his wand. "We will simulate it. I will construct a simple memory-scape, my own, though simplified. You will attempt to enter, observe one non-consequential detail, and exit without altering the memory or alerting the version of me within it. Prepare. Legilimens." This wasn't an attack. It was an invitation, but one laced with poison. Harry felt the dungeon melt away. He stood in a different, smaller room, a child's bedroom, Spartan and clean. A young boy with dark hair sat on a narrow bed, reading a heavy potions text. This was Snape's memory. Harry immediately felt the wrongness of his presence. The air in the memory resisted him, pushing back like a viscous fluid. He was a splash of color in a monochrome world. The young Snape looked up, his brow furrowing slightly, as if hearing a distant noise. "I am not here," Harry thought, pouring every ounce of will into the concept. "I am the dust in the light from the window. I am the weariness in the wood of the floorboard. I am nothing." He forced his own curiosity about the young Snape away. He didn't wonder about the boy's life, his loneliness. He simply noted the detail he'd chosen, the title of the book. Advanced Potion Making, by Libetius Borage. He imprinted the image, the font, the slightly torn corner of the cover. Then, he retreated. Not by turning and running, but by dissolving his presence, letting the memory's own fabric reassert itself around the void he left. He snapped back to the dungeon. He was drenched in cold sweat, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. Snape was staring at him, his expression unreadable. "The book," he demanded. "Advanced Potion Making, by Libetius Borage." The cover was torn on the top right corner. A long, tense silence. Then, a single, curt nod. "Adequate." You were detected as a vague unease, but not identified. The memory self dismissed it. In the Dark Lord's mind, such an unease would trigger an immediate, lethal search. "You must do better." Again, they drilled for 2 brutal hours. Snape's memory-scapes grew more complex, a bustling potions lab, a tense staff meeting, a dark forest. Each time, Harry had to enter, note a specific, meaningless detail, the number of jars on a shelf, the color of a colleague's quill, the species of a distant owl, and exit. Each time, the pressure to remain inert grew. The cost was a deep, psychic nausea, a feeling of having been stretched too thin across a hostile reality. Finally, Snape lowered his wand. Harry slumped forward, his elbows on his knees, breathing raggedly. "That is all you can endure tonight," Snape said, not ungently. It was the closest he would come to concern. "The actual attempt will be 100 times more taxing. You are not ready." "I have to try," Harry gasped. "He's not getting stronger slower. He's accelerating. I can feel it. Snape studied him. The arrogance of youth. To believe desperation is a substitute for skill. But he didn't forbid it. The headmaster wishes to see you. Go. Dumbledore's office was a sanctuary of warmth and gentle light after the dungeons. Fawkes was back, preening on his perch, filling the air with a sense of peaceful resilience. Dumbledore offered Harry a chocolate frog, which he took numbly. I have been researching the term, secondborn, Dumbledore said without preamble, his eyes serious. It is an arcane reference, from a branch of prophecy so speculative most scholars dismiss it. It does not refer to a literal second child, but to a second Genesis, a creation of life through unnatural, often monstrous means. A homunculus, a construct, a vessel built, not born. The diary, Harry said suddenly. The memory of Tom Riddle in the diary, it was like a separate life. A piece of him that could think, act, grow. Precisely, Dumbledore nodded. But a Horcrux is an anchor for the existing soul, preventing death. This vessel prophecy suggests something more proactive. Not just avoiding death, but engineering a new form of life into which to transfer the primary consciousness. A stronger, more permanent home. He leaned forward. The prophecy he stole may be a guide to creating such a vessel. Or it may identify a suitable one that already exists. A terrible thought struck Harry. He couldn't use another person, could he? He has possessed Quirrell. He controlled Crouch. But those were temporary hijackings, wearing a body like a suit until it burned out. A true vessel would need to be magically compatible, incredibly resilient, and ideally, possessed of its own great power. Dumbledore's gaze was heavy. It is a line of inquiry we must pursue. But tonight, your task is different. Severus tells me you wish to attempt a foray. I have to, Harry said. We need a direction, a clue, anything. Dumbledore sighed. The mind is not a map, Harry. What you see may be metaphor, symbol, or outright lie. And the toll it will take, you have felt the cost of observing benign memories. The Dark Lord's psyche is a fortress of pain and madness. To walk its halls, even as a ghost, will leave marks. I know. Very well. We will do it here. Now, while Fawkes is present. His song has healing properties for the soul, and you may need it. Dumbledore gestured to a soft carpet before the hearth. Sit. Find your center. I will be your anchor in this room. If I feel you are being drawn in too deep, I will sever the connection, no matter the potential loss of intelligence. Your mind is paramount. Do you agree? Harry nodded, settling on the carpet. He closed his eyes, pushing away the fatigue from Snape's lesson. He built his occlumency shields, not as a door, but as a smooth, featureless shell around the core of his consciousness. Inside that shell, he fostered the void state, the still pool. He was a camera, a lens, nothing more. He then turned his awareness to the bridge. It was like turning to face a glacier. The cold was immense, ancient, and alive with a slow, cruel intelligence. He didn't push against it. He didn't try to open a door. He simply allowed his consciousness to become so small, so still, that it existed alongside the bridge, in the liminal space it occupied in his own mind. And then, with the faintest push of intent, he let himself drift onto it. The world vanished. He was in a place of howling silence and shifting, dark forms. There was no up or down. Phantoms of thought and sensation whipped past him, flashes of green light, the taste of fear, the sound of screams that were also praises, the crushing weight of colossal ambition. This was the anteroom, the storm of Voldemort's peripheral consciousness. Harry held to his void. He was dust. He was shadow. The storm battered at his non-presence, but found nothing to grasp. He needed to go deeper. To find memories, not noise. He focused on the concept of foundation. A mind, even this one, was built on memories. He sought the oldest stones, the ones most worn smooth by obsessive revisiting. He drifted, a leaf on a toxic river, letting the currents of stronger, more defined thought patterns guide him. A sense of profound, personal significance pulled him down a particular stream. The world resolved. He was in a room. A real room, not a phantom landscape. A small, bare, sunlit room in an orphanage. A young boy with dark hair and pale eyes sat on a narrow bed, staring at a dead rabbit laid on his pillow. Its neck was broken. The boy was not sad. He was curious. He reached out a finger and poked the still warm fur. A feeling of cool, experimental power blossomed in his chest. I made it stop. Because it annoyed me. Tom Riddle, age 7. Harry observed the camera. He felt no disgust, no pity. He simply noted the scene, the peeling wallpaper, the pattern of the quilt, the light through the dusty window. He imprinted it and let go, flowing backwards. The current took him to another foundational stone. A hovel in a wood. The gaunt shack. A older Tom, handsome and furious, standing over the bodies of his father and grandparents. The killing had been swift, but the emotion was not rage. It was a cold, surgical erasure. A removing of a stain. A satisfaction so profound it was almost aesthetic. Harry noted the ring on the floor, the snake nailed to the door, the look of aristocratic disdain on young Riddle's face as he stepped over the blood. Another memory. A cave by the sea. A teenage Riddle, terrifying two younger orphans, forcing them to the edge of a dark cliff. Their terror was a sweet, palpable scent to him. This was not about killing. It was about proving dominion. About seeing the light of self extinguish in their eyes before he even pushed. Harry noted the shape of the rocks, the sound of the sea, the specific, sickening drop of the cliff. He was drifting deeper, pulled towards memories of greater narcissism, of triumph. The Chamber of Secrets. The creation of the diary. The moment he learned of Horcruxes from Slughorn. Each memory was a dark jewel, polished by countless revisitings. The cost was mounting. Harry's void state was trembling. He wasn't feeling Voldemort's emotions, but the sheer intensity of them was an acid eating at his detachment. The cruelty was a cold so absolute it burned. He knew he had to leave soon. But he needed one more thing. Not a memory of triumph, but a memory of value. Of something precious, hidden. He pushed his intent, a feather-light touch, secrets. Things that are mine alone. The current shifted. He was swept into a memory that was not visual, but tactile and emotional. A sense of meticulous, loving creation. The feel of a wand carving into a diary. The drip of poison into a cup. The cold clasp of a locket closing around a screaming fragment of soul. The weight of a diadem placed on a bust in a room of forgotten things. The delight in a ring's ugly stone. The locations were blurred, symbolic. But the objects were clear. And attached to one of them, the locket, was a later memory, not of creation, but of relocation. A sense of fury and necessity. Taking the locket from the cave, bringing it to a new place, a place of bustling, mundane magic, to be hidden under the nose of the enemy. Hogsmeade. The impression was a flash, a shingle swinging in the wind. The smell of butterbeer and wood smoke. A sense of arrogant amusement. Right under Dumbledore's long nose. And then, attached to the diadem, a pang of something else, not fear, but reluctance. A memory of hiding it in a place of learning, of wit, but a place he felt was beneath him. A place of lost and broken things. The room of requirement. But not just any part, a specific, hidden alcove. The void state shattered. The camera had an operator, and the operator was screaming in revulsion and recognition. The connection in the bridge solidified. The cold presence, previously a background storm, suddenly focused. It turned its gaze inward, towards the tiny, foreign speck that had suddenly flared with the heat of identity and understanding. Intruder. The word was not sound. It was the collapse of reality. It was a black hole of attention sucking all light and thought towards it. Harry scrambled, fragmented, clawing back towards his own mind. He threw up every shield, every door, every wall he'd ever built. They were tissue paper before a hurricane. Just as the crushing weight of Voldemort's focused consciousness was about to annihilate his own, a strand of golden warmth shot through the connection. A lifeline. It wrapped around his fleeing consciousness and yanked. He slammed back into his body in Dumbledore's office so hard he thought his bones would break. He was on his back, convulsing, a silent scream locked in his throat. Fawkes was singing, a high, clear, piercing note that felt like light poured directly into his veins. Dumbledore knelt beside him, one hand on his chest, his face etched with pain and effort, his own wand gripped white-knuckled in the other hand. The song and the warmth slowly pushed back the ice, the terror, the feeling of having been flayed open and examined by a being of infinite malice. The convulsions subsided. Harry lay panting, tears streaming from his eyes, his whole being trembling with aftershocks. He felt me, Harry choked out. At the end, I slipped. You achieved far more than slipping, Dumbledore said, his voice rough. You traversed the antechambers of hell and returned with treasures. But yes, at the moment of your discovery, he felt an intrusion. He will not know it was you, specifically, but he will know his sanctum was breached. His paranoia, already legendary, will now be infinite. The connection will be a field of daggers from now on. Harry didn't care about that. He pushed himself up on shaking elbows. Hogsmeade. He hid the locket somewhere in Hogsmeade. And the diadem, it's in the room of requirement. In the part with all the lost things. He hid it there. Dumbledore's eyes blazed with a fierce, triumphant light. Then we have our next moves. Rest now, Harry. You have done a heroic, terrible thing. The cost is written in your soul. But you have given us a path. As Harry lay back, listening to Fawkes's healing song, the horror of what he'd witnessed, the rabbit, the gounts, the cliff, the cold, endless pride, was a stain on his spirit. But underneath the stain was a hard, sharp nugget of victory. He had walked into the enemy's house. He had seen the monster's trophies. And he had stolen 2 of his secrets. The hunt for the Horcruxes had truly begun. Fawkes's song was a liquid sun, pouring into the fractures of Harry's mind. It didn't erase the memories, the dead rabbit's glassy eye, the bloody floor of the gaunt shack, the dizzying cliff edge, but it soothed the raw, psychic burns they had left behind. The crushing weight of Voldemort's focused rage receded from an imminent avalanche to a distant, ever-present tremor in the foundations of the world. When Harry could finally sit up, his body felt both weightless and leaden. Dumbledore handed him a vial of a pearly, shimmering potion. For the soul shock. Drink. It tasted of nothing, a cool absence that spread through him, further numbing the edges of the horror. His hands stopped shaking. The locket is in Hogsmeade, Harry said, the words scraping his throat. He moved it. He thought it was funny, hiding it right here. And the diadem is in the room of requirement, Dumbledore murmured, his eyes alight with a fierce, academic fire. The lost and found room. A place few know, and even fewer understand. It is a brilliant hiding place. Arrogant, but brilliant. He paced, his robes whispering on the floor. We must move quickly. He knows his mind was breached. He will check his treasures. Can we get them tonight? Harry asked, pushing himself to his feet. A wave of dizziness made him grab the headmaster's desk. You will do nothing tonight, Dumbledore said firmly, guiding him back to the chair. You have paid a price few wizards could withstand. Your magical core has been strained, your mind, scoured. You need rest, not adventure. But he'll move them, perhaps. But he is also weak, and his primary concern will be securing his own person and investigating the breach. It will take him time to physically travel to Hogwarts or Hogsmeade. We have a small window. Dumbledore's gaze was calculating. I will alert the Order. Remus and Sirius can begin a discreet search of Hogsmeade at first light, focusing on magical spaces that could conceal such an object. As for the diadem, he looked at Harry. You are the only one who can reliably access the specific version of the room where it is hidden. But you must recover first. Tomorrow. The logic was sound, but it felt like failure. To have come so far, to have stolen such vital secrets at such cost, and then to wait. Dumbledore seemed to read his thoughts. This is not a retreat, Harry. It is consolidation. You have won a significant victory. You have identified 2 of the 3 remaining Horcruxes we knew of. You have forced Voldemort onto the defensive within his own mind. Now we must be smart. We must not lose what we have gained to haste. He summoned a house elf to bring a tray of food, simple broth and bread, and insisted Harry eat. Afterwards, he escorted Harry personally back to Gryffindor Tower, a silent, protective presence at his side. The castle was deep in the sleep of the innocent, unaware of the psychic war that had just been waged in its headmaster's office. At the portrait hole, Dumbledore paused. Sleep, Harry. And when you dream, remember Fawkes's song. Let it guard your rest. You are not alone in the dark. Sleep, when it came, was not dreamless, but it was guarded. The Phoenix song echoed in the depths of his mind, a golden thread woven through the nightmares. He saw the rabbit, but its eye held a flicker of flame. He saw the cliff, but a warm wind held him back. The memories were there, but they could not fully touch him. He woke to midday sun. For a moment, he lay there, assessing the damage. The hollow, scooped-out feeling was gone, replaced by a deep, bone-weary soreness, like after a long illness. His magic felt thin, stretched. But his mind was his own. Ron and Hermione were sitting by his bed, having clearly been there for hours. Their faces were pinched with worry. You look like death warmed over, Ron said, but his voice was thick. With relief. What happened? Hermione asked, her eyes scanning his face. Dumbledore wouldn't say, just that you'd overextended yourself. Harry told them. Not in vivid detail, he couldn't bear to describe the rabbit, the blood, but the facts. The orphanage, the gounts, the cave, the locket in Hogsmeade, the diadem in the room. And the moment he'd been detected. Hermione listened, her hand over her mouth. You psychically navigated the mind of the most powerful legilimens in history, she whispered, awe and horror warring in her tone. Harry, that's like performing brain surgery on yourself while running a marathon. It was worth it, Harry said, though the memory of that final, crushing intruder made him shudder. We have to find them. Today. Before he does. They helped him get dressed. He moved slowly, every muscle protesting. At lunch, he forced down some pumpkin juice and toast under their watchful eyes. The great hall buzzed with its usual noise, but it felt distant, muffled, as if he were watching it from underwater. He caught Snape's eye across the room. The potions master gave a curt nod. An acknowledgement. A warning. After lunch, they went straight to the room of requirement. Harry paced 3 times, thinking, I need the place where everything is hidden, the place where Tom Riddle hid his crown. The door appeared. They entered the familiar, mountainous landscape of lost things. The air was thick with dust and the melancholy of forgotten magic. It could be anywhere, Ron groaned, looking up at the precarious towers of junk that stretched into the dimness. No, Harry said, closing his eyes. He reached not for the bridge, that was a wound he wouldn't touch, but for the impression from the memory. The feeling of arrogant reluctance. A place of learning and wit, but a place he scorned. A specific alcove. He opened his eyes and pointed. That way. Up high. They climbed. It was treacherous, scrambling over broken furniture, around piles of books that whispered as they passed. Harry's weariness made him clumsy. Hermione had to steady him more than once. Finally, they reached a high, secluded ledge formed by a toppled marble bust and a large, broken cabinet. It was a cul-de-sac, a dead end in the labyrinth. And there, on a dusty cushion atop a crumbling column, sat a diadem. It was tarnished silver, studded with moonstones that gleamed dully in the light from their wands. Its design was simple, ancient, and radiated a cold, arrogant intelligence. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. The thing Voldemort had defiled. They approached it cautiously. The air around it was colder. Don't touch it, Hermione warned. The Horcrux could defend itself. Harry drew his wand. He didn't know a spell to destroy a Horcrux. But he remembered the feeling of the locket in Dumbledore's office, the dormant, poisonous evil. This was the same. A piece of a soul, trapped in an object of beauty. We need to get it to Dumbledore, Ron said. As Harry reached out with his wand to levitate it, the diadem moved. Not much. It just rotated slightly, as if an invisible head had just tilted to look at him. A wave of cold, compelling magic washed over them. It wasn't an attack. It was an invitation. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, a silky, persuasive voice whispered in their minds, not from the diadem, but from the air itself. It sounded like Tom Riddle at his most charming. I can give you that. Clarity. Understanding. All the answers you seek. Put me on. Know everything. Harry felt a sudden, desperate thirst for knowledge. To understand the complex runes they'd seen, to unravel the mystery of the vessel, to know how to destroy Voldemort utterly. The diadem promised it all. Hermione's eyes glazed over, her face yearning. Ron looked. Confused, but tempted. Anchor. Harry slammed the word into his own mind, and then, pushing his weary magic, he projected it at Ron and Hermione like a shout. No. The mental shout broke the compulsion. Hermione gasped, stepping back as if burned. Ron shook his head like a dog clearing water. It tries to seduce, Harry said, his voice hard. He didn't try to levitate it. He took off his own cloak, and using it as a glove, he picked up the diadem. The metal was icy, leaching the warmth from his hand even through the fabric. A faint, angry hiss seemed to emanate from it. Let's go, he said. They carried their terrible prize to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster was waiting with Sirius and Remus, who looked worn but alert. Hogsmeade? Harry asked immediately. Nothing yet, Sirius said, frustration etched on his face. We've checked the obvious places, the Hog's Head, Zonko's, the post office. We're expanding the search. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack that's also trying not to be found. His eyes fell on the cloak-wrapped bundle in Harry's hands. Is that the diadem? Harry confirmed, laying it on Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore approached it not with fear, but with a profound sadness. So he corrupted this too. The last relic of Ravenclaw's wisdom. He didn't touch it. Its destruction will require a specific, powerful act of magical violence. Basilisk venom, perhaps, or fiendfire. Things that are not easily controlled. We must prepare. We have to find the locket first, Remus said quietly. If he moves it, we lose the trail. An idea, desperate and half-formed, occurred to Harry. The memory, he thought it was funny. Hiding it under your nose, sir. In a place of bustling, mundane magic. Somewhere everyone goes, but no one really sees. A pub, Ron suggested. The 3 broomsticks. Too obvious, Hermione said. And too public for long-term hiding. Mundane magic, Harry mused. Not a shop that sells magical things. A shop that is magical, but seems ordinary. A place that's always there. He and Hermione said it at the same time, Honeydukes. The sweet shop. Always bustling, always cheerful, suffused with the low-level magic of hundreds of confectionery charms. The perfect place to hide a drop of supreme evil. And it had a connection to the castle, the secret passage. Right under Dumbledore's nose. Sirius's face lit with fierce hope. We'll go now. Check the cellars, the storage rooms. Be careful, Dumbledore warned. If it is there, it will be protected. Not just physically. It will prey on the mind, as the diadem did. We'll be quick and quiet, Remus promised. They left at a run. Harry made to follow, but Dumbledore stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Your part in this hunt is done for now, Harry. You have done more than enough. The retrieval requires stealth and experience, not a soul-weary seer. Harry wanted to argue, but his body betrayed him. A wave of dizziness forced him to sit. The cost of the mental foray was collecting its due. Watch over the diadem, Dumbledore said. Fawkes will guard you both. I must consult some texts on its destruction. Alone with the sleeping portraits and the watchful phoenix, Harry stared at the tarnished silver on the desk. It seemed to drink the light from the room. He could feel its malevolence, a low-grade psychic hum that set his teeth on edge. It was a piece of Voldemort. Sitting there, taunting him. The wait was agony. Every minute felt like an hour. He imagined Sirius and Remus, creeping through the sweet-smelling darkness of Honeydukes, cellars, searching for a glint of gold amidst the barrels of cockroach cluster. Fawkes trilled softly, a questioning note. I'm all right, Harry muttered, though he wasn't. Then, a sudden, lancing pain in his scar. Different this time. Not a steady throb, but a sharp, informed spike. And with it, across the bruised and battered bridge, a flash of pure, volcanic fury. Thief. This time, the word was accompanied by a clear, sensory image, a dusty cellar. A familiar, heavy box being opened. Empty space where a locket should have been. Followed by a wave of directed, scouring attention towards the connection. Voldemort was looking down the bridge, searching, not just sensing. The cold spot in Harry's mind became a frozen brand. He threw up his occlumency shields, but they were cracked and fragile from the previous night's ordeal. He felt the Dark Lord's consciousness brush against them, a claw scraping glass. Fawkes's song rose in pitch, a shield of warm sound wrapping around Harry's mind, reinforcing the cracks. The pressure increased. Harry gritted his teeth, focusing on the golden thread of the Phoenix song, on the feel of the holly wand in his pocket, on the memory of his friends' faces. He built his door, not of oak, but of this light, this loyalty. For a long, terrifying minute, it was a silent battle, a psychic siege. Harry, weakened but fiercely anchored, against a distant, titanic rage. Then, as suddenly as it came, the pressure vanished. The bridge didn't close, but the searching presence withdrew, though the cold, furious attention remained, a lighthouse fixed on his position. He had held. Barely. Panting, he looked at the diadem. It seemed to smirk. The office door burst open. Sirius and Remus staggered in, covered in dust but triumphant. In Sirius's hand, clutched in a thick rag, was a heavy, gold locket. The serpentine, gleamed wickedly. It was there, Sirius exclaimed, his eyes wild. In a forgotten strongbox under a pile of sugar quills. Felt like touching a corpse. We have it, Remus said, his voice full of weary victory. He saw Harry's pale, sweating face and the tense set of Dumbledore, who had just re-entered from an inner chamber. What happened? He knows, Harry said, his voice raw. He checked on the locket. He knows it's gone. And he tried to reach me through the connection. Dumbledore's face was grim. Then we are out of time. He will move to protect his remaining anchors with every power at his disposal. We must destroy these, now, before he can intervene or reinforce them. He took the locket from Sirius and placed it beside the diadem on his desk. 2 pieces of a soul, 2 anchors to immortality, lying in the sunlit office of the only wizard Voldemort ever feared. The hunt for these 2 was over. But the war, Harry knew, had just entered its most dangerous phase. They had taken the devil's treasures. Now, they had to survive his wrath. The 2 Horcruxes lay on Dumbledore's desk like malignant twins. The diadem, cold silver and dull moonstones. The locket, heavy gold with its serpentine sneer. The air in the office, usually a haven of gentle magic, curdled around them. The very light from the windows seemed to shy away, leaving the objects in a pocket of sickly shadow. Basilisk venom is the surest method, Dumbledore said, his voice cutting through the tense silence. He had opened a small, lead-lined box on a shelf, revealing several long, needle-sharp fangs, pearlescent and deadly. A substance so destructive it can kill the unkillable. But its use is perilous. A single scratch. Fiend fire is uncontrollable, Remus said, eyeing the fangs with deep unease. It would consume the castle. There is another way, Dumbledore said, his gaze shifting to Fawkes. The phoenix, perched solemnly, met his look. A confluence of opposites. Creation and destruction, woven together. Basilisk venom to rend the soul fragment. Phoenix tears to heal the object, to cleanse the vessel without annihilating the ancient magic it holds. It is a delicate, dangerous ritual. The tears must follow the venom in the same instant. A balance few can strike. You can do it, sir, Harry said, though he wasn't sure. I can attempt it. But the Horcruxes will not die quietly. They will fight. They will project despair, temptation, terror. And their master will feel their destruction. The backlash through your connection, Harry, may be severe. Dumbledore's eyes were grave. You should not be here for this. I have to be, Harry said, without hesitation. He felt a perverse responsibility to these fragments of soul. He had helped find them. He would see them gone. I'm the connection. If it helps to have me here to ground it, or something, I'll stay. Sirius started to protest, but Dumbledore held up a hand. His will is part of this war. It may indeed provide a stabilizing force. Very well. But the rest of you must go. The fewer minds present, the fewer targets for the Horcruxes' final defenses. Sirius, Remus, Ron, and Hermione were reluctant, but a sharp look from Dumbledore had them backing towards the door. Hermione squeezed Harry's hand before she left, her eyes full of unspoken fear and pride. Then it was just Harry, Dumbledore, Fawkes, and the 2 evils on the desk. Dumbledore picked up a basilisk fang. It glinted, a shard of absolute death. He then held out his hand to Fawkes. The phoenix tilted his head, and a single, glistening tear, like molten diamond, formed in the corner of his brilliant eye and dropped into Dumbledore's palm. It did not roll, it sat there, a perfect, radiant sphere. The diadem first, Dumbledore murmured. Older magic. More entrenched. He positioned himself over the tarnished silver crown. Harry stood a few feet back, his own wand out, not knowing what he could do but needing to be ready. He braced his mind, reinforcing his occlumency shields. The cold spot of the bridge was a silent scream of distant rage. Dumbledore took a deep, steadying breath. Then, with a motion too fast to follow, he struck downward with the basilisk fang, piercing the central moonstone of the diadem. A soundless shriek filled the room. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt in the marrow, in the soul. The diadem didn't break. It convulsed. Black smoke, thick and oily, erupted from the puncture, forming a shrieking, wraith-like face that was a blur of Tom Riddle's features, beautiful, then skeletal, then serpentine. The voice of the Horcrux, no longer silky but raw and raging, tore at Harry's mind. Fool! You destroy wisdom. You burn history. You are ash. The despair was a physical weight, trying to crush him to his knees. Images flashed. Hermione, her books turning to dust, Ron, his chess pieces shattering, Hogwarts itself crumbling into ruin. All because of his arrogance. All his fault. Anchor, Harry thought, but the word was weak. The psychic assault was overwhelming. Then, Dumbledore's other hand moved. He let the single phoenix tear fall onto the fang's entry wound. A searing, golden light erupted from the diadem. Not the black smoke of destruction, but a brilliant, cleansing fire. The wraith face screamed again, this time in agony and dissolution. The light consumed the smoke, burning it away into nothingness. The diadem itself glowed white-hot for an instant, and when the light faded, it was just a piece of old, slightly tarnished silver. The arrogant intelligence, the seductive whisper, the cold malice, all gone. A simple relic. Harry gasped, the weight lifting. He was drenched in sweat. But there was no time to recover. The bridge in his mind exploded. A wave of agony, not his own, lanced through the connection. It was a scream of such profound, personal violation that Harry cried out, clutching his scar. It was Voldemort's pain, the sensation of a piece of his soul being violently annihilated. It was accompanied by a torrent of images, a dark cave, a potion of despair, a locket placed with reverence, and then the image of the diadem, sitting in a dusty room, the feeling of smug security, shattered. The pain was followed by a rage so vast it threatened to eclipse Harry's own consciousness. It was a cosmic fury, the wrath of a god whose idol had been smashed. WHO. WHO dares. The demand was a psychic quake. Harry's shields, already strained, cracked. For a terrifying second, he felt Voldemort's awareness lock onto the connection, not as a vague presence but as a specific point of origin. The Dark Lord was looking directly at him, through him. Fawkes let out a piercing, defiant cry. The song wove around Harry, a golden net holding his mind together. Dumbledore, his face drawn but resolute, moved to the locket. Now, Harry, Dumbledore commanded. Show him. Do not hide. Show him your will. Through the blinding pain and the crushing rage, Harry understood. Hiding was pointless now. The connection was a live wire. So he did the opposite. He opened the door in his mind, not to let Voldemort in, but to project out. He gathered every image of light and defiance he possessed. The dragon's understanding eye, the golden thread of Fawkes's song, the warm stone in his palm, Ron's loyal grin, Hermione's fierce hug, the shattered green light of the killing curse, the feel of the prophecy orb, taken but not surrendered, the oath, fulfilled and yet enduring. He took this mosaic of his own soul, his own defiance, and he shoved it back down the bridge, straight into the heart of the rage. For a single, suspended moment, two consciousnesses clashed in the psychic space, one a vast, dark galaxy of hatred, the other a single, brilliant, stubborn star of will. The dark galaxy recoiled, not in pain, but in shock. In recognition. This was not an anonymous thief. This was him, the boy, the persistent, irritating, impossible thorn. And the boy was not cowering. He was shining. Then Dumbledore struck again. The basilisk fang pierced the S on the locket. The scream this time was deeper, more guttural. The black smoke formed the shape of a coiling serpent that turned to strike at Dumbledore, but the phoenix tear was already falling. Golden fire met dark serpent, and the locket's scream was cut short in a burst of silent, purifying light. The second wave of backlash was cataclysmic. Harry felt as if a vital organ had been torn from his own body. The connection didn't just transmit pain, it was pain. He collapsed, his vision whiting out. He was aware of screaming, but didn't know if it was his voice or Voldemort's echoing in his skull. The world was a maelstrom of shattered soul fragments and apocalyptic fury. He felt the Dark Lord's consciousness, wounded and berserk, lash out blindly through the bond. It was a psychic tsunami meant to obliterate the source of this agony. It would have shredded Harry's mind to confetti. But Fawkes was there. The phoenix spread his wings, engulfing Harry in a corona of flame that did not burn, but healed. The song became a wall, a fortress of life against the deathly rage. And within his own mind, Harry held onto the projected image of his defiance, a lone lighthouse in the psychic storm. The storm broke. The connection didn't sever. It went dead. Not quiet, but empty. The cold spot was still there, but it was no longer a window into a living presence. It was a scar over a void. The backlash had been so violent it had temporarily stunned the link on both ends. Harry lay on the floor of Dumbledore's office, trembling uncontrollably, tears of pain and relief streaming down his face. The air smelled of ozone, burned magic, and the faint, sweet scent of phoenix. Ash. Dumbledore sank into his chair, looking older than stone. The basilisk fang lay on the desk, its venom spent. The locket was just a piece of gold, the serpent's face now a bland engraving. Both Horcruxes were gone. "It is done," Dumbledore whispered, the words heavy with exhaustion and triumph. After a long time, Harry found his voice. It was a rasp. He felt that. "Oh, yes," Dumbledore said, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. He felt it. 2 anchors of his immortality, gone. And he felt you, Harry. Not as a victim, not as a symbol. As an adversary who reached into his very being and burned a part of it away. "You have declared war in a language he cannot ignore." The door burst open. Sirius, Remus, Ron, and Hermione rushed in, their faces pale with fear. They saw the destroyed Horcruxes, Harry on the floor, Dumbledore's exhaustion. Merlin's beard, Sirius breathed, rushing to Harry's side. "I'm okay," Harry said, pushing himself up with Ron's help. He wasn't, but he would be. "The connection?" Hermione asked, her eyes wide. "It's quiet," Harry said. "Hurt. I think I hurt him. Really hurt him." A profound silence settled over the group. They had done it. They had destroyed 2 of Voldemort's Horcruxes. It was a blow no one had ever struck before. But Dumbledore's expression, as he looked from the destroyed objects to Harry's scar, was not one of unalloyed victory. It was shadowed by a new, more urgent dread. "He has lost 2 anchors," Dumbledore said slowly. "His immortality is weakened, but a cornered snake is at its most dangerous. And he now knows, beyond any doubt, that you are hunting his soul. He will move to protect the remaining Horcruxes with fanatical zeal. And he will come for you, Harry, with a purpose beyond murder. He will want to reclaim what was lost. To understand your power. To break you, and then to use you." The euphoria of victory evaporated, leaving cold dread in its wake. "The vessel prophecy," Harry remembered. "He wants a new body. A stronger one. And he has seen a flash of your strength," Dumbledore said, his voice low. "A strength that can shatter killing curses and burn soul fragments. To a being obsessed with power and permanence, you may have just become more than an enemy to be destroyed. You may have become the prize." The office, for all its warmth and light, suddenly felt like the most dangerous place in the world. Harry had set out to destroy the magic that bound him. He had succeeded. But in doing so, he had painted a target on his own soul brighter than any lightning bolt scar. The hunt for the Horcruxes had scored its first major victories. But the hunt for Harry Potter had just begun. The silence in the wake of the Horcruxes, destruction was not peace. It was the held breath after a thunderclap, waiting for the next bolt to strike. For 3 days, Harry moved through Hogwarts in a state of suspended animation. The physical toll was immense, a deep, bone-aching fatigue that made even lifting his wand feel like hauling stone. Madame Pomfrey clucked over him, dosing him with strengthening solution and pepper-up potions, muttering about magical core exhaustion and psychic trauma. But the real wound was invisible, etched into the space where the connection had been. The bridge was not gone. It was cauterized. The constant, cold pressure had vanished, replaced by a silent, aching absence, like a phantom limb that still screamed with pain. He could feel the scar tissue forming in his mind, raw and tender. There were no more impressions, no whispers, no cold satisfaction seeping through. Just a dead channel leading into darkness. It should have been a relief. Instead, it felt like walking a tightrope over an abyss in total silence, not knowing when the rope would snap. Dumbledore was preoccupied, spending long hours in the Ministry, dealing with the political fallout of the Department of Mysteries battle. The official story had solidified. A rogue faction of Death Eaters, conveniently all captured or dead, had attempted to steal Ministry property. Harry Potter's involvement was glossed over as youthful bravery in assisting or a response. Fudge, his authority shaken but clinging to power, was eager to downplay the Dark Lord's role. The prophet sang a chorus of Ministry efficiency and a crisis narrowly averted. But within the walls of Hogwarts, the truth was a specter haunting every corridor. The staff moved with a new, grim purpose. Security was tighter. The false Moody's replacement was a brisk, no-nonsense Auror named Gawain Robards, whose eyes constantly scanned for threats. The sense of siege was palpable. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were left in a strange limbo. Celebrating the destruction of the Horcruxes felt premature and dangerous, like dancing on a grave that might erupt any second. Yet, the mundane routine of classes felt absurd, a pantomime of normalcy when the foundations of their world were cracking. It was during a particularly dry history of magic lesson on goblin tariff disputes that the storm finally broke. Not with a bang, but with a whisper. Harry was staring out the window, trying to ignore the dull throb in his scar and the empty ache in his mind, when a soft, sibilant hiss brushed against the edge of his consciousness. It was so faint he thought he'd imagined it. It wasn't a word. It was a sensation. The feeling of scales sliding over cold stone. The taste of damp earth and old blood. His head snapped up. Professor Binns droned on, oblivious. Ron was doodling a Quidditch pitch on his parchment. Hermione was taking furious notes. The hiss came again, slightly clearer. This time, it carried a texture of location. Depth. Weight. The same feeling he'd gotten of Voldemort's new lair, but now it was focused. Pinpointed. Not just underground, but there. And with it, a trickle of emotion so vile it made his stomach clench. Not the all-consuming rage of the backlash. This was colder, sharper. A focused, surgical hatred. And beneath that, a new, terrifying emotion, hunger. Not for food, for magic, for life, for a vessel. Harry's hand went to his scar. It was cold, not burning. "You all right, mate?" Ron whispered, noticing his posture. "He's whispering," Harry breathed, his eyes wide. "What?" Hermione's quill stopped. "Not words. Feelings. Location. He's not trying to hide anymore. He's calling." Even as he said it, Harry knew that wasn't quite right. It wasn't a call. It was a beacon. A dark star, pulsing its coordinates into the void of their severed connection, knowing Harry would feel it. A challenge. Or a trap. The hiss solidified into a clear, mental image, sharper than any he'd received before. A cavern, vast as a cathedral, lit by an eerie, phosphorescent fungus. In the center, a stone altar, black and slick. And standing before it, his back to Harry's psychic view, was Voldemort. He was still frail, wraith-like, but he held himself straighter. In his hands, he cradled something that glowed with a sickly, greenish light, the stolen prophecy orb. And around the altar, carved into the stone floor, were symbols that made Harry's eyes water to look at, an intricate, spiraling design that mirrored the corrupted sigil from the cellar, but more complex, more complete. As Harry watched the vision, Voldemort slowly turned his head, as if sensing the observation. The red eyes didn't find him, but they looked directly into the space where the connection had been. The lipless mouth curved. The image shattered. Harry gasped, knocking his ink bottle over. Black ink spread across his notes like a tide of night. "Harry." Hermione scrambled to help, using her wand to siphon the ink. "I saw it," he said, his voice trembling with a mix of terror and furious clarity. "His lair. He's preparing something. With the prophecy. The vessel, ritual. He's showing me." "Why would he do that?" Ron asked, paling. "Because he thinks I can't stop him," Harry said, the realization filling him with a cold, steady purpose. The emptiness in his mind was suddenly filled with a new, sharp focus. "He thinks I'm broken from the backlash. Or he wants to lure me there. Or, he just doesn't care anymore. He's so sure of his next move that he's broadcasting it." He stood up, ignoring Binns's droning reprimand. "We have to tell Dumbledore. Now." Dumbledore listened in his office, his face growing graver with each word. When Harry described the symbols, Dumbledore's hand went to the bridge of his nose. "The rite of sanguis aeternum," he murmured. "The ritual of eternal blood. A forbidden magic that seeks to forge a new body from stolen life and will, anchored by a prophecy of destiny. It is what I feared. He is not merely seeking a vessel, he is building one. And the prophecy he stole is the blueprint." He looked at Harry, his eyes shadowed. "By showing you, he achieves two things. First, he instills terror and helplessness. Second, and more dangerously, he may be linking the ritual to you. Your awareness of it, your connection to him, could become part of the ritual's fabric. You are the secondborn's fated opponent. Your essence, even your knowledge of his plan, might be a required component. So we have to stop it before he finishes," Harry said. "We do not know where there is," Dumbledore reminded him. "You have a sense, but not a location. The image could be symbolic, or obscured." "It felt real," Harry insisted. "The fungus, the stone, it was a real place. I just need to find a match." A mad idea occurred to him. The room of requirement. It can show me places, if I ask. Not the real place, but a simulation. If I can see it again, in detail, maybe Hermione can identify it from a book. It was a long shot. But it was action. Dumbledore considered, then nodded. Take Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. See what you can learn. But do not engage the image with your mind, Harry. Observe it as a picture. Do not let the connection re-engage. The room of requirement became a cartographer's studio. Maps plastered the walls. Books on geological formations, magical caverns, and dark ritual sites floated in neat stacks. In the center, Harry sat on the floor, trying to clear his mind not into a void, but into a receptive state, focusing on the memory of the vision. Show me the cavern, he whispered to the room. The place he is. The air shimmered. In the center of the room, a three-dimensional, spectral image formed. It was the cavern, rendered in perfect, haunting detail. The glowing fungus on the walls. The towering, stalactite-filled ceiling. The black altar. The spiraling, cursed symbols carved into the floor. It was silent and cold. Hermione approached it, her eyes wide behind her lenses. She walked around the projection, examining the rock formations, the type of fungus, the flowstone patterns on the walls. This isn't generic, she breathed. This is a specific karst formation. Look at the banding in the limestone. And that fungus, Lux lichen parasiticus, it only grows in places saturated with dark magical residue. It's a marker. She ran to a floating book on magical geology, flipping pages frantically. There are only a handful of documented cavern systems in Britain with these combined features. Ron was staring at the altar. Those symbols, they look like the ones from the cellar, but with more squiggles. They're necromantic alchemical notations, Hermione said absently, now cross-referencing with another tome. Combining elemental forces with sacrificial magic, it's a recipe. For a body. She looked up, her face pale. I think I know where this is. Or at least, the possible region. The depictions in Magical Geographica, there's a network of caves in the Scottish Highlands, near Ben Cruachan. They were used by dark wizards in the Middle Ages for exactly this kind of ritual magic. It was called the Chamber of Sighs. It was supposed to have been collapsed by Merlin himself. Merlin missed a spot, Ron muttered. If he's there, Harry said, staring at the ghostly altar, we have to go. Now. Before he finishes. We cannot launch an assault on a fortified position with 3 students, Harry, Dumbledore's voice came from the doorway. He had followed them. He entered, studying the projection with an expert eye. Miss Granger's deduction is likely correct. The Chamber of Sighs. A place of echoing magic and deep earth power. It is a formidable choice. He turned to Harry. An attack would be exactly what he wants. To draw my forces, and you, into a final, decisive battle on his chosen ground, with his ritual ready to be fueled by the conflict. So we just let him build himself a new body. Harry cried, frustration boiling over. No, Dumbledore said, his voice calm but iron. We disrupt the ritual remotely. Every ritual of this magnitude has a sympathetic link to the wider world. It requires specific astronomical alignments, magical ley line convergence, and ingredients. The prophecy is one. His own preserved past is another, the Horcruxes, which we have destroyed. But there will be a third. A tangible, physical component that must be present at the site. A focus. If we find it and destroy it, the ritual unravels. What kind of focus? Hermione asked. Something of immense personal significance to the intended vessel, or to Tom himself. Given the prophecy's mention of the secondborn, it may be an object tied to birth, or creation. Dumbledore's eyes grew distant. He has no family heirlooms he values. His possessions were few, but he valued his time at Hogwarts. His trophies. His award for special services to the school, Harry and Hermione said in unison. The medal he'd received for framing Hagrid. A token of his first great betrayal, his first sanctioned victory. It would be a thing of perverse pride. Or, Harry said, a darker thought forming, something from the person he wants to be. The vessel. If he's trying to become something new, he'd need a piece of the original. They all fell silent, the horrible implication hanging in the air. He would need a part of the vessel's body, Hermione whispered, horrified. Hair, blood, bone. He has my blood, Harry said, his voice flat. In his veins. From the graveyard. That is a link to you, Harry, Dumbledore said. Not to a new vessel. For a vessel of power, he would seek something from a being of great magical strength. Something he has coveted for a long time. He looked suddenly, terribly weary. I believe I know what he may seek. And I believe I know where it is kept. What? Ron asked. A lock of hair, taken from the head of the most powerful magical creature to have ever lived in Britain, willingly given as a token of friendship and later stolen as a trophy. Dumbledore's blue eyes met Harry's. A hair from the tail of a Ukrainian ironbelly dragon. A dragon he once controlled, and whose power he has never forgotten. Harry remembered. The dragon from Gringotts. The one he, Ron, and Hermione had ridden to escape. Gringotts. Hermione gasped. He'd break into Gringotts. He would not need to. The hair was not kept in the vault. It was a prize in his personal collection, which was seized by the Ministry after his first fall and placed in the evidence chamber of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A place that has already been breached once. The puzzle pieces slammed together. The break-in at the Ministry archives in Prague, a distraction. The disappearance of the curse breaker, someone who knew Gringotts' protections. It was all to gather knowledge, to test security. The attack on the Department of Mysteries was for the prophecy. The next move was for the final ingredient. He's going to raid the Ministry evidence chamber. For the dragon's hair, Harry said. When? Soon, Dumbledore said. The alignment for the ritual is approaching. The summer solstice. In 4 days. We have to stop it, Harry said. We will, Dumbledore assured him. But we will not meet him in his cavern. We will intercept the ingredient. We will let the Order handle the retrieval. You, Harry, must remain here, safe. No. The word was final. He's linked this to me. My knowing is part of it. My being there might be part of it. I have to be the one to break the link. To take the ingredient, or destroy it. It has to be me. It wasn't bravery. It was a cold, mathematical certainty. The ritual, the prophecy, the connection, it was all a web, and Harry was the center. To cut the web, the center had to move. Dumbledore looked at him for a long, long time. He saw the boy who had sworn the oath, who had shattered the killing curse, who had walked the Dark Lord's mind and lived. He saw the child he had tried to protect, now grown into a weapon of terrible, self-aware purpose. Very well, Dumbledore said softly, the words a surrender and an anointing. We will plan. But you will follow my lead. And you will not be alone. The projection of the cavern still glowed in the center of the room. The altar waited. The solstice approached. The storm was no longer on the horizon. It was here. And Harry was walking straight into its eye. The plan was a house of cards built on a tightrope. Every variable was a potential collapse. Timing, security, polyjuice potion, the ever-present chance that Voldemort's move was a feint within a feint. The next 72 hours passed in a blur of frantic, silent preparation. The castle, wrapped in the soft, false peace of impending exams, became a front for their war room. The room of requirement provided a scale model of the Ministry's 9th level, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Using a combination of Hermione's meticulous notes from her internship research, a heavily edited Ministry guidebook, and the whispered confessions of a terrified, tipsy junior clerk Ron had cornered in the Hog's Head, they had recreated the layout of the evidence chamber corridor. It wasn't perfect, but it gave them the feel of the place. The austere, black stone walls, the oppressive silence broken only by the soft click of security seals, the lurking, painted eyes of past ministers watching from portraits. Their point of entry was the biggest gamble. The public flow network into the Ministry was out, too monitored. Apparition directly into the department was impossible without authorization. They settled on a method both absurd and brilliant, courtesy of Fred and George's illicit research and Hermione's ruthless adaptation. A modified portkey keyed to a specific, discarded teacup in the Ministry canteens lost and found, a place of such profound bureaucratic ennui it was virtually unwatched. Their disguises were another layer of risk. Polyjuice potion, but with a twist. They couldn't impersonate specific Ministry workers without knowing their schedules and mannerisms. Instead, Hermione proposed they become generic, forgettable interns, a caste so ubiquitous and ignored they were practically invisible. They needed hair. This was procured by a reluctant Sirius, who, under a glamour, attended a Ministry recruitment open day and returned with 3 vials containing strands plucked from the robes of 3 harried, nameless interns. Harry's role was simple and terrifying. He was the beacon. His connection to Voldemort was a dead channel, but Dumbledore theorized that proximity to an object so deeply tied to the Dark Lord's intentions, the dragon's hair, might cause a resonant echo. Harry would carry a specially charmed, sealed locket of moonstone. If they were near the ingredient, or if Voldemort's agents were near, it was supposed to grow warm. It was a crude detector, but it was all they had. The Order's role was diversion and containment. Remus, Tonks, and Kingsley would stage a very public, very noisy, security drill, near the Department of Mysteries at the precise moment of the heist, drawing the attention of any stationed Aurors and the formidable, ever-watchful eyes of the building itself. Sirius, against all of Dumbledore's orders, would be their backup, stationed in the disused flow connection in the canteen, ready to provide a violent exit if needed. The night before the solstice, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in the dark, the moonstone locket cold against his chest. The phantom ache of the connection was a dull throb. He kept seeing the cavern altar, the green glow of the prophecy orb. He thought of the dragon's hair, a stolen piece of a magnificent, powerful creature, reduced to a component in a monster's rebirth. It felt like a desecration. He got up and went to the common room. He wasn't surprised to find Hermione there, curled in an armchair, a book on ministry bureaucratic law open but unread on her lap. Ron was pacing by the fire. "Can't sleep either," Ron muttered. "What if we're wrong?" Hermione's voice was small in the vast, dark room. "What if the ingredient is something else? What if he's already got it? What if this is all just to get us, to get Harry, into the ministry for a different reason? Then we'll deal with it," Harry said, with a certainty he didn't feel. He sat beside her. "We have to try. We can't just sit here while he builds a new body." "I know," she sighed. "It's just, the planning, it makes it feel like a game. But it's not. Tomorrow, people could get hurt. We could get caught, expelled, or worse. We've faced worse," Ron said, but his bravado was thin. They sat in silence, three shadows in the firelight, bound together by a secret that felt heavier than the castle stones. There were no more words of encouragement. They were past that. They were just waiting for the clock to run down. The day of the summer solstice dawned clear and bright, a mocking masterpiece of sunshine and birdsong. The contrast was cruel. At breakfast, Harry pushed his porridge around his bowl, his stomach a knot of nerves. He caught Dumbledore's eye across the hall. The headmaster gave a single, infinitesimal nod. The pieces were moving. Their cover was a field trip. Professor McGonagall, her face a mask of severe disapproval that was not entirely acting, announced that a select group of students would be visiting the ministry to observe the Wizengamot in session as part of their ministry career studies. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were on the list, along with a handful of other seventh years. It was a thin story, but it would get them through the front door. At 10 o'clock, they gathered in the entrance hall. They were all dressed in neat, plain robes. In their pockets, each carried a small, shivering vial of polyjuice potion and a single, coarse black hair. The journey via the ministry's official visitor flow was a nightmare of green flame and forced smiles. They arrived in the bustling atrium, now restored to its gleaming, oppressive normality. The golden statue glinted. Wizards and witches rushed about their business. It was hard to believe this was the same place where, weeks before, spells had flown and Bellatrix Lestrange had cackled in the dark. They were shepherded by a bored-looking ministry guide towards the lifts. As they passed a bank of gilded fireplaces, Harry's eyes flickered to a particular, soot-stained grate, their emergency exit. He saw a glimpse of shaggy black hair and intense gray eyes before the crowd swallowed the view. Sirius was in position. The educational tour was interminable. They sat in the stuffy, solemn Wizengamot chamber, listening to a debate on the standard cauldron bottom thickness. Harry's leg jiggled uncontrollably. Hermione took furious, genuine notes, her cover impeccable. Ron looked like he might be sick. At precisely 1:47 p.m., according to the plan, there was a distant, muffled boom from deep within the building, followed by the shrill ringing of alarms. The Wizengamot session halted. Wizards looked around, confused. Their guide paled. "A scheduled security drill," she announced, her voice too high. "Nothing to worry about. Please remain seated." But the diversion had worked. Aurors in scarlet robes sprinted past the door, heading towards the Department of Mysteries. The guide was called away by a frantic superior. "Now," Hermione whispered. They slipped out of the chamber, merging with the stream of confused ministry workers milling in the corridor. They ducked into a nearby linen closet, a tight, dark space smelling of soap and dust. With grim efficiency, they drank the polyjuice potion. The transformation was as horrible as ever, a bone-deep, crawling sensation. Harry watched his own hands swell and coarsen, his skin darkening. He became a stocky, dark-haired young man with a forgettable face. Ron turned into a lanky redhead with freckles. The irony wasn't lost on him. Hermione became a mousy-haired witch with a pinched expression. They swapped their Hogwarts robes for generic intern ones from Hermione's charmed bag. They looked, to any casual observer, like 3 more parts of the Ministry's faceless machine. Moonstone, Harry murmured, pulling the locket from under his new robes. It was cold. No echo yet. They stepped back into the corridor. The chaos was perfect. Alarms still bleated intermittently. Officials barked orders. No one gave them a second glance. They moved against the flow of the crowd, heading down, towards level 9. The lift was packed with anxious witches and wizards. I heard it was an attempted breakout from the holding cells. One witch whispered. Nonsense, it's just that mad drill from the DMLE, a wizard scoffed. Harry kept his head down. The lift chimed for level 9. They got off. The atmosphere here was different. Quieter, but more tense. The black stone walls seemed to absorb sound. The few witches and wizards here moved with brisk, purposeful strides, their wands subtly at the ready. This was the heart of magical law enforcement. Following the mental map from their rehearsals, they turned down a side corridor marked, Archival and Evidence, Authorized Personnel Only. A lone wizard sat at a desk at the end, looking bored, reading the Quibbler. Hermione took the lead. She walked up, a stack of forged paperwork in her hands. Interdepartmental audit of cross-referenced evidence tags, she said, her voice clipped and bored. From improper use of magic. We'll be an hour. The wizard barely looked up. Sign in. Wands in the box. No bags past the desk. They complied, depositing their wands in a secure chest that glowed with containment spells. Hermione's beaded bag, shrunken and hidden in her sleeve, went undetected. They signed false names on a clipboard. The wizard waved them through a heavy, metal door. That clicked shut behind them with finality. They were in the evidence chamber. It was a vast, cold, high-ceilinged room that stretched into gloom. It was organized with chilling precision. Row upon row of towering, black metal shelves stretched into the distance, each holding neatly labeled boxes, jars, and sealed chests. The air was dustless and cold, smelling of metal and old parchment. The only light came from floating, blue glowing orbs that cast long, deep shadows. Alphanumeric by case file, Hermione whispered, scanning the placards. We need the seized personal effects archive from the First War. Section V, this way. They moved quickly, their footsteps echoing softly. The moonstone locket against Harry's chest remained stubbornly cold. They found Section V. The shelves here were older, the labels faded. They contained the detritus of Voldemort's first reign. Death Eater masks, cursed jewelry, dark texts, and personal items taken from captured sympathizers. Look for, Riddle, TM, or, seized from Lestrange Vault, or, Hermione's finger trailed down a list. Here, Ron said, his voice hushed. He pointed to a medium-sized box of dark wood. The label read, Effects, Personal, Riddle, T.M. aka He Who Must Not Be Named, confiscated from Malfoy Manor Safehold, 1981. Catalog #V7791. Asterisk. The box was sealed with a complex, shifting rune that glowed a faint silver. A containment ward. Can you open it? Harry asked Hermione. She bit her lip, examining the rune. It's a thief's downfall derivative, but simplified for archival purposes. It's meant to deter casual snooping, not a determined breach. She drew her wand from her sleeve, having never truly surrendered it, a sleight of hand they'd practiced. Specialis Revelio. The rune glowed brighter, revealing its structure. Hermione's brow furrowed in concentration. She traced a counter symbol in the air with her wand tip, whispering a stream of Latin that sounded like legal dissections. The silver rune flickered, stuttered, and dissolved. Harry reached for the box lid. As his fingers touched the wood, the moonstone locket under his robe suddenly burned with an icy, piercing cold. He's here. The thought was not his own. It was a shock from the locket, a sympathetic scream from the object within. They weren't alone. Before he could open the box, a smooth, cold voice spoke from the shadows between the shelves behind them. I'll take that, I think. They whirled. Two figures stepped into the blue light. Not Aurors. Death Eaters. But these were not the rabid fanatics like Bellatrix. These were calm, professional, their masks off, revealing sharp, intelligent faces. Harry recognized one from wanted posters, Corbin Yaxley, a high-ranking official in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement itself. The other was a severe-looking witch he didn't know. The trap hadn't been at the cavern. It had been here all along. They had walked right into it. Interns, Yaxley said, his lip curling. How enterprising. The Dark Lord thought you might try to interfere with the collection. He was right. His eyes fixed on Harry, seeming to see through the polyjuice disguise. The little hero, drawn to the light of his own destruction. Hand over the box, and your deaths will be quick. Ron and Hermione had their wands out. Harry stood frozen, his hand on the box, the moonstone burning a hole into his chest. He had a choice. Open the box, grab the hair, try to fight. Or, he made his decision. He didn't open the box. He slammed his palm flat against its side and poured his will into it, not to open, but to repel, just as he had with the prophecy shelf. A pulse of raw, willful magic shot from his hand. The box didn't fly towards the Death Eaters. It shot straight up into the air, crashing into the high ceiling with a deafening crack, then ricocheting off into the dark maze of shelves, disappearing from view. Yaxley's cool composure broke. Fool. Accio box. The spell ripped through the air, but Harry heard only a distant crash from the depths of the chamber. The box, infused with his rebellious magic, was resisting the summoning. Find it. Yaxley snarled to the witch. You, deal with them. Chaos erupted. The witch sprinted after the box. Yaxley raised his wand. Avada. Protega. Hermione screamed, throwing a shield in front of Harry. The green light shattered against it, the backlash knocking her off her feet. Ron fired a stunning spell that Yaxley batted aside. Crucio. Ron dove behind a shelf, the curse splintering wood. Harry didn't have his wand. He had only his will, and the burning, screaming moonstone. He focused on Yaxley, on the connection the Death Eater had to his master. He didn't try to attack his body. He attacked his certainty. He projected a single, blinding image down the link the moonstone had opened, aiming not at Yaxley, but through him, towards the distant, waiting presence in the cavern, the image of the box, flying free, lost in the dark. The taste of failure. Yaxley staggered, not from a spell, but from a sudden, violent psychic recoil that flashed across his face, his master's rage, echoing back through his loyalty. In that second of distraction, Harry lunged, not for a wand, but for Yaxley's own hand. He grabbed the man's wrist, the one holding the wand, and did the only thing he could think of. He focused all his will into a single, scorching command, drop. It wasn't magic. It was a hammer blow of intent directly to the nervous system. Yaxley's fingers spasmed. His wand clattered to the stone floor. Ron scrambled out, snatching it up. Stupefy. The red jet hit Yaxley point blank. He collapsed. Hermione. Harry ran to her. She was shaking, but alive, clutching her ribs. I'm okay, the box. A shout echoed from the shelves. The witch had found it. They heard the crack of a breaking seal. Accio dragon hair. Hermione cried, pointing her wand into the darkness. A small, crystal vial shot out of the shadows, trailing a single, glittering, silvery strand. The witch behind them screamed in fury, a curse sizzling past Harry's ear. Hermione caught the vial. Got it. Go. Harry yelled. They ran, back towards the sealed door, leaving Yaxley stunned and the witch raging among the evidence. They burst out past the bewildered desk wizard, grabbed their wands from the box, and sprinted for the lifts. The alarms were still sounding. The diversion was now their cover. They melted into the panicked crowds, 3 anonymous interns in a sea of chaos. They didn't use the planned portkey. It was too risky. They fought their way to the visitors' exit flow, took a handful of powder, and Harry shouted, "The Hog's Head." They tumbled out into the familiar, filthy pub. Aberforth Dumbledore barely glanced up from polishing a glass. Back room. Now. In the cramped, dusty back room, Sirius was waiting, his face taut with fear that dissolved into relief. You're alive. Did you get it? Hermione held up the crystal vial. The single, powerful hair within seemed to hum with latent energy. We got it, Harry panted, the polyjuice wearing off, his own features swimming back into place. He felt exhausted, triumphant, and deeply, profoundly scared. They had won. They had the ingredient. But as he looked at the shimmering hair, a new, more chilling thought occurred. Stealing it had been too hard, and yet too easy. Yexley had been waiting. Voldemort had anticipated them, which meant he had expected them to succeed. The ingredient was in their hands. But the game, Harry realized with a sinking heart, was far from over. The solstice was tomorrow, and they had just brought the final piece of the ritual rite to Voldemort's doorstep. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.